Sixth book. Chapter I. Alexander mistakes the Indus for the Upper Nile, prepares to sail downstream to the sea. When Alexander had got ready upon the banks of the Hydaspes, a large number of 30-oared galleys, and others of 1 bank and a half of oars, besides numerous horse transports and every other requisite for the easy conveyance of an army by river, he resolved to sail down the Hydaspes to the great sea. As he had before this seen crocodiles in the river Indus, and in no other river but the Nile only, and had besides seen beans of the same species as those which Egypt produces growing near the banks of the Axanes. And as he had heard that this river falls into the Indus, he was led to think that he had discovered the sources of the Nile. His idea was that this river rose somewhere among the Indians and pursued its course through a vast tract of desert country, where it lost the name of the Indus, and that from the time when it began to flow through the inhabited parts of the world, it was called the Nile both by the Ethiopians, who lived there, and by the Egyptians, just as Homer also changed its name, calling it the river Egypt after Egypt, the country where at last it discharges itself into the inner sea. Accordingly, when he was writing to his mother Olympias about the country of the Indians, he mentioned, it is said, among other things, that he thought he had discovered the sources of the Nile, actually basing on such slight and contemptible evidence his judgments respecting questions of so much importance. When, however, he investigated with special care the facts relating to the river Indus, he ascertained from the natives that the Hydaspes unites with the Axanes, and the Axanes with the Indus, to which the other 2 rivers lose both their waters and their names. He learned further that the Indus discharges itself into the Great Sea by 2 mouths, and that it has no connection with the Egyptian country. He is said to have then deleted what he had written about the Nile in the letter to his mother, and as he had set his mind on sailing down the rivers to the Great Sea, he ordered a fleet for this purpose to be prepared for him. Adequate crews for the vessels were supplied by the Phoenicians, Cyprians, Carians, and Egyptians who accompanied the army. Chapter II. Description of the voyage down the Hydaspes. At this time Koinos, who was one of Alexander's most faithful companions, took ill and died, and his master buried him with all the magnificent circumstances allowed. He then assembled the companions and all the ambassadors of the Indians who had come to him, and in their presence appointed Poros king of all the Indian territories already subjugated, 7 nations in all, containing more than 2,000 cities. He then made the following distribution of his army. He took in the ships along with himself all the Hypaspists, and the archers, and the Agrianians, and the corps of horse guards. Crateros, commanding a division of the infantry and cavalry, conducted it along the right bank of the Hydaspes, while Hephaestion on the opposite bank advanced in command of the largest and best division of the army, to which the elephants, now about 200 in number, were attached. These generals were instructed to march with all possible speed to where the palace of Sopatheres was situated. Philippos, the satrap of the province lying west of the Indus in the direction of the Bactrians, received orders to follow them with his troops after an interval of 3 days, but the cavalry of the Nysians he now sent back to NYSA. The command of the whole naval squadron was entrusted to Nearchos, while the pilot of Alexander's own ship was Secretos, who, in the narrative which he composed about the wars of Alexander, among his other lies, described himself as the commander of the fleet, although he was in reality only a pilot. According to Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, whose authority I principally follow, the ships numbered collectively 80 30-oared galleys, but the whole fleet, including the horse transports and the small craft and other river boats consisting of those that formerly plied on the rivers and those recently built for the present service, did not fall much short of 2,000. Chapter III. Description of the voyage down the Hydaspes continued. When all the preparations had been completed, the army at break of day began to embark. Alexander himself sacrificed according to custom both to the gods and to the river Axanes as the seers directed. After he had embarked, he poured a libation into the river, from his station on the prow, out of a golden bowl, and invoked not only the Hydaspes, but also the Axanes, as he had learned that the Axanes was the greatest of all the confluence of the Hydaspes, and that their point of junction was not far off. He invoked likewise the Indus, into which the Axanes falls after receiving the Hydaspes. He further poured out libations to his ancestor Heracles, and to Ammon and every other god to whom it was his custom to sacrifice, and then he ordered the signal for starting on the voyage to be given by sound of trumpet. The fleet, as soon as the signal sounded, began the voyage in due order, for directions had been given at what distances the luggage boats, the horse transports, and the war galleys should keep apart from each other to prevent collisions, which would be inevitable if the ships sailed at random down the channel. Even the fast sailors were not allowed to break rank by outdistancing the others. The noise caused by the rowing was great beyond all precedent, proceeding as it did from a vast number of boats being rowed simultaneously, and swelled by the shouts of the officers directing the rowing to begin or to stop, commingled with the shouts of the rowers, which rung like the war cry when they joined together in keeping time to the dashing of the oars. The banks, moreover, being in many places higher than the ships, and compressing the sound within a narrow compass, sent the echoes, greatly increased by the compression itself, flying to and fro between them. The ravines also, which occasionally opened on the river on either of its shores, served further to swell the din by reverberating amid their solitudes the thuds of the oars. The appearance of the war horses on the decks of the transports struck the barbarians, who saw them through the lattice-work, with such wonder and astonishment, that the throng which lined the shores to witness the departure of the fleet accompanied it to a great distance. For in the country of the Indians horses had never before been seen on shipboard, nor was there any tradition to the effect that the Indian expedition of Diodoros was of a naval character. Those Indians also who had already submitted to Alexander, as soon as they heard the shouts of the rowers and the dashing of the oars, ran down to the edge of the river and followed the fleet, singing their wild native chaunts. For the Indians have been peculiarly distinguished among the nations as lovers of dance and song, ever since Dionysos and his attendant bacchanals made their festive progress through the realms of India. Chapter Roman 4. Alexander accelerates his voyage to frustrate the plans of the Malai and Oxydraci, and reaches the turbulent confluence of the Hydaspes and Axionares. Alexander, sailing thus, halted on the third day at the place where he had ordered Hephaestion and Crateros to pitch their camps right opposite each other, each on his own side of the river. Having waited here for 2 days until Philippus arrived with the rest of the army, he sent that general forward with the detachment he had brought with him to the river Axionares, with orders to continue his march along the banks of that river. He also sent Crateros and Hephaestion off again, with instructions how they were to conduct the march. He himself continued his voyage down the river Hydaspes, which was found throughout the passage to be nowhere less than 20 stadia in breadth. Mooring his boats wherever he could on the banks, he subjected the Indians who lived near the Hydaspes to his authority, some having surrendered on terms of capitulation, and such as resorted to arms, having been subdued by force. He then sailed rapidly to the country of the Malai and Oxydraci, because he had ascertained that they were the most numerous and warlike of all the Indian tribes in those parts, and news had reached him that they had conveyed their children and their wives for safety into their strongest cities, and that they meant themselves to give him a hostile reception. He in consequence prosecuted the voyage with still greater speed, so that he might attack them before they had settled their plans, and while their preparations were still incomplete, and they were in a state of confusion and alarm. On the 5th day after he had started from the place where he had halted, and been joined by Crateros and Hephaestion, he reached the junction of the Hydaspes and Axionares. Where these rivers unite, the one river formed from them is very narrow, and not only is the current swift from the narrowness of the channel, but the waters whirl round in monstrous eddies, curl up in great billows, and dash so violently that the roar of the surge is distinctly heard by those who are still a great distance off. All this had been previously reported by the natives to Alexander, and he had repeated the information to the soldiers. But notwithstanding, when the army in approaching the confluence caught the roar of the stream, the sailors simultaneously suspended the action of the oars, not at any order from the boatswains, who had become mute from astonishment, but because they were stunned with terror by the thundering noise. Chapter V. Dangers encountered by the fleet at the confluence. Plan of the operations which followed voyage down the Axionares. When they were not far from the meeting of the rivers, the pilots enjoined the rowers to put all their strength to the oars to clear the rapids, so that the vessels might not be caught and capsized in the eddies, but by the exertions of the rowers might overcome the whirling of the waters. The merchant vessels accordingly, if they happened to be whirled round by the current, suffered no damage from the eddy, beyond the alarm caused to the men on board. For these vessels, being of a round form, were kept upright by the current itself, and settled into the proper course. But the ships of war did not escape so unscathed from the eddying stream, for owing to their length, they were not upheaved in the same way as the others on the seething surges, and if they had 2 banks of oars, the lower oars were not raised much above the level of the water. When the broadsides, therefore, of these vessels were exposed to the eddying current, their oars, if not lifted in proper time, were caught by the water and the blades snapped asunder. Many of the ships were thus damaged, and 2 which fell foul of each other sunk with the greater part of their crews. But when the river began to widen out, the current was no longer so rapid and dangerous, and the impetuosity of the eddies diminished. Alexander therefore brought his fleet to moorings on the right bank, where there was a protection from the strength of the current and a roadstead for the ships. Here was also a headland projecting into the river, which afforded facilities for collecting the wrecks and whatever living freight they brought. He saved the survivors, and when he had repaired the damaged craft, ordered Nearchos to sail downward till he reached the confines of the nation called the Malay. He made himself an inroad into the territories of the barbarians who refused their submission, and prevented them sending succors to the Malay. He then rejoined the fleet. Hephaestion, Crateros, and Philippos had there already united their forces. He then transported to the other side of the river Hydaspes the elephants, the brigade of Polysperchon, the archers, and Philippos with the troops under his command, and appointed Crateros to conduct this expedition. Nearchos he dispatched in command of the fleet, and instructed him to start on the voyage 3 days before the departure of the army. The rest of his forces he divided into 3 parts. Hephaestion was directed to set out 5 days in advance, so that if any of the enemy fled forward before the division commanded by the king in person, they might be captured, when endeavoring to escape in that direction, by falling into Hephaestion's hands. He gave also a part of the army to Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, with orders to follow him 3 days later, so that such of the enemy as fled backward from his own troops might fall into the hands of those under Ptolemy. The detachment that marched in advance he ordered to wait until he himself should come up at the confluence of the Aexinares and Hydriotares, where Crateros and Ptolemy had orders to join him with their divisions. Chapter Romans 6. Alexander invades the territories of the Mal. Alexander selected for his own division the Hypaspists, the archers, the Agrianians, the corps of foot guards under Python, all the horse archers, and the half of the companion cavalry, and led them through a waterless tract of country against the Malay, a race of independent Indians. On the first day he encamped near a small stream which was 20 stadia distant from the river Aexinares. Having dined there and allowed the army a short time for repose, he ordered every man to fill whatever vessel he had with water. He then marched during the remainder of the day and all night a distance of about 400 stadia, and with the dawn arrived before a city to which many of the Malay had fled for refuge. As they never imagined that Alexander would come to attack them through the waterless desert, most of them were abroad in the fields and without their arms. And just as it was manifest that he led his forces by this route because of the difficulties it presented, so did it appear to the enemy past belief that he would conduct an army by a way so perilous. He thus fell upon them unexpectedly, and slew most of them without their even turning to offer resistance, since they were unarmed. The rest he shut up within the city, and as the phalanx of infantry had not yet arrived, he posted the cavalry in a cordon round the wall, thus making it serve for a stockade. No sooner, however, did the infantry come up than he dispatched Perdiccas with his own cavalry regiment and that of Clados, together with the Agrianians, to another city of the Malay, into which many of the Indians of that district had fled for refuge. He was enjoined to blockade the men in the city, but not to attempt to storm the place until his own arrival, so that no one might escape and carry the news of Alexander's approach to the other barbarians. He then made an assault upon the wall, which the barbarians abandoned on seeing it could no longer hold out, since many had been killed during the siege and others disabled for fighting by reason of their wounds. They fled into the citadel, which, being seated on a commanding height and difficult of access, they continued to defend for some time. As the Macedonians, however, vigorously pressed the attack at all points, while Alexander himself was seen everywhere urging forward the work, the citadel was stormed, and all the men who had fled to it for refuge were put to the sword to the number of 2,000. Perdiccas meanwhile reached the city whither he had been sent, but on learning that the inhabitants had not long before fled from it, he rode away at full gallop on the track of the fugitives, while the light troops followed him on foot as fast as they could. Some of the fugitives he overtook and killed, but such as had been too quick for him made their escape to the river marshes. Chapter 7. Siege and capture of several Malian strongholds. Alexander, having dined and allowed his troops to rest till the first watch of the night, began to march forward, and having traveled a great distance in the night, arrived at the river Diodôros at daybreak. There he learned that many of the Mal had already crossed to the other bank, but he fell upon others who were in the act of crossing and slew many of them during the passage. He crossed the river along with them, just as he was, and by the same ford. He then closely pursued the fugitives who had outstripped him in their retreat. Many of these he slew and he captured others, but most of them escaped to a position of great natural strength, which was also strongly fortified. But when the infantry came up with him, Alexander sent Python with his own brigade and 2 squadrons of cavalry against the fugitives. This detachment attacked the stronghold, captured it at the first assault, and made slaves of all who had fled into it, except, of course, those who had fallen in the attack. Then Python and his men, their task fulfilled, returned to the camp. Alexander himself next led his army against a certain city of the Brachmans, because he had learned that many of the Malay had fled thither for refuge. On reaching it, he led the phalanx in compact ranks against all parts of the wall. The inhabitants, on finding the walls undermined, and that they were themselves obliged to retire before the storm of missiles, left the walls and fled to the citadel, and began to defend themselves from thence. But as a few Macedonians had rushed in along with them, they rallied, and turning round in a body upon the pursuers, drove some from the citadel and killed 25 of them in their retreat. Upon this, Alexander ordered his men to apply the scaling ladders to the citadel on all its sides, and to undermine its walls. And when an undermined tower had fallen, and a breach had been made in the wall between 2 towers, thus exposing the citadel to attack in that quarter, Alexander was seen to be the first man to scale and lay hold of the wall. Upon seeing this, the rest of the Macedonians for very shame ascended the wall at various points, and quickly had the citadel in their hands. Some of the Indians set fire to their houses, in which they were caught and killed, but most part fell fighting. About 5,000 in all were killed, and, as they were men of spirit, a few only were taken prisoners. Chapter 8. Alexander defeats the Mal at the Diodôros. He remained there one day to give his army rest, and next day he moved forward to attack the rest of the Malay. He found their cities abandoned, and ascertained that the inhabitants had fled into the desert. There he again allowed the army a day's rest, and next day sent Python and Demetrios, the cavalry commander, back to the river with their own troops, and as many battalions of light-armed infantry as the nature of the work required. He directed them to march along the edge of the river, and if they came upon any of those who had fled for refuge to the jungle, of which there were numerous patches along the river bank, to put them all to death unless they voluntarily surrendered. The troops under these 2 officers captured many of the fugitives in these jungles and killed them. He marched himself against the largest city of the Malay, to which he was informed many men from their other cities had fled for safety. The Indians, however, abandoned this place also when they heard that Alexander was approaching. They then crossed the Diodôros, and with a view to obstruct Alexander's passage, remained drawn up in order of battle upon the banks, because they were very steep. On learning this, he took all the cavalry which he had with him, and marched to that part of the Diodôros where he had been told the Malay were posted, and the infantry were directed to follow after him. When he came to the river and descried the enemy drawn up on the opposite bank, he plunged at once, just as he was after the march, into the ford, with the cavalry only. When the enemy saw Alexander now in the middle of the stream, they withdrew in haste, but yet in good order from the bank, and Alexander pursued them with the cavalry only. But when the Indians perceived he had nothing but a party of horse with him, they faced round and fought stoutly, being about 50,000 in number. Alexander, perceiving that their phalanx was very compact, and his own infantry not on the ground, rode along all round them and sometimes charged their ranks, but not at close quarters. Meanwhile, the Agrianians and other battalions of light-armed infantry, which consisted of picked men, arrived on the field along with the archers, while the phalanx of infantry was showing in sight at no great distance off. As they were threatened at once with so many dangers, the Indians wheeled round, and with headlong speed fled to the strongest of all the cities that lay near. Alexander killed many of them in the pursuit, while those who escaped to the city were shut up within its walls. At first, therefore, he surrounded the place with his horsemen as soon as they came up from the march. But when the infantry arrived, he encamped around the wall on every side for the remainder of this day, a time too short for making an assault, to say nothing of the great fatigue his army had undergone, the infantry from their long march, and the cavalry by the continuous pursuit, and especially by the passage of the river. Chapter Roman 9. Alexander assails the chief stronghold of the Malay, scales the wall of the citadel, into which he leaps down though alone. On the following day, dividing his army into two parts, he himself assaulted the wall at the head of one division, while Perdiccas led forward the other. Upon this, the Indians, without waiting to receive the attack of the Macedonians, abandoned the walls and fled for refuge to the citadel. Alexander and his troops therefore burst open a small gate and entered the city long before the others. But Perdiccas and the troops under his command entered it much later, having found it no easy work to surmount the walls. The most of them, in fact, had neglected to bring scaling ladders, for when they saw the wall left without defenders, they took it for granted that the city had actually been captured. But when it became clear that the enemy was still in possession of the citadel, and that many of them were drawn up in front of it to repel attack, the Macedonians endeavored to force their way into it, some by sapping the walls, and others by applying the scaling ladders wherever that was practicable. Alexander, thinking that the Macedonians who carried the ladders were loitering too much, snatched one from the man who carried it, placed it against the wall, and began to ascend, cowering the while under his shield. The next to follow was Plutarch, who carried the sacred shield which Alexander had taken from the temple of the Ilian Atherna, and which he used to keep with him and have carried before him in all his battles. Next to him, Leonatos, an officer of the bodyguard, ascended by the same ladder, and by a different ladder Abrias, one of those soldiers who for superior merit drew double pay and allowances. The king was now near the coping of the wall, and resting his shield against it, was pushing some of the Indians within the fort, and had cleared the parapet by killing others with his sword. The hypaspists, now alarmed beyond measure for the king's safety, pushed each other in their haste up the same ladder and broke it, so that those who were already mounting it fell down and made the ascent impracticable for others. Alexander, while standing on the wall, was then assailed on every side from the adjacent towers, for none of the Indians had the courage to come near him. He was assailed also by men in the city, who threw darts at him from no great distance off, for it so happened that a mound of earth had been thrown up in that quarter close to the wall. Alexander was, moreover, a conspicuous object both by the splendor of his arms and the astonishing audacity he displayed. He then perceived that if he remained where he was, he would be exposed to danger without being able to achieve anything noteworthy. But if he leaped down into the citadel, he might perhaps by this very act paralyze the Indians with terror. And if he did not, but necessarily incurred danger, he would in that case not die ignobly, but after performing great deeds worth being remembered by the men of after times. Having so resolved, he leaped down from the wall into the citadel. Then, supporting himself against the wall, he slew with his sword some who assailed him at close quarters, and in particular the governor of the Indians, who had rushed upon him too boldly. Against another Indian whom he saw approaching, he hurled a stone to check his advance, and another he similarly repelled. If anyone came within nearer reach, he again used his sword. The barbarians had then no further wish to approach him, but standing around assailed him from all quarters with whatever missiles they carried or could lay their hands on. Chapter X. Alexander is dangerously wounded within the citadel. At this crisis, Plutarch and Abrias the Dimwarite, and after them Leonatos, the only men who succeeded in reaching the top of the wall before the ladder broke, leaped down and began fighting in front of the king. But there Abrias fell, pierced in the forehead by an arrow. Alexander himself was also struck by one which pierced through his cuirass into his chest above the pap, so that, as Ptolemy says, air gurgled from the wound along with the blood. But sorely wounded as he was, he continued to defend himself as long as his blood was still warm. Since much blood, however, kept gushing out with every breath he drew, a dizziness and faintness seized him, and he fell where he stood in a collapse upon his shield. Peucestes then bestrode him where he fell, holding up in front of him the sacred shield which had been taken from Ilion, while Leonatos protected him from side attacks. But both these men were severely wounded, and Alexander was now on the point of swooning away from the loss of blood. As for the Macedonians, they were at a loss how to make their way into the citadel, because those who had seen Alexander shot at upon the wall and then leap down inside it had broken down the ladders up which they were rushing in all haste, dreading lest their king, in recklessly exposing himself to danger, should come by some hurt. In their perplexity, they devised various plans for ascending the wall. It was made of earth, and so some drove pegs into it, and swinging themselves up by means of these, scrambled with difficulty to the top. Others ascended by mounting one upon the other. The man who first reached the top flung himself headlong from the wall into the city, and was followed by the others. There, when they saw the king fallen prostrate, they all raised loud lamentations and outcries of grief. And now around his fallen form a desperate struggle ensued, one Macedonian after another holding his shield in front of him. In the meantime, some of the soldiers, having shattered the bar by which the gate and the wall between the towers was secured, made their way into the city a few at a time, and others, when they saw that a rift was made in the gate, put their shoulders under it, and having then pushed it into the space within the wall, opened an entrance into the citadel in that quarter. Chapter Roman 11. Dangerous nature of Alexander's wound. Arrian refutes some current fictions relating to this accident. Upon this, some began to kill the Indians, and in the massacre spared none, neither man, woman, nor child. Others bore off the king upon his shield. His condition was very low, and they could not yet tell whether he was likely to survive. Some writers have asserted that Critidermos, a physician of Kos, an Asclepiad by birth, extracted the weapon from the wound by making an incision where the blow had struck. Other writers, however, say that as no surgeon was present at this terrible crisis, Perdiccas, an officer of the bodyguard, at Alexander's own desire, made an incision into the wound with his sword and removed the weapon. Its removal was followed by such a copious effusion of blood that Alexander again swooned, and the swoon had the effect of staunching the flux. Many fictions also have been recorded by historians concerning this accident, and fame, receiving them from the original inventors, has preserved them to our own day, nor will she cease to transmit the falsehoods to one generation after another, except they be finally suppressed by this history. The common account, for example, is that this accident befell Alexander among the Oxydraci, but in fact it occurred among the Mal, an independent Indian nation. The city belonged to the Malay, and the men who wounded Alexander were Mal. They had certainly agreed to combine with the Oxydraci and give battle to the common enemy, but Alexander had thwarted this design by his sudden and rapid march through the waterless country, whereby these tribes were prevented from giving each other mutual help. To take another instance, according to the common account, the last battle fought with Darius, that at which he fled, nor paused in his flight till he was seized by the soldiers of Bersos, and murdered at Alexander's approach took place at Arbela, just as the previous battle came off at Issos, and the first cavalry action at the Granicos. Now this cavalry action was really fought at the Granicos, and the next battle with Darius at Issos. But Arbela is distant from the field where Darius and Alexander had their last battle 600 stadia, according to those authors who make the distance greatest, and 500 stadia according to those who make it least. But Ptolemy and Aristobulus say that the battle took place at Gaugamerla near the river Baumodos. Gaugamerla, however, was not a city, but merely a good-sized village, a place of no distinction, and bearing a name which offends the ear. This seems to me the reason why Arbela, which was a city, has carried off the glory of the great battle. But if we must perforce consider that this battle took place near Arbela, though fought at so great a distance off, then we may as well say that the sea fight at Salamis came off near the Isthmus of Corinth, and the sea fight at Artemision in Euboea, near Aegina or Sunium. With regard again to those who protected Alexander with their shields in his peril, all agree that Peucestes was of the number. But with respect to Leonatos and Abrias the Dimwarite, they are no longer in harmony. Some say that Alexander received a blow on his helmet from a bludgeon and fell down in an access of dizziness, and that on regaining his feet, he was hit by a dart which pierced through his breastplate into his chest. But Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, says that this wound in his chest was the only one he received. I take, however, the following to be the greatest error into which the historians of Alexander have fallen. Some have written that Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, along with Pucestes, mounted the ladder together with Alexander, that Ptolemy held his shield over him when he was lying on the ground, and that he thence received the surname of Soterer. And yet Ptolemy himself has recorded that he was not present at this conflict, but was fighting elsewhere against other barbarians, in command of a different division of the army. Let me mention these facts in digressing from my narrative, that the men of after times may not regard it as a matter of indifference how these great deeds and great sufferings are reported. Chapter Roman 12. Distress and anxiety of the army at the prospect of Alexander's death. While Alexander remained at this place to be cured of his wound, the first news which reached the camp whence he had started to attack the Mali was that he had died of his wound. Then there arose at first a loud lamentation from the whole army, as the mournful tidings spread from man to man. But when their lamentation was ended, they gave way to despondency and anxious doubts about the appointment of a commander to the army. For among the officers, many could advance claims to that dignity, which both to Alexander and the Macedonians seemed of equal weight. They were also in fear and doubt how they could be conducted home in safety, surrounded as they were on all hands by warlike nations, some not yet reduced, but likely to fight resolutely for their freedom, while others would to a certainty revolt when relieved from their fear of Alexander. They seemed besides to be just then among impassable rivers, while the whole outlook presented nothing but inextricable difficulties when they wanted their king. But on receiving word that he was still alive, they could hardly think it true or persuade themselves that he was likely to recover. Even when a letter came from the king himself intimating that he would soon come down to the camp, most of them from the excess of fear which possessed them distrusted the news, for they fancied that the letter was a forgery concocted by his bodyguards and generals. Chapter Roman 13. Joy of the army on seeing Alexander after his recovery, his officers rebuke him for his rashness. On coming to know this, Alexander, anxious to prevent any commotions arising in the army, as soon as he could bear the fatigue, had himself conveyed to the banks of the river Hydrioders, and embarking there, he sailed down the river to reach the camp, at the junction of the Hydrioders and the Axionares, where Hephaestion commanded the land forces and Nearchos the fleet. When the vessel which carried the king was now approaching the camp, he ordered the awning to be removed from the poop that he might be visible to all. They were, however, even yet incredulous, supposing that the freight of the vessel was Alexander's dead body, until he neared the bank, when he raised his arm and stretched out his hand to the multitude. Then the men raised a loud cheer and lifted up their hands, some towards heaven and some towards Alexander himself. Tears even started involuntarily to the eyes of not a few at the unexpected sight. Some of the hypaspists brought him a litter where he was carried ashore from the vessel, but he called for his horse. When he was seen once more on horseback, the whole army greeted him with loud acclamations, which filled with their echoes the shores and all the surrounding hills and dales. On approaching his tent, he dismounted that he might be seen walking. Then the soldiers crowded round him, touching some his hands, others his knees, and others nothing but his raiment. Some, satisfied with nothing more than a near view, went away with expressions of admiration. Others again covered him with garlands, and others with the flowers of the clime and the season. Nearchos says that he was offended with certain of his friends who reproached him for exposing himself to danger when leading the army. For this, they said, was not the duty of a commander, but of a common soldier, and it seems to me that Alexander resented these remarks because he felt their truth, and knew he had laid himself open to censure. Owing, however, to his prowess in fighting and his love of glory, he, like other men who are swayed by some predominant pleasure, yielded to temptation, lacking sufficient force of will to hold aloof from dangers. Nearchos also says that a certain elderly Boeotian, whose name he does not give, observing that Alexander resented the censures of his friends, and was giving them sour looks, approached him, and in the Boeotian tongue thus addressed him. "O Alexander, it is for heroes to do great deeds." And then he subjoined an iambic verse, the purport of which was that he who did any great deed was bound also to suffer. The man, it is said, not only found favor with Alexander, but was admitted afterwards to closer intimacy. Chapter Roman 14. Submission of the Malay, Oxydraci, and others, voyage down the Hydrioters and Aixenares to the Indus. At this time, envoys came to Alexander from the Malay who still survived, tendering the submission of the nation. And from the Oxydraci came the leading men of their cities and their provincial governors, besides 150 of their most eminent men, entrusted with full powers to conclude a treaty. They brought with them those presents which the Indians consider the choicest, and, like the Malay, tendered the submission of their nation. Their error in so long delaying to send an embassy was, they said, pardonable, for they were attached more than others to freedom and autonomy, and their freedom they had preserved intact from the time Dionysos came to India until Alexander's arrival. Since, however, Alexander was also, according to current report, of the race of the gods, they were willing, if he so pleased, to receive whatever satrap Alexander might appoint, pay the tribute he chose to impose, and give as many hostages as he required. Upon this he asked for 1,000 men, the flower of the nation, to be retained, if he thought good, as hostages, but if not, to be employed as auxiliaries until he had finished the war against the other Indians. They selected accordingly 1,000 men, their best and tallest, and sent them to him, together with 500 chariots and their charioteers, though these were not demanded. Alexander appointed Philippos as satrap over that nation and over the Malay who still survived. The hostages he sent back, but he kept the chariots. When these arrangements had been completed, and many vessels had been built in the interval while his wound was healing, he put on board the fleet 1,700 of the cavalry companions, the same number of light-armed troops as before, and about 10,000 infantry, and sailed a short distance down the river Hydrioters. But when the Hydrioters fell into the Aixenares, he continued the voyage down the latter river, which in preference to the Hydrioters gives its name to the united stream, until he reached the junction of the Aixenares with the Indus. For these 4 vast rivers, which are all navigable, yield up their waters to the river Indus, but not each of them under its own special name. For the Hydaspes discharges into the Aixenares, and the single stream then forms what is called the Aixenares. But this Aixenares again unites with the Hydrioters, and after absorbing this river is still the Aixenares. The Aixenares after this receives the Hyphases, and still keeping its own name falls into the Indus, but after the junction it resigns its name to that river. Hence, I am ready to believe that the Indus from this point, to where it bifurcates to form the delta, expands to a breadth of 100 stadia, or even more in places where it spreads out more like a lake than a river. Chapter Roman 15. Appointment of satraps, voyage down the Indus to the dominions of Mausicanos, who tenders his submission. There at the confluence of the Aixenares and Indus he waited until Perdiccas arrived with his forces. This general in the course of his march had subjugated the Abastanoi, one of the independent tribes. Meanwhile, there arrived at the camp other 30-oared galleys and transport vessels which had been built for him among the Zathroi, another independent tribe of Indians whose submission he had received. From the Osadioi also, another independent tribe, came envoys offering the submission of their nation. Alexander then fixed the confluence of the Aixenares and Indus as the boundary of the satrapy of Philippos, and left with him all the Thracians and as many foot soldiers as seemed sufficient for the defense of his province. Then he ordered a city to be founded there at the very confluence of the rivers, hoping it would become a great city and make a name for itself in the world. He ordered also the construction of dockyards. At this time the Bactrian Oxyartes, the father of Alexander's wife Roxana, arrived, and on him he bestowed the satrapy of the Parapamisidae after dismissing the previous satrap Tyriaspes, who had been reported guilty of irregularities in the exercise of his authority. Then he transported Crateros, with the bulk of the army and the elephants, to the left side of the river Indus, because the route along that bank of the river seemed easier for an army heavily accoutred, and because the tribes inhabiting those parts were not quite friendly. He sailed himself down to the capital of the Sogdoi, where he fortified another city, constructed other dockyards, and repaired his damaged vessels. He then appointed Oxyartes and Python satraps of the country which, extended from the confluence of the Indus and Aixenares to the sea together with the whole seaboard of India. Crateros he again dispatched with the army through the country of the Arachosians and Drangians, while he sailed down himself to the realm of Mausicanos, which was reported to be the most opulent in India, because that sovereign had neither come to surrender himself and his country, nor sent envoys to seek his friendship. He had not even sent presents to show the respect due to a mighty king, nor had he asked any favor from Alexander. He therefore made the voyage down the river so rapidly that he reached the frontiers of the country of Mausicanos before that prince had even heard that Alexander had started to attack him. Mausicanos, dismayed by his sudden arrival, hastened to meet him, taking the choicest presents India could offer and all his elephants with him. He offered to surrender both his nation and himself, and acknowledged his error, which was the most effective way with Alexander to obtain from him whatever one wanted. Alexander therefore granted Mausicanos a full pardon on account of his submission and penitence, expressed much admiration of his capital and his realm, and confirmed him in his sovereignty. Crateros was then ordered to fortify the citadel which protected the capital, and this work was executed while Alexander was still on the spot. A garrison was placed in the fortress, which he thought suitable for keeping the surrounding tribes in subjection. Chapter 16. Campaign against Oxycanos and Sambos. Then he took the archers and the Agrianians and the cavalry which was sailing with him, and marched against the governor of a district in that part of the country whose name was Oxycanos, because he neither came himself nor sent envoys to offer the surrender of himself and his country. At the first assault, he took by storm the two largest cities under the rule of Oxycanos, in the second of which that chief himself was taken prisoner. The booty he gave to the army, but the elephants he led away and reserved for himself. The other cities in the same country surrendered without attempting resistance wherever he advanced. So much were the minds of all the Indians paralyzed with abject terror by Alexander and the success of his arms. He then advanced against Sambos, whom he had appointed satrap of the Indian mountaineers, and who was reported to have fled on hearing that Mausicanos had been pardoned by Alexander and was ruling his own land, for he and Mausicanos were on hostile terms. But when Alexander approached the city called Sindamana, which formed the metropolis of the country of Sambos, the gates were thrown open on his arrival, and the members of the household of Sambos with his treasure, of which they had reckoned up the amount, and his elephants went forth to meet him. Sambos, these men informed him, had fled not from hostility to Alexander, but from fears to which the pardon of Mausicanos had given rise. He captured besides another city, which had at this time revolted, and he put to death all those Brahmins who had instigated the revolt. These Brahmins are the philosophers of the Indians, and of their philosophy, if so it may be called, I shall give an account in my work which describes India. Chapter 17. Mausicanos is captured by Python and executed. Alexander reaches Patala at the apex of the Indus Delta. Meantime, he received word that Mausicanos had revolted. Thereupon, he dispatched the satrap Python, the son of Agarner, against him with an adequate force, while he marched himself against the cities which had been placed under the rule of Mausicanos. Some of these he razed to the ground after reducing the inhabitants to slavery. Into others, he introduced garrisons and fortified their citadels. When these operations were finished, he returned to the camp and the fleet, whither Mausicanos was conducted, who had been taken prisoner by Python. Alexander ordered the rebel to be taken to his own country and hanged there, together with all those Brahmins who had instigated him to revolt. Then there came to him the ruler of the country of the Patalians, which, as I have stated, consists of the delta formed by the river Indus, and is larger than the Egyptian delta. This chief surrendered to him the whole of his land, and entrusted both himself and all his possessions to him. Alexander sent him back to his government with orders to make all due preparations for the reception of his expedition. He then sent away Crateros into Carmania by the route through the Arachosians and the Sarangians, leading the brigades of Attalos, Meleager, and Antigenares, along with some of the archers and such of the companions and other Macedonians as he was sending home to Macedonia as unfit for further service. He also sent away the elephants with him. The rest of the army, except that portion which with himself was sailing down to the sea, was placed under the command of Hephaestion. Python, who led the horse lancers and the Agrianians, he transported to the opposite bank so that he might not be on that side of the river by which Hephaestion was to advance. Pithon was instructed to put colonists into the cities which had just been fortified, to suppress any insurrection which the Indians might attempt, to introduce settled order among them, and then to join him at Patala. On the third day after Alexander had started on the voyage, he was informed that the prince of Patala was fleeing from that city, taking with him most of its inhabitants and leaving the country deserted. He accordingly accelerated his voyage down the river, and on reaching Patala found that both the city itself and the cultivated lands which lay around it had been deserted by the inhabitants. But he dispatched his lightest troops in pursuit of the fugitives, and when some of these had been captured, sent them on to their countrymen to bid them take courage and return, for they were free to inhabit their city and cultivate their lands as formerly. And so most of them did return. Chapter Roman 18. Alexander orders wells to be dug in the district round Patala and sails down the western arm of the Indus. After directing Hephaestion to construct a citadel in Patala, he sent out men into the adjacent country, which was waterless, to dig wells and make it habitable. Some of the barbarians in the neighborhood attacked them, and, as they fell upon them quite unexpectedly, killed several of their number. But as the assailants lost many on their own side, they fled to the desert. The men were thus able to complete the work they were sent to execute, especially as Alexander, on learning that they had been attacked by the barbarians, had sent additional troops to take part in the work. Near Patala, the stream of the Indus is divided into two large rivers, both of which retain the name of the Indus till they enter the sea. Here Alexander set about the construction of a roadstead and dock, and when some satisfactory progress had been made with these undertakings, he resolved to sail down to the mouth of the right arm of the river. To Diodoros, he gave the command of about 1,000 cavalry and 8,000 heavy and light infantry, and dispatched him to move down the island of Patala, holding along the shore in a line with the squadron of ships. He set out himself on a voyage down the right arm of the river, taking with him the fastest vessels with 1.5 bank of oars, all the 30-oared galleys, and several of the smaller craft. As the Indians of that region had fled, he had no pilot to direct his course, and this made the navigation all the more difficult. Then, on the second day after he had started, a storm arose, and the gale blowing against the current made deep furrows in the river, and battered the hulls of the vessels so violently that most of his ships were damaged, while some of the 30-oared galleys were completely wrecked, though the sailors managed to run them on shore before they went all to pieces in the water. Other vessels were therefore constructed, and Alexander, having dispatched the quickest of the light-armed troops some distance into the interior, captured some Indians, whom he employed in piloting his fleet for the rest of the voyage. But when they found themselves where the river expands to the vast breadth of 200 stadia, the wind blew strong from the outer sea, and the oars could scarcely be raised in the swell. They therefore again drew toward the shore for refuge, and the fleet was steered by the pilots into the mouth of a canal. Chapter Roman 19. The fleet is damaged by the tide, halts at an island in the Indus, and thence reaches the open sea. While the fleet was at anchor here, a vicissitude to which the great sea is subject occurred, for the tide ebbed, and their ships were left on dry ground. This phenomenon, of which Alexander and his followers had no previous experience, caused them no little alarm, and greater still was their dismay, when in due course of time the tide advanced, and the hulls of the vessels were floated aloft. Those vessels which it found settled in the soft mud were uplifted without damage, and floated again, nothing the worse for the strain. But as for those vessels which had been left on a drier part of the beach, and were not firmly embedded, some on the advance of a massive wave fell foul of each other, while others were dashed upon the strand and shattered in pieces. Alexander caused these vessels to be repaired as well as circumstances allowed, and dispatched men in advance down the river in 2 boats to explore an island at which the natives informed him he must anchor on his way to the sea. They said that the name of the island was Kilauta. When he learned that the island had harbors, was of great extent, and yielded water, he ordered the rest of the fleet to make its way thither, but he himself with the fastest sailing ships advanced beyond the island to see the mouth of the river, and ascertain whether it offered a safe and easy passage out into the open main. When they had proceeded about 200 stadia beyond the island, they descried another which lay out in the sea. Then they returned to the island in the river, and Alexander, having anchored his ships near its extremity, offered sacrifice to those gods to whom, he said, Ammon had enjoined him to sacrifice. On the following day he sailed down to the other island which lay in the ocean, and approaching close to it also, offered other sacrifices to other gods and in another manner. These sacrifices, like the others, he offered under sanction of an oracle given by Ammon. He then advanced beyond the mouths of the river Indus, and sailed out into the great main to discover, as he declared, whether any land lay anywhere near in the sea, but, in my opinion, chiefly that it might be said that he had navigated the great outer sea of India. He then sacrificed bulls to the god Poseidon, which he threw into the sea, and following up the sacrifice with a libation, he threw the goblet and bowls of gold into the bosom of the deep as thanks offerings, beseeching the god to conduct in safety the naval expedition, which he intended to dispatch under Nearchos to the Persian Gulf and the mouths of the Euphrates and Tigris. Chapter Roman 20. Alexander, after returning to Patala, sails down the eastern arm of the Indus. On his return to Patala, he found the citadel fortified, and Pithon arrived with his troops after completing the objects of his expedition. Hephaestion was then ordered to prepare what was requisite for the fortification of the harbor, and the construction of a dockyard, for here at the city of Patala, which stands where the river Indus bifurcates, he meant to leave behind him a very considerable naval squadron. He himself sailed down again to the Great Sea by the other mouth of the Indus, to ascertain by which of the mouths it was easier to reach the ocean. The mouths of the river Indus are about 1,800 stadia distant from each other. When he was approaching the mouth, he came to a large lake formed by the river in widening out, unless, indeed, this watery expanse be due to rivers which discharge their streams into it from the surrounding districts, and give it the appearance of a gulf of the sea. For salt-water fish were now seen in it of larger size than the fish in our sea. Having anchored in the lake, at a place selected by the pilots, he left there most of the soldiers under the command of Leonatos and all the boats, while he himself with the 30-oared galleys and the vessels with 1.5 bank of oars passed beyond the mouth of the Indus, and sailing out into the sea by this other route, satisfied himself that the mouth of the Indus on this side was easier to navigate than the other. He then anchored his fleet near the beach, and taking with him some of the cavalry, proceeded along the shore a 3 days' journey, examining what sort of a country it was for a coasting voyage, and ordering wells to be sunk for supplying seafarers with water. He then returned to the fleet, and sailed back to Patala. He sent, however, a part of the army to complete the work of digging wells along the shore, with instructions to return to Patala on their completing this service. Sailing down again to the lake, he constructed there another harbor and other docks, and, having left a garrison in the place, he collected sufficient food to supply the army for 4 months, and made all other necessary preparations for the voyage along the coast. Chapter Roman 21. Alexander crosses the river Arabios and invades the Orient. The season of the year was impracticable for navigation from the prevalence of the Etesian winds, which do not blow there as with us from the north, but come as a south wind from the great ocean. It was ascertained that from the beginning of winter, that is from the setting of the Pleiades, till the winter solstice, the weather was suitable for making voyages, because the mild breezes which then blow steadily seaward from the land, which is drenched by this time with heavy rains, favor coasting voyages, whether made by oar or by sail. Nearchos, who had been appointed to the command of the fleet, was waiting for the season for coasting, but Alexander set out from Patala and advanced with the whole of his army to the river Arabios. He then took half of the hypaspists and archers, the infantry brigades called foot companions, the corps of companion cavalry, and a squadron from each division of the other cavalry, and all the horse archers, and turned towards the sea, which lay on the left, not only to dig as many wells as possible for the use of the expedition while coasting those shores, but also to fall suddenly upon the Oratai, an Indian tribe in those parts which had long been independent, because they had rendered no friendly service either to himself or the army. The command of the troops which he did not take with him was entrusted to Hephaestion. There was settled near the river Arabios another independent tribe called the Arabidai, and, as these neither thought themselves a match for Alexander, nor yet wished to submit to him, they fled into the desert when they learned that he was marching against them. But Alexander, having crossed the Arabios, which was neither broad nor deep, traversed the most of the desert, and found himself by daybreak near the inhabited country. Then, leaving orders with the infantry to follow him in regular line, he set forward with the cavalry, which he divided into squadrons, to be spread over a wide extent of the plain, and it was thus he marched into the country of the Oratai. All who turned to offer resistance were cut down by the cavalry, but many were taken prisoners. He then encamped near a small sheet of water, and on being joined by the troops under Hephaestion still continued his progress, and arrived at the village called Rambakia, which was the largest in the dominions of the Oratai. He was pleased with the situation, and thought that if he colonized it, it would become a great and prosperous city. He therefore left Hephaestion behind him to carry this scheme into effect. Chapter Roman 22. Submission of the Oratai, description of the Gadrosian desert. He then took again the half of the Hypaspists and Agrianians, and the corps of cavalry and the horse archers, and marched forward to the frontiers of the Gadrosoi and the Oratai, where he was informed his way would lie through a narrow defile before which the combined forces of the Oratai and the Gadrosoi were lying encamped, resolved to prevent his passage. They were in fact drawn up there, but when they were apprised of Alexander's approach, most of them deserted the posts they were guarding and fled from the pass. Then the leaders of the Oratai came to him to surrender themselves and their nation. He ordered them to collect the multitude of the Oratai and send them away to their homes, since they were not to be subjected to any bad treatment. Over these people he placed Apollophanares as satrap. Along with him he left Leonatos, an officer of the bodyguard in Ora, in command of all the Agrianians, some of the archers and cavalry, and the rest of the Grecian mercenary infantry and cavalry, and instructed him to remain in the country till the fleet sailed past its shores, to settle a colony in the city and establish order among the Oratai, so that they might be readier to pay respect and obedience to the satrap. He himself, with the great bulk of the army, for Hephaestion had now rejoined him with his detachment, advanced to the country of the Gadrosoi by a route mostly desert. Aristobulus says that myrrh trees larger than the common kind grow plentifully in this desert, and that the Phoenicians who followed the army as sutlers collected the drops of myrrh, which oozed out in great abundance from the trees, their stems being large and hitherto uncropped, and conveyed away the produce loaded on their beasts of burden. He says also that this desert yields an abundance of odoriferous roots of nard, which the Phoenicians likewise collected, but much of it was trodden down by the army, and the sweet perfume thus crushed out of it was from its great abundance diffused far and wide over the country. Other kinds of trees are found in the desert, one in particular which had a foliage like that of the laurel, and grew in places washed by the waves of the sea. These trees, when the tide ebbed, were left in dry ground, but when it returned they looked as if they grew in the sea. The roots of some were always washed by the sea, since they grew in hollows from which the water never receded, and yet trees of this kind were not destroyed by the brine. Some of these trees attained here the great height of 30 cubits. They happened to be at that season in bloom, and their flower closely resembled the white violet, which, however, it far surpassed in the sweetness of its perfume. Another kind of thorny stalk is mentioned, which grew on dry land, and was armed with a thorn so strong that, when it got entangled in the dress of some who were riding past, it rather pulled the rider down from his horse than was itself torn away from its stalk. When hares are running past these bushes, the thorns are said to fasten themselves in the fur so that the hares are caught like birds with birdlime or fish with hooks. These thorns were, however, easily cut through with steel, and when severed the stalk yielded juice even more abundant and more acid than what flows from fig trees in springtime. Chapter Roman 23. Alexander, marching through Gadrosia, endeavors to collect supplies for the fleet. Thence he marched through the country of the Gadrosoi by a difficult route, on which it was scarcely possible to procure the necessaries of life, and which often failed to yield water for the army. They were besides compelled to march most of the way by night, and at too great a distance from the sea. For Alexander wished to go along the sea-coast, both to see what harbors it had, and to make in the course of his march whatever preparations were possible for the benefit of the fleet, either by making his men dig wells or seek out markets and anchorages. The maritime parts of Gadrosia were, however, entirely desert. Nevertheless, he sent Thoas, the son of Mandradoros, down to the sea with a few horsemen to see if there happened to be any anchorage or water not far from the sea, or anything else that could supply the wants of the fleet. This man, on returning, reported that he found some fishermen upon the beach living in stifling huts, which had been constructed by heaping up mussel shells, while the roofs were formed of the backbones of fish. He also reported that these fishermen had only scanty supplies of water, obtained with difficulty by their digging through the shingle, and that what they got was far from sweet. When Alexander came to a district of the Gadrosian country where corn was more abundant, he seized it, placed it upon the beasts of burden, and having marked it with his own seal, ordered it to be conveyed to the sea. But when he was coming to the halting station nearest the sea, the soldiers paid but little regard to the seal, and even the guards themselves made use of the corn and gave a share of it to such as were most pinched with hunger. Indeed, they were so overcome by their sufferings that, as reason dictated, they took more account of the impending danger with which they now stood face to face than of the unseen and remote danger of the king's resentment. Alexander, however, forgave the offenders when made aware of the necessity which had prompted their act. He himself scoured the country in search of provisions, and sent Curtius the Calatian with all the supplies he could collect for the use of the army which was sailing round with the fleet. He also ordered the natives to grind all the corn they could collect in the interior districts, and convey it, for sale to the army, along with dates and sheep. He besides sent Telephos, one of the companions, to another locality with a small supply of ground corn. Chapter Roman 24. Difficulties encountered on the march through Gadrosia. He then advanced towards the capital of the Gadrosoi, called Pora, and arrived there in 60 days after he had started from Ora. Most of Alexander's historians admit that all the hardships which his army suffered in Asia are not to be compared with the miseries which it here experienced. Nearchos is the only author who says that Alexander did not take that route in ignorance of its difficulty, but that he chose it on learning that no one had as yet traversed it with an army except Semiramis when she fled from India. The natives of the country say that she escaped with only 20 men of all her army, while even Cyrus, the son of Cambyses, escaped with only 7. For Cyrus, they say, did in truth enter this region to invade India, but lost, before reaching it, the greater part of his army from the difficulties which beset his march through the desert. When Alexander heard these accounts, he was seized, it is said, with an ambition to outrival both Cyrus and Semiramis. Nearchos says that this motive, added to his desire to be near the coast in order to keep the fleet supplied with provisions, induced him to march by this route, but that the blazing heat and want of water destroyed a great part of the army, and especially the beasts of burden, which perished from the great depth of the sand, and the heat which scorched like fire, while a great many died of thirst. For they met, he says, with lofty ridges of deep sand not hard and compact, but so loose that those who stepped on it sunk down as into mud, or rather into untrodden snow. The horses and mules besides suffered still more severely both in ascending and descending the ridges, because the road was not only uneven, but wanted firmness. The great distances also between the stages were most distressing to the army, compelled as it was at times from want of water to make marches above the ordinary length. When they traversed by night all the stage they had to complete and came to water in the morning, their distress was all but entirely relieved. But if as the day advanced they were caught still marching owing to the great length of the stage, then suffer they did, tortured alike by raging heat and thirst unquenchable. Chapter Roman 25. Sufferings of the army in the Gadrosian desert. The soldiers destroyed many of the beasts of burden of their own accord, for when their provisions ran short they came together and killed most of the horses and mules. They ate the flesh of these animals, which they professed had died of thirst and perished from the heat. No one cared to look very narrowly into the exact nature of what was doing, both because of the prevailing distress and also because all were alike implicated in the same offense. Alexander himself was not unaware of what was going on, but he saw that the remedy for the existing state of things was to pretend ignorance of it rather than permit it as a matter that lay within his cognizance. It was therefore no longer easy to convey the soldiers laboring under sickness, nor others who had fallen behind on the march from exhaustion. This arose not only from the want of beasts of burden, but also because the men themselves took to destroying the wagons when they could no longer drag them forward owing to the deepness of the sand. They had done this even in the early stages of the march, because for the sake of the wagons they had to go not by the shortest roads, but those easiest for carriages. Thus some were left behind on the road from sickness, others from fatigue or the effects of the heat or intolerable thirst, while there were none who could take them forward or remain to tend them in their sickness. For the army marched on a pace, and in the anxiety for its safety as a whole, the care of individuals was of necessity disregarded. As they generally made their marches by night, some of the men were overcome by sleep on the way, but on awaking afterwards those who still had some strength left followed close on the track of the army, and a few out of many saved their lives by overtaking it. The majority perished in the sand like shipwrecked men at sea. Another disaster also befell the army which seriously affected the men themselves, as well as the horses and the beasts of burden. For the country of the Gadrosians, like that of the Indians, is supplied with rains by the Etesian winds. But these rains do not fall on the Gadrosian plains, but on the mountains to which the clouds are carried by the wind, where they dissolve in rain without passing over the crests of the mountains. When the army on one occasion lay encamped for the night near a small winter torrent for the sake of its water, the torrent which passes that way about the second watch of the night became swollen by rains which had fallen unperceived by the army, and came rushing down with so great a deluge that it destroyed most of the women and children of the camp followers, and swept away all the royal baggage and whatever beasts of burden were still left. The soldiers themselves, after a hard struggle, barely escaped with their lives, and a portion only of their weapons. Many of them besides came by their death through drinking, for if when jaded by the broiling heat and thirst they fell in with abundance of water, they quaffed it with insatiable avidity till they killed themselves. For this reason, Alexander generally pitched his camp not in the immediate vicinity of the watering places, but some 20 stadia off, to prevent the men and beasts from rushing in crowds into the water to the danger of their lives, as well as to prohibit those who had no self-control from polluting the water for the rest of the troops by their stepping into the springs or streams. Chapter Roman 26, Incidents of the March through Gadrosia. Here I feel myself bound not to pass over in silence a noble act performed by Alexander, perhaps the noblest in his record, which occurred either in this country or, as some other authors have asserted, still earlier among the Parapamisidae. The story is this. The army was prosecuting its march through the sand under a sun already blazing high because a halt could not be made till water, which lay on the way farther on, was reached, and Alexander himself, though distressed with thirst, was nevertheless with pain and difficulty marching on foot at the head of his army, that the soldiers might, as they usually do in a case of the kind, more cheerfully bear their hardships when they saw the misery equalized. But in the meantime, some of the light-armed soldiers, starting off from the army, found water collected in the shallow bed of a torrent in a small and impure spring. Having, with difficulty, collected this water, they hastened off to Alexander as if they were the bearers of some great boon. As soon as they came near the king, they poured the water into a helmet and offered it to him. He took it and thanked the men who brought it, but at once poured it upon the ground in the sight of all. By this deed, the whole army was inspired with fresh vigor to such a degree that one would have imagined that the water poured out by Alexander had supplied a draught to the men all round. This deed I commend above all others, as it exhibits Alexander's power of endurance as well as his wonderful tact in the management of an army. The army met also with the following adventure in this country. The guides, becoming uncertain of the way, at last declared that they could no longer recognize it, because all its tracks had been obliterated by the sands which the wind blew over them. Amid the deep sands, moreover, which had been everywhere heaped up to a uniform level, nothing rose up from which they could conjecture their path, not even the usual fringe of trees, nor so much as the sure landmark of a hill crest. Nor had they practiced the art of finding their way by observation of the stars by night or of the sun by day, as sailors do by watching one or other of the bears, the Phoenicians the lesser bear, and all other nations the greater. Alexander, at last perceiving that he should direct his march to the left, rode away forward, taking a small party of horsemen with him. But when their horses were tired out by the heat, he left most of his escort behind, and rode on with only 5 men and found the sea. Having scraped away the shingle on the beach, he found water, both fresh and pure, and then went back and brought his whole army to this place. And for 7 days they marched along the seacoast and procured water from the beach. As the guides by this time knew the way, he led his expedition thence into the interior parts. Chapter Roman 27. Appointment of satraps. Alexander learns that the satrap Philippos had been murdered in India, punishes satraps who had misgoverned. When he arrived at the capital of the Gadrosians, he then gave his army a rest. Apollophanes he deposed from his satrapy, because he found out that he had utterly disregarded his instructions. He appointed Thoas to be satrap over the people of this district, but as he took ill and died, Sibertios received the vacant office. The same man had also recently been appointed by Alexander satrap of Carmania, but now the government of the Arachosians and Gadrosians was committed to him, and Polemos, the son of Pythophanes, got Carmania. The king was already advancing into Carmania when tidings reached him that Philippos, the satrap of the Indian country, had been plotted against by the mercenaries and treacherously murdered, but that the Macedonian bodyguards of Philippos had put to death his murderers whom they had caught in the very act, and others whom they had afterwards seized. On learning what had occurred, he sent a letter to India addressed to Eudaimonos and Taxilares directing them to assume the administration of the province previously governed by Philippos, until he could send a satrap to govern it. When he arrived in Carmania, Crateros joined him, bringing the rest of the army and the elephants. He brought also ordinaires, whom he had made prisoner for revolting and attempting to make a revolution. Thither came also Stasenor, the satrap of the Arians and Zarangians, accompanied by Pharismanes, the son of Phratophrenes, the satrap of the Parthians and Hyrcanians. There came besides the generals who had been left with Parmenion over the army in Media, Cleander and Sidicares and Heracon, who brought with them the greater part of their army. Against Cleander and Sidicares, both the natives and the soldiers themselves brought many accusations, as that they had pillaged temples, despoiled ancient tombs, and perpetrated other outrageous acts of injustice and tyranny against their subjects. When these charges were proved against them, he put them to death, to make others who might be left as satraps, or governors, or chiefs of districts, stand in fear of suffering a like punishment if they violated their duty. This was the means which above all others served to keep in due order and obedience the nations which Alexander had conquered in war or which had voluntarily submitted to him, numerous as they were, and so far remote from each other, because under his scepter the ruled were not allowed to be unjustly treated by their rulers. Heracon on this occasion was acquitted of the charge, but was soon afterwards punished, because he was convicted by the men of Sausa of having plundered the temple of their city. Stasenor and Phratophrenes, in setting out to join Alexander, took with them a multitude of beasts of burden and many camels, because they learned that he was taking the route through the Gadrosians, and conjectured that his army would suffer, as it actually did. These men arrived therefore very opportunely, as did also their camels and their beasts of burden. For Alexander distributed all these animals to the officers one by one, to the squadrons and centuries of the cavalry, and to the companies of the infantry, as far as their number sufficed. Chapter Roman 28. Alexander holds rejoicings in Carmania on account of his Indian victories. List of his bodyguards. Nearchos reports to him the safety of the fleet. Some authors have recorded, though I cannot believe what they state, that he made his progress through Carmania stretched at length with his companions on 2 covered wagons joined together, enjoying the while the music of the flute, and followed by the soldiers crowned with garlands and making holiday. They say also that food and all kinds of good cheer were provided for them along the roads by the Carmanians, and that these things were done by Alexander in imitation of the Bacchic revelry of Dionysos, because it was said of that deity that, after conquering the Indians, he traversed, in this manner, a great part of Asia, and received the name of Thryambos in addition to that of Dionysos, and that for this very reason the splendid processions in honor of victories in war were called Thryamboi. But neither Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, nor Aristobulus has mentioned these doings in their narratives, nor any other writer whose testimony on such subjects it would be safe to trust. And as for myself, I have done enough in recording them as unworthy of belief. But in the account, I now proceed to offer I follow Aristobulus. In Carmania, Alexander offered sacrifice in thanksgiving to the gods for his victory over the Indians and the preservation of his army during its march through Gadrosia. He celebrated also a musical and a gymnastic contest. He then appointed Plutarch to be one of his bodyguards, having already resolved to make him the satrap of Persis. He wished him, before his promotion to the satrapy, to experience this honor and mark of confidence for the service he rendered among the Malay. Up to this time, the number of his bodyguards was 7 Leonatos, the son of Antias Herphastion, the son of Amintor, Lysimachos, the son of Agathocles Aristonus, the son of Pasios, who were all Pelgians, Perdiccas, the son of Orontares from Orstes, Ptolemy, the son of Lagos, and Pithon, the son of Cratuas, who were both Heordians. Peucestes, who had held the shield over Alexander, was added to them as an 8th. At this time, Nearchos, having sailed round the coast of Ora and Gadrosia, and that of the Ichthyophagoi, put into port in the inhabited parts of the Carmanian coast, and going up thence into the interior with a few followers related to Alexander the incidents of the voyage which he had made for him in the outer sea. He was sent down again to sea, to sail round to the land of the Sausians and the outlets of the river Tigris. How he sailed from the river Indus to the Persian Sea and the mouth of the Tigris, I shall describe in a separate work, wherein I shall follow Nearchos himself, as the history which he composed in the Greek language had Alexander for its subject. Perhaps at some future time I shall produce this work if my own inclination and the deity prompt me to the task. Q. Curtius Rufus. History of Alexander the Great, by Q. Curtius Rufus. 8th Book. Chapter Roman 9, Description of India. Alexander, not to foster repose, which naturally sets rumors in circulation, advanced towards India, always adding more to his glory by warfare than by his acts after victory. India lies almost entirely towards the east, and it is of less extent in breadth than in length. The southern parts rise in hills of considerable elevation. The country is elsewhere level, and hence many famous rivers which rise in Mount Caucasus traverse the plains with languid currents. The Indus is colder than the other rivers, and its waters differ but little in color from those of the sea. The Ganges, which is the greatest of all rivers in the east, flows down to the south country, and running in a straight bed washes great mountain chains until a barrier of rocks diverts its course towards the east. Both rivers enter the Red Sea. The Indus wears away its banks, absorbing into its waters great numbers of trees and much of the soil. It is besides obstructed with rocks, by which it is frequently beaten back. Where it finds the soil soft and yielding, it spreads out into pools and forms islands. The Acesines increases its volume. The Ganges, in running downward to the sea, intercepts the Iamanes, and the two streams dash against each other with great violence. The Ganges, in fact, presents a rough face to the entrance of its affluent, the waters of which, though beaten back in eddies, hold their own. The Diodoros is less frequently mentioned, as it flows through the remotest parts of India. But it breeds not only crocodiles, like the Nile, but dolphins also, and various aquatic monsters unknown to other nations. The Ethamanthus, which curves time after time in frequent meanders, is used up for irrigation by the people on its banks. Hence it contributes to the sea but a small and nameless residue of its waters. The country is everywhere intersected with many rivers besides these, but they are obscure, their course being too short to bring them into prominent notice. The maritime tracts, however, are most parched up by the north wind. This wind is prevented by the mountain summits from penetrating to the interior parts, which for this reason are mild and nourish the crops. But so completely has nature altered the regular changes of the season in these regions that, when other countries are basking under the hot rays of the sun, India is covered with snow. And on the other hand, when the world elsewhere is frost-bound, India is oppressed with intolerable heat. The reason why nature has thus inverted her order is not apparent. The sea, at any rate, by which India is washed does not differ in color from other seas. It takes its name from King Erythras, and hence ignorant people believe that its waters are red. The soil produces flax from which the dress ordinarily worn by the natives is made. The tender side of the barks of trees receives written characters like paper. The birds can be readily trained to imitate the sounds of human speech. The animals, except those imported, are unknown among other nations. The same country yields fit food for the rhinoceros, but this animal is not indigenous. The elephants are more powerful than those tamed in Africa, and their size corresponds to their strength. Gold is carried down by several rivers, whose loitering waters glide with slow and gentle currents. The sea casts upon the shores precious stones and pearls, nor has anything contributed more to the opulence of the natives, especially since they spread the community of evil to foreign nations. For these offscourings of the boiling sea are valued at the price, which fashion sets on coveted luxuries. The character of the people is here, as elsewhere, formed by the position of their country and its climate. They cover their persons down to the feet with fine muslin, are shod with sandals, and coil round their heads cloths of linen cotton. They hang precious stones as pendants from their ears, and persons of high social rank or of great wealth deck their wrist and upper arm with bracelets of gold. They frequently comb, but seldom cut, the hair of their head. The beard of the chin they never cut at all, but they shave off the hair from the rest of the face, so that it looks polished. The luxury of their kings, or as they call it, their magnificence, is carried to a vicious excess without a parallel in the world. When the king condescends to show himself in public, his attendants carry in their hands silver censers, and perfume with incense all the road by which it is his pleasure to be conveyed. He lolls in a golden palanquin, garnished with pearls, which dangle all round it, and he is robed in fine muslin embroidered with purple and gold. Behind his palanquin follow men-at-arms and his bodyguards, of whom some carry boughs of trees, on which birds are perched trained to interrupt business with their cries. The palace is adorned with gilded pillars clasped all round by a vine embossed in gold, while silver images of those birds which most charm the eye diversify the workmanship. The palace is open to all comers even when the king is having his hair combed and dressed. It is then that he gives audience to ambassadors and administers justice to his subjects. His slippers being after this taken off, his feet are rubbed with scented ointments. His principal exercise is hunting. Amid the vows and songs of his courtesans, he shoots the game enclosed within the royal park. The arrows, which are 2 cubits long, are discharged with more effort than effect, for though the force of these missiles depends on their lightness, they are loaded with an obnoxious weight. He rides on horseback when making short journeys, but when bound on a distant expedition, he rides in a chariot, howdah, mounted on elephants. And huge as these animals are, their bodies are covered completely over with trappings of gold. That no form of shameless profligacy may be wanting, he is accompanied by a long train of courtesans carried in golden palanquins, and this troop holds a separate place in the procession from the queen's retinue and is as sumptuously appointed. His food is prepared by women, who also serve him with wine, which is much used by all the Indians. When the king falls into a drunken sleep, his courtesans carry him away to his bedchamber, invoking the gods of the night in their native hymns. Amid this corruption of morals, who would expect to find the culture of philosophy? Notwithstanding, they have men whom they call philosophers, of whom one class lives in the woods and fields and is extremely uncouth. These think it glorious to anticipate the hour of destiny, and arrange to have themselves burned alive when age has destroyed their activity, or the failure of health has made life burdensome. They regard death, if waited for, as a disgrace to their life, and when dissolution is simply the effect of old age, funeral honors are denied to the dead body. They think that the fire is polluted unless the pyre receives the body before the breath has yet left it. Those philosophers, again, who lead a civilized life in cities, are said to observe the motions of the heavenly bodies and to predict future events on scientific principles. These believe that no one accelerates the day of his death who can without fear await its coming. They regard as gods whatever objects they value, especially trees, to violate which is a capital offense. Their months they make to consist each of 15 days, but they nevertheless assign to the year its full duration. They mark the divisions of time by the course of the moon, not like most nations when that planet shows a full face, but when she begins to appear horned, and hence, by fixing the duration of a month to correspond with this phase of the moon, they have their months 1/2 shorter than the months of other people. Many other things have been related of them, but to interrupt with them the progress of the narrative I consider quite out of place. Chapter X. Campaign in the regions west of the Indus. Alexander captures NYSA and visits Mount Maris, siege of Mazaga and its surrender. Alexander had no sooner entered India than the chiefs of various tribes came to meet him with proffers of service. He was, they said, the third descendant of Jupiter who had visited their country, and that while Father Bacchus and Hercules were known to them merely by tradition, him they saw present before their eyes. To these he accorded a gracious reception, and intending to employ them as his guides, he bade them to accompany him. But when no more chiefs came to surrender, he dispatched Hephaestion and Perdiccas in advance with a part of his army to reduce whatever tribes declined his authority. He ordered them to proceed to the Indus and build boats for transporting the army to the other side of that river. Since many rivers would have to be crossed, they so constructed the vessels that, after being taken to pieces, the sections could be conveyed in wagons and be again pieced together. He himself, leaving Craterus to follow with the infantry, pressed forward with the cavalry and light troops, and falling in with the enemy easily routed them and chased them into the nearest city. Craterus had now rejoined him, and the king, wishing to strike terror into this people, who had not yet proved the Macedonian arms, gave previous orders that when the fortifications of the city under siege had been burned, not a soul was to be left alive. Now, in riding up to the walls, he was wounded by an arrow, but he captured the place, and having massacred all the inhabitants, vented his rage even upon the buildings. Having conquered this obscure tribe, he moved thence towards the city of NYSA. The camp, it so happened, was pitched under the walls on woody ground, and as the cold at night was more piercing than had ever before been felt, it made the soldiers shiver. But they were fortunate enough to have at hand the means of making a fire. For felling the copses, they kindled a flame and fed it with faggots, so that it seized the tombs of the citizens, which, being made of old cedar wood, spread the fire they had caught in all directions till every tomb was burned down. The barking of dogs was now heard from the town, followed by the clamor of human voices from the camp. Thus the citizens discovered that the enemy had arrived, and the Macedonians that they were close to the city. The king had now drawn out his forces and was assaulting the walls when some of the defenders risked an engagement. These were, however, overpowered with darts, so that dissensions broke out among the Niceans, some advising submission, but others the trial of a battle. Alexander, on discovering that their opinions were divided, instituted a close blockade, but forbade further bloodshed. After a while they surrendered, unable to endure longer the miseries of a blockade. Their city, so they asserted, was founded by Father Bacchus, and this was in fact its origin. It was situated at the foot of a mountain, which the inhabitants call Meros, whence the Greeks took the license of coining the fable that Father Bacchus had been concealed in the thigh of Jupiter. The king learned from the inhabitants where the mountain lay, and sending provisions on before, climbed to its summit with his whole army. There they saw the ivy plant and the vine growing in great luxuriance all over the mountain, and perennial waters gushing from its slopes. The juices of the fruits were various and wholesome, since the soil favored the growth of chance-sown seeds, and even the crags were frequently overhung with thickets of laurel and spikenard. I attribute it not to any divine impulse, but to wanton folly, that they wreathed their brows with chaplets of gathered ivy and vine leaves, and roved at large through the woods like bacchanals. So that, when the folly initiated by a few had, as usually happens, suddenly infected the whole multitude, the slopes and peaks of the mountain rang with the shouts of thousands paying their homage to the guardian divinity of the grove. Nay, they even flung themselves down full length on the greensward, or on heaps of leaves, as if peace reigned all around. The king himself, so far from looking askance at this extemporaneous revel, supplied with a liberal hand all kinds of viands for feasting, and kept the army engaged for 10 days in celebrating the orgies of Father Bacchus. Who then can deny that even distinguished glory is a boon for which mortals are oftener indebted to fortune than to merit? Seeing that when they had abandoned themselves to feasting and were drowsed with wine, the enemy had not even the courage to fall upon them, being terrified no less by the uproar and howling made by the revelers than if the shouts of warriors rushing to battle had rung in their ears. The like good fortune afterwards protected them in the presence of their enemies, when on returning from the ocean, they gave themselves up to drunken festivity. From Nyssa they came to a region called Diodoros. The inhabitants had deserted their habitations and fled for safety to the trackless recesses of their mountain forests. He therefore passed on to a Qadira, which he found burned, and like Diodoros deserted by the flight of the inhabitants. Necessity made him therefore change his plan of operations. For having divided his forces, he showed his arms at many points at once, and the inhabitants taken by surprise were overwhelmed with calamities of every kind. Ptolemy took a greater number of cities, and Alexander himself those that were more important. This done, he again drew together his scattered forces. Having next crossed the river Chospes, he left Coeneus to besiege an opulent city. The inhabitants called it Bera, while he himself went on to Mazaga. Assacanus, its previous sovereign, had lately died, and his mother Cleophas now ruled the city and the realm. An army of 38,000 infantry defended the city, which was strongly fortified both by nature and art. For on the east, an impetuous mountain stream with steep banks on both sides barred approach to the city, while to south and west nature, as if designing to form a rampart, had piled up gigantic rocks, at the base of which lay sloughs and yawning chasms hollowed in the course of ages to vast depths, while a ditch of mighty labor drawn from their extremity continued the line of defense. The city was besides surrounded with a wall 35 stadia in circumference, which had a basis of stonework supporting a superstructure of unburnt, sun-dried bricks. The brickwork was bound into a solid fabric by means of stones, so interposed that the more brittle material rested upon the harder, while moist clay had been used for mortar. Lest, however, the structure should all at once sink, strong beams had been laid upon these, supporting wooden floors which covered the walls and afforded a passage along them. Alexander, while reconnoitering the fortifications, and unable to fix on a plan of attack, since nothing less than a vast mole, necessary for bringing up his engines to the walls, would suffice to fill up the chasms, was wounded from the ramparts by an arrow which chanced to hit him in the calf of the leg. When the barb was extracted, he called for his horse, and without having his wound so much as bandaged, continued with unabated energy to prosecute the work on hand. But when the injured limb was hanging without support, and the gradual cooling, as the blood dried, aggravated the pain, he is reported to have said that though he was called, as all knew, the son of Jupiter, he felt notwithstanding all the defects of the weak body. He did not, however, return to the camp till he had viewed everything and ordered what he wanted to be done. Accordingly, some of the soldiers began, as directed, to destroy the houses outside the city and to take from the ruins much material for raising a mole, while others cast into the hollows large trunks of trees, branches, and all, together with great masses of rock. When the mole had now been raised to a level with the surface of the ground, they proceeded to erect towers, and so zealously did the soldiers prosecute the works, that they finished them completely within 9 days. These the king, before his wound had as yet closed, proceeded to inspect. He commended the troops, and then from the engines which he had ordered to be propelled, a great storm of missiles was discharged against the defenders on the ramparts. What had most effect in intimidating the barbarians was the spectacle of the movable towers, for to works of that description they were utter strangers. Those vast fabrics moving without visible aid, they believed to be propelled by the agency of the gods. It was impossible, they said, that those javelins for attacking walls, those ponderous darts hurled from engines, could be within the compass of mortal power. Giving up therefore the defense as hopeless, they withdrew into the citadel, whence, as nothing but to surrender was open to the besieged, they sent down envoys to the king to sue for pardon. This being granted, the queen came with a great train of noble ladies who poured out libations of wine from golden bowls. The queen herself, having placed her son, still a child, at Alexander's knees, obtained not only pardon, but permission to retain her former dignity, for she was styled queen, and some have believed that this indulgent treatment was accorded rather to the charms of her person than to pity for her misfortunes. At all events, she afterwards gave birth to a son who received the name of Alexander, whoever his father may have been. Chapter Roman 11. Siege and capture of the rock Yornis. Polyperchon, being dispatched hence with an army to the city of Nora, defeated the undisciplined multitude which he encountered, and pursuing them within their fortifications, compelled them to surrender the place. Into the king's own hands there fell many inconsiderable towns, deserted by their inhabitants who had escaped in time with their arms, and seized a rock called Yornis. A report was current that this stronghold had been in vain assaulted by Hercules, who had been compelled by an earthquake to raise the siege. The rock being on all sides steep and rugged, Alexander was at a loss how to proceed, when there came to him an elderly man familiar with the locality accompanied by 2 sons, offering, if Alexander would make it worth his while, to show him a way of access to the summit. Alexander agreed to give him 80 talents, and, keeping one of his sons as a hostage, sent him to make good his offer. Mullinus, Eumenares. The king's secretary was put in command of the light-armed men, for these, as had been decided, were to climb to the summit by a detour, to prevent their being seen by the enemy. This rock does not, like most eminences, grow up to its towering top by gradual and easy acclivities, but rises up straight just like the Meta, which from a wide base tapers off in ascending till it terminates in a sharp pinnacle. The river Indus, here very deep and enclosed between rugged banks, washes its roots. In another quarter are swamps and craggy ravines, and only by filling up these could an assault upon the stronghold be rendered practicable. A wood which was contiguous the king directed to be cut down. The trees where they fell were stripped of their leaves and branches, which would otherwise have proved an impediment to their transport. He himself threw in the first trunk, whereupon followed a loud cheer from the army, a token of its alacrity, no one refusing a labor to which the king was the first to put his hand. Within the 7th day they had filled up the hollows, and then the king directed the archers and the Agrianians to struggle up the steep ascent. He selected besides from his personal staff 30 of the most active among the young men, whom he placed under the command of Charis and Alexander. The latter he reminded of the name which he bore in common with himself. And at first, because the peril was so palpable, a resolution was passed that the king should not hazard his safety by taking part in the assault. But when the trumpet sounded the signal, the audacious prince at once turned to his bodyguards, and bidding them to follow was the first to assail the rock. None of the Macedonians then held back, but all spontaneously left their posts and followed the king. Many perished by a dismal fate, for they fell from the shelving crags and were engulfed in the river which flowed underneath. A piteous sight even for those who were not themselves in danger. But when reminded by the destruction of their comrades what they had to dread for themselves, their pity changed to fear, and they began to lament not for the dead but for themselves. And now they had attained a point whence they could not return without disaster unless victorious. For as the barbarians rolled down massive stones upon them while they climbed, such as were struck fell headlong from their insecure and slippery positions. Alexander and Charis, however, whom the king had sent in advance with the 30 chosen men, reached the summit, and had by this time engaged in a hand-to-hand fight. But since the barbarians discharged their darts from higher ground, the assailants received more wounds than they inflicted. So then Alexander, mindful alike of his name and his promise, in fighting with more spirit than judgment, fell pierced with many darts. Charis, seeing him lying dead, made a rush upon the enemy, caring for nothing but revenge. Many received their death from his spear, and others from his sword. But as he was single-handed against overwhelming odds, he sank lifeless on the body of his friend. The king, duly affected by the death of these heroic youths and the other soldiers, gave the signal for retiring. It conduced to the safety of the troops that they retreated leisurely, preserving their coolness, and that the barbarians, satisfied with having driven them downhill, did not close on them when they withdrew. But though Alexander had resolved to abandon the enterprise, deeming the capture of the rock hopeless, he still made demonstrations of persevering with the siege, for by his orders the avenues were blocked, the towers advanced, and the working parties relieved when tired. The Indians, on seeing his pertinacity, by way of demonstrating not only their confidence but their triumph, devoted 2 days and nights to festivity and beating their national music out of their drums. But on the 3rd night, the rattle of the drums ceased to be heard. Torches, however, which, as the night was dark, the barbarians had lighted to make their flight safer down the precipitous crags, shed their glare over every part of the rocks. The king learned from Balacrus, who had been sent forward to reconnoiter, that the Indians had fled and abandoned the rock. He thereupon gave a signal that his men should raise a general shout, and he thus struck terror into the fugitives as they were making off in disorder. Then many, as if the enemy were already upon them, flung themselves headlong over the slippery rocks and precipices and perished, while a still greater number, who were hurt, were left to their fate by those who had descended without accident. Although it was the position rather than the enemy he had conquered, the king gave to this success the appearance of a great victory, by offering sacrifices and worship to the gods. Upon the rock, he erected altars dedicated to Minerva and victory. To the guides who had shown the way to the light-armed detachment, which had been sent to scale the rock, he honorably paid the stipulated recompense, even although their performance had fallen short of their promises. The defense of the rock and the country surrounding was entrusted to Sisychostus. Chapter Roman 12. Alexander marches to the Indus, crosses it, and is hospitably received by Omphis, king of Taxila. Thence he marched towards Embalama, but on learning that the pass which led thereto was occupied by 20,000 men in arms under Eryx, he hurried forward himself with the archers and slingers, leaving the heavy-armed troops under the command of Coenus to advance leisurely. Having dislodged those men who beset the defile, he cleared the passage for the army which followed. The Indians, either from disaffection to their chief or to court the favor of the conqueror, set upon Eryx during his flight and killed him. They brought his head and his armor to Alexander, who did not punish them for their crime, but to condemn their example gave them no reward. Having left this pass, he arrived after the 16th encampment at the river Indus, where he found that Hephaestion, agreeably to his orders, had made all the necessary preparations for the passage across it. The sovereign of the territories on the other side was Omphis, who had urged his father to surrender his kingdom to Alexander, and had moreover at his father's death sent envoys to inquire whether it was Alexander's pleasure that he should meanwhile exercise authority or remain in a private capacity till his arrival. He was permitted to assume the sovereignty, but modestly forbore to exercise its functions. He had extended to Hephaestion marks of civility and given corn gratuitously to his soldiers, but he had not gone to join him, from a reluctance to make trial of the good faith of any but Alexander. Accordingly, on Alexander's approach, he went to meet him at the head of an army equipped for the field. He had even brought his elephants with him, which, posted at short intervals amidst the ranks of the soldiery, appeared to the distant spectator like towers. Alexander at first thought it was not a friendly but a hostile army that approached, and had already ordered the soldiers to arm themselves and the cavalry to divide to the wings, and was ready for action. But the Indian prince, on seeing the mistake of the Macedonians, put his horse to the gallop, leaving orders that no one else was to stir from his place. Alexander likewise galloped forward, not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend he had to encounter, but trusting for safety perhaps to his valor, perhaps to the other's good faith. They met in a friendly spirit, as far as could be gathered from the expression of each one's face, but from the want of an interpreter to converse was impossible. An interpreter was therefore procured, and then the barbarian prince explained that he had come with his army to meet Alexander, that he might at once place at his disposal all the forces of his empire, without waiting to tender his allegiance through deputies. He surrendered, he said, his person and his kingdom to a man who, as he knew, was fighting not more for fame than fearing to incur the reproach of perfidy. The king, pleased with the simple honesty of the barbarian, gave him his right hand as a pledge of his own good faith, and confirmed him in his sovereignty. The prince had brought with him 56 elephants, and these he gave to Alexander, with a great many sheep of an extraordinary size, and 3,000 bulls of a valuable breed, highly prized by the rulers of the country. When Alexander asked him whether he had more husbandmen or soldiers, he replied that as he was at war with 2 kings, he required more soldiers than field laborers. These kings were Abessares and Porus, but Porus was superior in power and influence. Both of them held sway beyond the river Hydaspes, and had resolved to try the fortune of war whatever invader might come. Omphis, under Alexander's permission, and according to the usage of the realm, assumed the ensigns of royalty along with the name which his father had borne. His people called him Taxiles, for such was the name which accompanied the sovereignty, on whomsoever it devolved. When, therefore, he had entertained Alexander for 3 days with lavish hospitality, he showed him on the 4th day what quantity of corn he had supplied to Hephaestion's troops, and then presented him and all his friends with golden crowns and 80 talents besides of coined silver. Alexander was so exceedingly gratified with this profuse generosity that he not only sent back to Omphis the presents he had given, but added 1,000 talents from the spoils which he carried, along with many banqueting vessels of gold and silver, a vast quantity of Persian drapery, and 30 chargers from his own stalls, caparisoned as when ridden by himself. This liberality, while it bound the barbarian to his interests, gave at the same time the deepest offense to his own friends. One of them, Meleager, who had taken too much wine at supper, said that he congratulated Alexander on having found in India, if nowhere else, someone worthy of 1,000 talents. The king, who had not forgotten what remorse he had suffered when he killed Clitus for audacity of speech, controlled his temper, but remarked that envious persons were nothing but their own tormentors. Chapter 13. Alexander and Porus confront each other on opposite banks of the Hydespes. On the following day, envoys from Abesseres reached the king, and, as they had been instructed, surrendered to him all that their master possessed. After pledges of good faith had been interchanged, they were sent back to their sovereign. Alexander, thinking that by the mere prestige of his name Porus also would be induced to surrender, sent Cleochares to tell him in peremptory terms that he must pay tribute and come to meet his sovereign at the very frontiers of his own dominions. Porus answered that he would comply with the second of these demands, and when Alexander entered his realm he would meet him, but come armed for battle. Alexander had now resolved to cross the Hydespes, when Barzines, who had instigated the Aracosians to revolt, was brought to him in chains, along with 30 captured elephants, an opportune reinforcement against the Indians, since these huge beasts more than the soldiery constituted the hope and main strength of an Indian army. Symaxus was also brought in chains, the king of a small Indian state, who had espoused the cause of Barzines. Alexander, having then put the traitor and his accomplice under custody, and consigned the elephants to the care of taxiles, advanced till he reached the river Hydespes, where on the further bank Porus had encamped to prevent the enemy from landing. In the van of his army, he had posted 85 elephants of the greatest size and strength, and behind these 300 chariots and somewhere about 30,000 infantry, among whom were the archers, whose arrows, as already stated, were too ponderous to be readily discharged. He was himself mounted on an elephant which towered above all its fellows, while his armor, embellished with gold and silver, set off his supremely majestic person to great advantage. His courage matched his bodily vigor, and his wisdom was the utmost attainable in a rude community. The Macedonians were intimidated not only by the appearance of the enemy, but by the magnitude of the river to be crossed, which, spreading out to a width of no less than 4 stadia in a deep channel which nowhere opened a passage by fords, presented the aspect of a vast sea. Yet its rapidity did not diminish in proportion to its wider diffusion, but it rushed impetuously like a seething torrent compressed into a narrow bed by the closing in of its banks. Besides, at many points the presence of sunken rocks was revealed where the waves were driven back in eddies. The bank presented a still more formidable aspect, for as far as the eye could see, it was covered with cavalry and infantry, in the midst of which, like so many massive structures, stood the huge elephants, which, being of set purpose provoked by their drivers, distressed the ear with their frightful roars. The enemy and the river both in their front, struck with sudden dismay the hearts of the Macedonians, disposed though they were to entertain good hopes, and knowing from experience against what fearful odds they had ere now contended. They could not believe that boats so unhandy could be steered to the bank or gain it in safety. In the middle of the river were numerous islands to which both the Indians and Macedonians began to swim over, holding their weapons above their heads. Here they would engage in skirmishes, while each king endeavored from the result of these minor conflicts to gauge the issue of the final struggle. In the Macedonian army were Symmachus and Nicanor, both young men of noble lineage, distinguished for their hardihood and enterprise, and from the uniform success of their side in whatever they essayed, inspired with a contempt for every kind of danger. Led by these, a party of the boldest youths, equipped with nothing but lances, swam over to the island when it was occupied by crowds of the enemy. Armed with audacious courage, the best of all weapons, they slew many of the Indians, and might have retired with glory if temerity when successful could ever keep within bounds. But while with contempt and pride they waited till succors reached the enemy, they were surrounded by men who had unperceived swum over to the island, and were overthrown by discharges of missiles. Such as escaped the enemy were either swept away by the force of the current or swallowed up in its eddies. This fight exalted the confidence of Porus, who had witnessed from the bank all its vicissitudes. Alexander, perplexed how to cross the river, at last devised a plan for duping the enemy. In the river lay an island larger than the rest, wooded and suitable for concealing an ambuscade. A deep hollow, moreover, which lay not far from the bank in his own occupation, was capable of hiding not only foot soldiers but mounted cavalry. To divert, therefore, the attention of the enemy from a place possessing such advantages, he ordered Ptolemy with all his squadrons of horse to ride up and down at a distance from the island in view of the enemy, and now and then to alarm the Indians by shouting, as if he meant to make the passage of the river. For several days, Ptolemy repeated this feint, and thus obliged Porus to concentrate his troops at the point which he pretended to threaten. The island was now beyond view of the enemy. Alexander then gave orders that his own tent should be pitched on a part of the bank looking the other way, that the guard of honor which usually attended him should be posted before it, and that all the pageantry of royal state should be paraded before the eyes of the enemy on purpose to deceive them. He besides requested Attalus, who was about his own age, and not unlike him in form and feature, especially when seen from a distance, to wear the royal mantle, and so make it appear as if the king in person was guarding that part of the bank without any intention of crossing the river. The state of the weather at first hindered, but afterwards favored, the execution of this design, fortune making even untoward circumstances turn out to his ultimate advantage. For when the enemy was busy watching the troops under Ptolemy, which occupied the bank lower down, and Alexander with the rest of his forces was making ready to cross the river and reach the land over against the island already mentioned, a storm poured down torrents of rain, against which even those under cover could scarcely protect themselves. The soldiers, overcome by the fury of the elements, deserted the boats and ships, and fled back for safety to land. But the din occasioned by their hurry and confusion could not be heard by the enemy amid the roar of the tempest. All of a sudden the rain then ceased, but clouds so dense overspread the sky that they hid the light, and made it scarcely possible for men conversing together to see each other's faces. Any other leader but Alexander would have been appalled by the darkness drawn over the face of heaven, just when he was starting on a voyage across an unknown river, with the enemy perhaps guarding the very bank to which his men were blindly and imprudently directing their course. But the king, deriving glory from danger, and regarding the darkness which terrified others as his opportunity, gave the signal that all should embark in silence, and ordered that the galley which carried himself should be the first to be run aground on the other side. The bank, however, towards which they steered was not occupied by the enemy, for Porus was in fact still intently watching Ptolemy only. Hence all the ships made the passage in safety, except just one, which stuck on a rock whither it had been driven by the wind. Alexander then ordered the soldiers to take their arms and to fall into their ranks. Chapter 14. Battle with Porus on the left bank of the Hydaspes, Porus being defeated surrenders. He was already in full march at the head of his army, which he had divided into 2 columns, when the tidings reached Porus that the bank was occupied by a military force, and that the crisis of his fortunes was now imminent. In keeping with the infirmity of our nature, which makes us ever hope the best, he at first indulged the belief that this was his ally Abessares come to help him in the war as had been agreed upon. But soon after, when the sky had become clearer and showed the ranks to be those of the enemy, he sent 100 chariots and 4,000 horse to obstruct their advance. The command of this detachment he gave to his brother hags. Its main strength lay in the chariots, each of which was drawn by 4 horses and carried 6 men, of whom 2 were shield-bearers, 2 archers posted on each side of the chariot, and the other 2 charioteers as well as men-at-arms. For when the fighting was at close quarters, they dropped the reins and hurled dart after dart against the enemy. But on this particular day these chariots proved to be scarcely of any service, for the storm of rain, which, as already said, was of extraordinary violence, had made the ground slippery and unfit for horses to ride over, while the chariots kept sticking in the muddy sloughs formed by the rain, and proved almost immovable from their great weight. Alexander, on the other hand, charged with the utmost vigor, because his troops were lightly armed and unencumbered. The Scythians and Dahi first of all attacked the Indians, and then the king launched Perdiccas with his horse upon their right wing. The fighting had now become hot everywhere, when the drivers of the chariots rode at full speed into the midst of the battle, thinking they could thus most effectively succor their friends. It would be hard to say which side suffered most from this charge, for the Macedonian foot soldiers, who were exposed to the first shock of the onset, were trampled down, while the charioteers were hurled from their seats, when the chariots in rushing into action jolted over broken and slippery ground. Some again of the horses took fright and precipitated the carriages not only into the sloughs and pools of water, but even into the river itself. A few which were driven off the field by the darts of the enemy made their way to Porus, who was making most energetic preparations for the contest. As soon as he saw his chariots scattered amid his ranks, and wandering about without their drivers, he distributed his elephants to his friends who were nearest him. Behind them, he had posted the infantry and the archers and the men who beat the drums, the instruments which the Indians use instead of trumpets to produce their war music. The rattle of these instruments does not in the least alarm the elephants, their ears, through long familiarity, being deadened to the sound. An image of Hercules was borne in front of the line of infantry, and this acted as the strongest of all incentives to make the soldiers fight well. To desert the bearers of this image was reckoned a disgraceful military offense, and they had even ordained death as a penalty for those who failed to bring it back from the battlefield. For the dread which the Indians had conceived for the god, when he was their enemy, had been toned down to a feeling of religious awe and veneration. The sight not only of the huge beasts, but even of Porus himself, made the Macedonians pause for a time. For the beasts, which had been placed at intervals between the armed ranks, presented, when seen from a distance, the appearance of towers, and Porus himself not only surpassed the standard of height to which we conceive the human figure to be limited, but besides this, the elephant on which he was mounted seemed to add to his proportions. For it towered over all the other elephants, even as Porus himself stood taller than other men. Hence Alexander, after attentively viewing the king and the army of the Indians, remarked to those near him, "I see at last a danger that matches my courage. It is at once with wild beasts and men of uncommon mettle that the contest now lies." Then turning to Coeneus, "When I," he said, "along with Ptolemy Perdiccas and Hephaestion, have fallen upon the enemy's left wing, and you see me in the heat of the conflict, do you then advance the right wing and charge the enemy when their ranks begin to waver? And you, sirs," he added, turning to Antigens, Leonatus, and Tauron, "must bear down upon their center and press them hard in front. The formidable length and strength of our pikes will never be so useful as when they are directed against these huge beasts and their drivers. Hurl, then, their riders to the ground, and stab the beasts themselves. Their assistance is not of a kind to be depended on, and they may do their own side more damage than ours, for they are driven against the enemy by constraint, while terror turns them against their own ranks." Having spoken thus, he was the first to put spurs to his horse. And now, as had been arranged, Coeneus, upon seeing that Alexander was at close quarters with the enemy, threw his cavalry with great fury upon their left wing. The phalanx, besides, at the first onset, broke through the center of the Indians. But Porus ordered his elephants to be driven into action where he had seen cavalry charging his ranks. The slow-footed, unwieldy animals, however, were unfitted to cope with the rapid movements of horses, and the barbarians were besides unable to use even their arrows. These weapons were really so long and heavy that the archers could not readily adjust them on the string unless by first resting their bow upon the ground. Then, as the ground was slippery and hindered their efforts, the enemy had time to charge them before they could deliver their blows. The king's authority was in these circumstances unheeded, and, as usually happens when the ranks are broken, and fear begins to dictate orders more peremptorily than the general himself, as many took the command upon themselves as there were scattered bodies of troops. Some proposed that these bodies should unite, others that they should form separate detachments, some that they should wait to be attacked, others that they should wheel round and charge the enemy in the rear. No common plan of action was after all concerted. Porus, however, with a few friends in whom the sense of honor was stronger than fear, rallied his scattered forces, and marching in front of his line advanced against the enemy with the elephants. These animals inspired great terror, and their strange dissonant cries frightened not only the horses, which shy at everything, but the men also, and disordered the ranks, so that those who just before were victorious began now to look round them for a place to which they could flee. Alexander thereupon dispatched against the elephants the lightly armed Agrianians and the Thracians, troops more serviceable in skirmishing than in close combat. They assailed the elephants and their drivers with a furious storm of missiles, and the phalanx, on seeing the resulting terror and confusion, steadily pressed forward. Some, however, by pursuing too eagerly, so irritated the animals with wounds that they turned their rage upon them, and they were in consequence trampled to death under their feet, thus warning others to attack them with greater caution. The most dismal of all sights was when the elephants would, with their trunks, grasp the men, arms and all, and hoisting them above their heads, deliver them over into the hands of their drivers. Thus the battle was doubtful, the Macedonians sometimes pursuing and sometimes fleeing from the elephants, so that the struggle was prolonged till the day was far spent. Then they began to hack the feet of the beasts with axes which they had prepared for the purpose, having besides a kind of sword somewhat curved like a scythe, and called a chopper, wherewith they aimed at their trunks. In fact, their fear of the animals led them not only to leave no means untried for killing them, but even for killing them with unheard-of forms of cruelty. Hence the elephants, being at last spent with wounds, spread havoc among their own ranks, and threw their drivers to the ground, who were then trampled to death by their own beasts. They were therefore driven from the field of battle like a flock of sheep, as they were maddened with terror rather than vicious. Porus, meanwhile, being left in the lurch by the majority of his men, began to hurl from his elephant the darts with which he had beforehand provided himself, and while many were wounded from afar by his shot, he was himself exposed as a butt for blows from every quarter. He had already received 9 wounds before and behind, and became so faint from the great loss of blood that the darts were dropped rather than flung from his feeble hands. But his elephant, waxing furious though not yet wounded, kept charging the ranks of the enemy until the driver, perceiving the king's condition, his limbs failing him, his weapons dropping from his grasp, and his consciousness almost gone, turned the beast round and fled. Alexander pursued, but his horse being pierced with many wounds fainted under him, and sank to the ground, laying the king down gently rather than throwing him from his seat. The necessity of changing his horse retarded of course his pursuit. In the meantime the brother of Taxiles, the Indian king whom Alexander had sent on before, advised Porus not to persist in holding out to the last extremity, but to surrender himself to the conqueror. Porus, however, though his strength was exhausted, and his blood nearly spent, yet roused himself at the well-known voice, and said, "I recognize the brother of Taxiles, who gave up his throne and kingdom." Therewith he flung at him the one dart that had not slipped from his grasp, and flung it too with such force that it pierced right through his back to his chest. Having roused himself to this last effort of valor, he began to flee faster than before, but his elephant, which had by this time received many wounds, was now, like himself, quite exhausted, so that he stopped the flight and made head against the pursuers with his remaining infantry. Alexander had now come up, and knowing how obstinate Porus was, forbade quarter to be given to those who resisted. The infantry, therefore, and Porus himself, were assailed with darts from all points, and as he could no longer bear up against them, he began to slip from his elephant. The Indian driver, thinking the king wished to alight, made the elephant kneel down in the usual manner. On seeing this, the other elephants also knelt down, for they had been trained to lower themselves when the royal elephant did so. Porus and his men were thus placed entirely at the mercy of the conqueror. Alexander, supposing that he was dead, ordered his body to be stripped, and men then ran forward to take off his breastplate and robes, when the elephant turned upon them in defense of its master, and lifting him up placed him once more on its back. Upon this the animal was on all sides overwhelmed with darts, and when it was stabbed to death, Porus was placed upon a wagon. But the king, perceiving him to lift up his eyes, forgot all animosity, and being deeply moved with pity, said to him, "What the plague? What madness induced you to try the fortune of war with me, of whose exploits you have heard the fame, especially when in Taxiles you had a near example of my clemency to those who submit to me?" He answered thus, "Since you propose a question, I shall answer with the freedom which you grant by asking it. I used to think there was no one braver than myself, for I knew my own strength, but had not yet experienced thine. The result of the war has taught me that you are the braver man, but even in ranking next to you, I consider myself to be highly fortunate." Being asked again how he thought the victor should treat him, "In accordance," he replied, "with the lesson which this day teaches, a day in which you have witnessed how readily prosperity can be blasted." By giving this admonition, he gained more than if he had resorted to entreaty, for Alexander, in consideration of the greatness of his courage which scorned all fear, and which adversity could not break down, extended pity to his misfortunes and honor to his merits. He ordered his wounds to be as carefully attended to as if he had fought in his service, and when he had recovered strength, he admitted him into the number of his friends, and soon after presented him with a larger kingdom than that which he had. And in truth, his nature had no more essential or more permanent quality than a high respect for true merit and renown, but he estimated more candidly and impartially glory in an enemy than in a subject. In fact, he thought that the fabric of his fame might be pulled down by his own people, while it could but receive enhanced luster the greater those were whom he vanquished. Ninth Book. Chapter I. Alexander's speech to his soldiers after the victory. Abessars sends him an embassy. Alexander rejoicing in a victory so memorable, which led him to believe that the East to its utmost limits had been opened up to his arms, sacrificed to the sun, and having also summoned the soldiers to a general meeting, he praised them for their services, that they might with the greater alacrity undertake the wars that yet remained. He pointed out to them that all power of opposition on the part of the Indians had been quite overthrown in the battle just fought. What now remained for them was a noble spoil. The much-rumored riches of the East abounded in those very regions, to which their steps were now bent. The spoils accordingly which they had taken from the Persians had now become cheap and common. They were going to fill with pearls, precious stones, gold, and ivory not only their private abodes, but all Macedonia and Greece. The soldiers who coveted money as well as glory, and who had never known his promises to fail, on hearing all this, readily placed their services at his command. He sent them away full of good hope, and ordered ships to be built in order that, when he had overrun all Asia, he might be able to visit the sea which formed the boundary of the world. In the neighboring mountains was abundance of timber fit for building ships, and the men in hewing down the trees came upon serpents of most extraordinary size. There they also found the rhinoceros, an animal rarely met with elsewhere. This is not the name it bears among the Indians, but one given it by the Greeks, who were ignorant of the speech of the country. The king, having built 2 cities, one on each side of the river which he had lately crossed, presented each of the generals with a crown, in addition to 1,000 pieces of gold. Others also received rewards in accordance either with the place which they held in his friendship, or the value of the services which they had rendered. Abessars, who had sent envoys to Alexander before the battle with Porus had come off, now sent others to assure him that he was ready to do whatever he commanded, provided only he was not obliged to surrender his person. For he could neither live, he said, without having the power of a king, nor have that power if he were to be kept in captivity. Alexander bade them tell their master that if he grudged to come to Alexander, Alexander would go to him. Chapter I continued. Alexander, advancing farther into the interior of India, passes through forests and deserts, crosses the Hydraiots, besieges and captures Sangala, and enters the kingdom of Sapides, who receives him with great hospitality and shows him a dog and lion fight. After crossing a river some distance farther on, he advanced into the interior parts of India. The forests there extended over an almost boundless tract of country, and abounded with umbrageous trees of stateliest growth that rose to an extraordinary height. Numerous branches, which for size equaled the trunk of ordinary trees, would bend down to the earth, and then shoot straight up again at the point where they bent upward, so that they had more the appearance of a tree growing from its own root than of a bough branching out from its stem. The climate is salubrious, for the dense shade mitigates the violence of the heat, and copious springs supply the land with abundance of water. But here, also, were multitudes of serpents, the scales of which glittered like gold. The poison of these is deadlier than any other, since their bite was wont to prove instantly fatal, until a proper antidote was pointed out by the natives. From thence they passed through deserts to the river Herodes, the banks of which were covered with a dense forest, abounding with trees not elsewhere seen, and filled with wild peacocks. Decamping hence, he came to a town that lay not far off. This he captured by a general attack all round the walls, and having received hostages, imposed a tribute upon the inhabitants. He came next to a great city, great at least for that region, and found it not only encompassed with a wall, but further defended by a morass. The barbarians nevertheless sallied out to give battle, taking their wagons with them, which they fastened together each to each. For weapons of offense, some had pikes and others axes, and they were in the habit of leaping nimbly from wagon to wagon if they saw their friends hard pressed and wished to help them. This mode of fighting being quite new to the Macedonians, at first alarmed them, since they were wounded by enemies beyond their reach, but coming afterwards to look with contempt upon a force so undisciplined, they completely surrounded the wagons and began stabbing all the men that offered resistance. The king then commanded the cords, which fastened the wagons together, to be cut, that it might be easier for the soldiers to beset each wagon separately. The enemy, after a loss of 8,000 men, withdrew into the town. Next day, the walls were escaladed all round and captured. A few were indebted for their safety to their swiftness of foot. Those who swam across the sheet of water when they saw the city was sacked carried great consternation to the neighboring towns, where they reported that an invincible army, one of God's assuredly, had arrived in the country. Alexander, having sent Perdiccas with a body of light troops to ravage the country, and given another detachment to Eumenes to be employed in bringing the barbarians to submission, marched himself with the rest of the army against a strong city, within which the inhabitants of some other cities had taken refuge. The citizens sent deputies to appease the king's anger, but continued all the same to make warlike preparations. A dissension, it seems, had arisen among them and divided their counsels, some preferring to submit to the last extremities rather than surrender, others thinking that resistance on their part would be altogether futile. But as no consultation was held in common, those who were bent on surrendering threw open the gates and admitted the enemy. Alexander would have been justified in making the advocates of resistance feel his displeasure, but he nevertheless pardoned them all without exception, and after taking hostages marched forward to the next city. As the hostages were led in the van of the army, the defenders on the wall recognized them to be their own countrymen and invited them to a conference. Here they were prevailed on to surrender, when they were informed of the king's clemency to the submissive and his severity if opposed. In a similar way, he gained over other towns and placed them under his protection. They entered next the dominions of King Sapides, whose nation, in the opinion of the barbarians, excels in wisdom and lives under good laws and customs. Here they do not acknowledge and rear children according to the will of the parents, but as the officers entrusted with the medical inspection of infants may direct, for if they have remarked anything deformed or defective in the limbs of a child, they order it to be killed. In contracting marriages, they do not seek an alliance with high birth, but make their choice by the looks, for beauty in the children is a quality highly appreciated. Alexander had brought up his army before the capital of this nation, where Sapides was himself resident. The gates were shut, but as no men-at-arms showed themselves either on the walls or towers, the Macedonians were in doubt whether the inhabitants had deserted the city, or were hiding themselves to fall upon the enemy by surprise. The gate, however, was on a sudden thrown open, and the Indian king with 2 grown-up sons issued from it to meet Alexander. He was distinguished above all the other barbarians by his tall and handsome figure. His royal robe, which flowed down to his very feet, was all inwrought with gold and purple. His sandals were of gold and studded with precious stones, and even his arms and wrists were curiously adorned with pearls. At his ears, he wore pendants of precious stones which from their luster and magnitude were of an inestimable value. His scepter, too, was made of gold and set with beryls, and this he delivered up to Alexander with an expression of his wish that it might bring him good luck, and be accepted as a token that he surrendered into his hands his children and his kingdom. His country possesses a noble breed of dogs, used for hunting, and said to refrain from barking when they sight their game, which is chiefly the lion. Sapides, wishing to show Alexander the strength and mettle of these dogs, caused a very large lion to be placed within an enclosure where 4 dogs in all were let loose upon him. The dogs at once fastened upon the wild beast, when one of the huntsmen who was accustomed to work of this kind tried to pull away by the leg one of the dogs which with the others had seized the lion, and when the limb would not come away, cut it off with a knife. The dog could not even by this means be forced to let go his hold, and so the man proceeded to cut him in another place, and finding him still clutching the lion as tenaciously as before, he continued cutting away with his knife one part of him after another. The brave dog, however, even in dying, kept his fangs fixed in the lion's flesh. So great is the eagerness for hunting which nature has implanted in these animals, as testified by the accounts transmitted to us. I must observe, however, that I copy from preceding writers more than I myself believe, for I neither wish to guarantee statements of the truth of which I am doubtful, nor yet to suppress what I find recorded. Alexander, therefore, leaving Sophites in possession of his kingdom, advanced to the river Hyphasis, where he was rejoined by Hephaestion, who had subdued a district situated in a different direction. Phegeus, who was king of the nearest nation, having beforehand ordered his subjects to attend to the cultivation of their fields according to their wont, went forth to meet Alexander with presents and assurances that whatever he commanded he would not fail to perform. Chapter Roman 2. Alexander obtains information about the Ganges and the strength of the army kept by Agrams, king of the Prussians, his speech to the soldiers to induce them to advance to the Ganges. The king made a halt of 2 days with this prince, designing on the 3rd day to cross the river, the passage of which was difficult, not only from its great breadth, but also because its channel was obstructed with rocks. Having therefore requested Phegeus to tell him what he wanted to know, he learned the following particulars. Beyond the river lay extensive deserts which it would take 11 days to traverse. Next came the Ganges, the largest river in all India, the farther bank of which was inhabited by 2 nations, the GANGARIDAI and the Prasii, whose king Agrams kept in the field for guarding the approaches to his country 20,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry, besides 2,000 4-horse chariots, and, what was the most formidable force of all, a troop of elephants which he said ran up to the number of 3,000. All this seemed to the king to be incredible, and he therefore asked Porus, who happened to be in attendance, whether the account was true. He assured Alexander in reply that, as far as the strength of the nation and kingdom was concerned, there was no exaggeration in the reports, but that the present king was not merely a man originally of no distinction, but even of the very meanest condition. His father was in fact a barber, scarcely staving off hunger by his daily earnings, but who, from his being not uncomely in person, had gained the affections of the queen, and was by her influence advanced to too near a place in the confidence of the reigning monarch. Afterwards, however, he treacherously murdered his sovereign, and then, under the pretense of acting as guardian to the royal children, usurped the supreme authority, and having put the young princes to death begot the present king, who was detested and held cheap by his subjects, as he rather took after his father than conducted himself as the occupant of a throne. The attestation of Porus to the truth of what he had heard made the king anxious on manifold grounds, for while he thought contemptuously of the men and elephants that would oppose him, he dreaded the difficult nature of the country that lay before him, and in particular, the impetuous rapidity of the rivers. The task seemed hard indeed, to follow up and unearth men removed almost to the uttermost bounds of the world. On the other hand, his avidity of glory and his insatiable ambition forbade him to think that any place was so far distant or inaccessible as to be beyond his reach. He did indeed sometimes doubt whether the Macedonians who had traversed all those broad lands and grown old in battlefields and camps would be willing to follow him through obstructing rivers and the many other difficulties which nature would oppose to their advance. Overflowing and laden with booty, they would rather, he judged, enjoy what they had won than wear themselves out in getting more. They could not, of course, be of the same mind as himself, for while he had grasped the conception of a worldwide empire, and stood as yet but on the threshold of his labors, they were now worn out with toil, and longed for the time when, all their dangers being at length ended, they might enjoy their latest winnings. In the end, ambition carried the day against reason, and, having summoned a meeting of the soldiers, he addressed them very much to this effect. I am not ignorant, soldiers, that during these last days the natives of this country have been spreading all sorts of rumors designed expressly to work upon your fears. But the falsehood of those who invent such lies is nothing new in your experience. The Persians in this sort of way sought to terrify you with the gates of Cilicia, with the plains of Mesopotamia, with the Tigris and Euphrates, and yet this river you crossed by a ford, and that by means of a bridge. Fame is never brought to a clearness in which facts can be seen as they are. They are all magnified when she transmits them. Even our own glory, though resting on a solid basis, is more indebted for its greatness to rumor than to reality. Who, but till the other day, believed that it was possible for us to bear the shock of those monstrous beasts that looked like so many ramparts, or that we could have passed the Hydespes, or conquered other difficulties, which after all were more formidable to hear of than they proved to be in actual experience? By my troth, we had long ago fled from Asia, could fables have been able to scare us. Can you suppose that the herds of elephants are greater than of other cattle when the animal is known to be rare, hard to be caught, and harder still to tame? It is the same spirit of falsehood which magnifies the number of horse and foot possessed by the enemy. And with respect to the river, why, the wider it spreads the liker it becomes to a placid pool. Rivers, as you know, that are confined between narrow banks and choked by narrow channels flow with torrent speed, while on the other hand the current slackens as the channel widens out. Besides, all the danger is at the bank where the enemy waits to receive us as we disembark. So that, be the breadth of the river what it may, the danger is all the same when we are in the act of landing. But let us suppose that these stories are all true. Is it then, I ask, the monstrous size of the elephants or the number of the enemy that you dread? As for the elephants, we had an example of them before our eyes in the late battle when they charged more furiously upon their own ranks than upon ours, and when their vast bodies were cut and mangled by our bills and axes. What matters it then whether they be the same number as Porus had, or be 3,000, when we see that if one or two of them be wounded, the rest swerve aside and take to flight? Then again, if it be no easy task to manage but a few of them, surely when so many thousands of them are crowded together, they cannot but hamper each other when their huge unwieldy bodies want room either to stand or run. For myself, I have such a poor opinion of the animals that, though I had them, I did not bring them into the field, being fully convinced they occasion more danger to their own side than to the enemy. But it is the number, perhaps, of the horse and foot that excites your fears, for you have been wont, you know, to fight only against small numbers, and will now for the first time have to withstand undisciplined multitudes. The river Granicus is a witness of the courage of the Macedonians unconquered in fighting against odds. So too is Cilicia deluged with the blood of the Persians, and Arbela, where the plains are strewn with the bones of your vanquished foes. It is too late, now that you have depopulated Asia by your victories, to begin counting the enemy's legions. When we were crossing the Hellespont, it was then we should have thought about the smallness of our numbers, for now Scythians follow us, Bactrian troops are here to assist us, Dahans and Sogdians are serving in our ranks. But it is not in such a throng I put my trust. It is to your hands, Macedonians, I look. It is your valor I take as the gauge and surety of the deeds I mean to perform. As long as it is with you I shall stand in battle, I count not the number either of my own or the enemy's army. Do ye only, I entreat, keep your minds full of alacrity and confidence. We are not standing on the threshold of our enterprise and our labors, but at their very close. We have already reached the sunrise and the ocean, and unless your sloth and cowardice prevent, we shall thence return in triumph to our native land, having conquered the earth to its remotest bounds. Act not then like foolish husbandmen who, when their crops are ripe, loose them out of hand from sheer indolence to gather them. The prizes before you are greater than the risks, for the country to be invaded not only teems with wealth, but is at the same time feebly defended. So then I lead you not so much to glory as to plunder. You have earned the right to carry back to your own country the riches which that sea casts upon its shores, and it would ill become you if through fear you should leave anything unattempted or unperformed. I conjure you then by that glory of yours whereby ye soar above the topmost pinnacle of human greatness. I beseech you by my services unto you, and yours unto me, a strife in which we still contend unconquered, that ye desert not your foster son, your fellow soldier, not to say your king, just at the moment when he is approaching the limits of the inhabited world. All things else you have done at my orders. For this one thing I shall hold myself to be your debtor. I, who never ordered you upon any service in which I did not place myself in the forefront of the danger, I who have often with mine own buckler covered you in battle, now entreat you not to shatter the palm which is already in my grasp, and by which, if I may so speak without incurring the ill will of heaven, I shall become the equal of Hercules and Father Bacchus. Grant this to my entreaties and break at last your obstinate silence. Where is that familiar shout, the wonted token of your alacrity? Where are the cheerful looks of my Macedonians? I do not recognize you, soldiers, and methinks I seem not to be recognized by you. I have all along been knocking at deaf ears. I am trying to rouse hearts that are disloyal and crushed with craven fears. When the soldiers, with their heads bent earthwards, still suppressed what they felt, I must, he said, have inadvertently given you some offense that you will not even look at me. Methinks I am in a solitude. No one answers me, no one so much as says me nay. Is it to strangers I am speaking? Am I claiming anything unreasonable? Why, it is your glory and your greatness we are asserting. Where are those whom but the other day I saw eagerly striving which should have the prerogative of receiving the person of their wounded king? I am deserted, forsaken, surrendered into the hands of the enemy. But I shall still persist in going forward, even though I should march alone. Expose me then to the dangers of rivers, to the rage of elephants, and to those nations whose very names fill you with terror. I shall find men that will follow me though I be deserted by you. The Scythians and Bactrians once our foemen, but now our soldiers, these will still be with me. Let me tell you, I had die rather than be a commander on sufferance. Begone then to your homes, and go triumphing because ye have forsaken your king. For my part, I shall here find a place, either for the victory of which you despair, or for an honorable death. Chapter Roman 3. Speech of Coenus on behalf of the army, Alexander's displeasure at the refusal of the soldiers to advance. He resolves to return, raises altars as memorials of his presence, reaches the Assassines, where Coenus dies, reconciles Taxiles and Porus, and then sails downstream. But not even by this appeal could a single word be elicited from any of the soldiers. They waited for the generals and chief captains to report to the king that the men, exhausted with their wounds and incessant labors in the field, did not refuse the duties of war, but were simply unable to discharge them. The officers, however, paralyzed with terror, kept their eyes steadfastly fixed on the ground and remained silent. Then there arose, no one knew how, first a sighing and then a sobbing, until, little by little, their grief began to vent itself more freely in streaming tears, so that even the king, whose anger had been turned into pity, could not himself refrain from tears, anxious though he was to suppress them. At last, when the whole assembly had abandoned itself to an unrestrained passion of weeping, Coenus, on finding that the others were reluctant to open their lips, made bold to step forward to the tribunal where the king stood, and signified that he had somewhat to say. When the soldiers saw him removing his helmet from his head, a custom observed in addressing the king, they earnestly besought him that he would plead the cause of the army. May the gods, he then said, defend us from all disloyal thoughts, and assuredly they do thus defend us. Your soldiers are now of the same mind towards you as they ever were in times past, being ready to go wherever you order them, ready to fight your battles, to risk their lives, and to give your name in keeping to after ages. So then, if you still persist in your purpose, all unarmed, naked, and bloodless though we be, we either follow you or go on before you, according to your pleasure. But if you desire to hear the complaints of your soldiers, which are not feigned, but wrung from them by the source necessity, vouchsafe, I entreat you, a favorable hearing to men who have most devotedly followed your authority and your fortunes, and are ready to follow you wherever you may go. Oh, sir, you have conquered, by the greatness of your deeds, not your enemies alone, but your own soldiers as well. We again have done and suffered up to the full measure of the capacity of mortal nature. We have traversed seas and lands, and know them better than do the inhabitants themselves. We are standing now almost on the earth's utmost verge, and yet you are preparing to go to a sphere altogether new, to go in quest of an India unknown even to the Indians themselves. You would fain root out from their hidden recesses and dens a race of men that herd with snakes and wild beasts, so that you may traverse as a conqueror more regions than the sun surveys. The thought is altogether worthy of a soul so lofty as thine, but it is above ours. For while thy courage will be ever growing, our vigor is fast waning to its end. See how bloodless be our bodies, pierced with how many wounds, and gashed with how many scars. Our weapons are now blunt, our armor quite worn out. We have been driven to assume the Persian garb, since that of our own country cannot be brought up to supply us. We have degenerated so far as to adopt a foreign costume. Among how many of us is there to be found a single coat of mail? Which of us has a horse? Cause it to be inquired how many have servants to follow them, how much of his booty each one has now left. We have conquered all the world, but are ourselves destitute of all things. Can you think of exposing such a noble army as this, all naked and defenseless, to the mercy of savage beasts, whose numbers, though purposely exaggerated by the barbarians, must yet, as I can gather from the lying report itself, be very considerable? If, however, you are bent on penetrating still farther into India, that part of it which lies towards the south is not so vast, and were this subdued you could then quickly find your way to that sea which nature has ordained to be the boundary of the inhabited world. Why do you make a long circuit in pursuit of glory when it is placed immediately within your reach, for even here the ocean is to be found? Unless, then, you wish to go wandering about, we have already reached the goal unto which your fortune leads. I have preferred to speak on these matters in your presence, O king, rather than to discuss them with the soldiers in your absence, not that I have in view to gain thereby for myself the good graces of the army here assembled, but that you might learn their sentiments from my lips, rather than be obliged to hear their murmurs and their groans. When Coenews had made an end of speaking, there arose from all parts of the audience assenting shouts, mingled with lamentations and confused voices, calling Alexander king, father, lord, and master. And now also the other officers, especially the seniors, who from their age possessed all the greater authority, and could with a better grace beg to be excused from any more service, united in making the same request. Alexander therefore found himself unable either to rebuke them for their stubbornness or to appease their angry mood. Being thus quite at a loss what to do, he leaped down from the tribunal and shut himself up in the royal pavilion, into which he forbade anyone to be admitted except his ordinary attendants. For 2 days he indulged his anger, but on the 3rd day he emerged from his seclusion and ordered 12 altars of square stone to be erected as a monument of his expedition. He ordered also the fortifications around the camp to be drawn out wide, and couches of a larger size than was required for men of ordinary stature to be left, so that by making things appear in magnificent proportions, he might astonish posterity by deceptive wonders. From this place he marched back the way he had come and encamped near the river Assessins. There Coenews caught an illness, which carried him off. The king was doubtless deeply grieved by his death, but yet he could not forbear remarking that it was but for the sake of a few days he had opened a long-winded speech as though he alone were destined to see Macedonia again. The fleet which he had ordered to be built was now riding in the stream ready for service. Memnon also had meanwhile brought from Thrace a reinforcement of 5,000 cavalry, together with 7,000 infantry sent by Harpalus. He also brought 25,000 suits of armor inlaid with silver and gold, and these Alexander distributed to the troops, commanding the old suits to be burned. Designing now to make for the ocean with 1,000 ships, he left Porus and Taxiles, the Indian kings who had been disagreeing and raking up old feuds, in friendly relations with each other, strengthened by a marriage alliance. And as they had done their utmost to help him forward with the building of his fleet, he confirmed each in his sovereignty. He built also 2 towns, one of which he called NYSA, and the other Bucephala, dedicating the latter to the memory of the horse which he had lost. Then, leaving orders for the elephants and baggage to follow him by land, he sailed down the river, proceeding every day about 40 stadia, to allow the troops to land from time to time where they could conveniently be put ashore. Chapter Roman 4. Alexander subdues various tribes on his way to the Indus, disasters to his fleet at the meeting of the rivers, his campaign against the Sudraki and Mali, assails their chief stronghold, and is left standing alone on the wall. Thus he came at length into the country, where the river Hydaspes falls into the Assessines, and thence flows down to the territories of the Sibai. These people allege that their ancestors belonged to the army of Hercules, and that being left behind on account of sickness, had possessed themselves of the seats which their posterity now occupied. They dressed themselves with the skins of wild beasts, and had clubs for their weapons. They showed, besides, many other traces of their origin, though in the course of time, Greek manners and institutions had grown obsolete. He landed among them, and marching a distance of 250 stadia into the country beyond their borders, laid it waste, and took its capital town by an assault made against the walls all round. The nation, consisting of 40,000 foot soldiers, had been drawn up along the bank of the river to oppose his landing, but he nevertheless crossed the stream, put the enemy to flight, and, having stormed the town, compelled all who were shut up within its walls to surrender. Those who were of military age were put to the sword, and the rest were sold as slaves. He then laid siege to another town, but the defenders made so gallant a resistance that he was repulsed with the loss of many of his Macedonians. He persevered, however, with the siege till the inhabitants, despairing of their safety, set fire to their houses and cast themselves along with their wives and children into the flames. War then showed itself in a new form, for while the inhabitants were destroying their city by spreading the flames, the enemy were striving to save it by quenching them. So completely does war invert natural relations. The citadel of the town had escaped damage, and Alexander accordingly left a garrison behind in it. He was himself conveyed by means of boats around the fortress, for the three largest rivers in India, if we except the Ganges, washed the line of its fortifications. The Indus on the north flows close up to it, and on the south the Recessens unites with the Hydespes. But the meeting of the rivers makes the waters swell in great billows like those of the ocean, and the navigable way is compressed into a narrow channel by extensive mud banks kept continually shifting by the force of the confluent waters. When the waves, therefore, in thick succession dashed against the vessels, beating both on their prows and sides, the sailors were obliged to take in sail. But partly from their own flurry, and partly from the force of the currents, they were unable to execute their orders in time, and before the eyes of all two of the large ships were engulfed in the stream. The smaller craft, however, though they also were unmanageable, were driven on shore without sustaining injury. The ship, which had the king himself on board, was caught in eddies of the greatest violence, and by their force was irresistibly driven athwart and whirled onward without answering the helm. He had already stripped off his clothes preparatory to throwing himself into the river, while his friends were swimming about not far off ready to pick him up. But as it was evident that the danger was about equal whether he threw himself into the water or remained on board, the boatmen vied with each other in stretching to their oars, and made every exertion possible for human beings to force their vessel through the raging surges. It then seemed as though the waves were being cloven asunder, and as though the whirling eddies were retreating, and the ship was thus at length rescued from their grasp. It did not, however, gain the shore in safety, but was stranded on the nearest shallows. One would suppose that a war had been waged against the river. Alexander there erected as many altars as there were rivers, and having offered sacrifices upon them, marched onward, accomplishing a distance of 30 stadia. Thence he came into the dominions of the Sudraki and the Mali, who hitherto had usually been at war with each other, but now drew together in presence of the common danger. Their army consisted of 90,000 foot soldiers, all fit for active service, together with 10,000 cavalry and 900 war chariots. But when the Macedonians, who believed that they had by this time got past all their dangers, found that they had still on hand a fresh war, in which the most warlike nations in all India would be their antagonists, they were struck with an unexpected terror, and began again to upbraid the king in the language of sedition. Though he had been driven, they said, to give up the river Ganges and regions beyond it, he had not ended the war, but only shifted it. They were now exposed to fierce nations, that with their blood they might open for him a way to the ocean. They were dragged onward outside the range of the constellations and the sun of their own zone, and forced to go to places which nature meant to be hidden from mortal eyes. New enemies were forever springing up with arms ever new, and though they put them all to rout and flight, what reward awaited them? What but mists and darkness and unbroken night hovering over the abyss of ocean? What but a sea teeming with multitudes of frightful monsters, stagnating waters in which expiring nature has given way in despair? The king, troubled not by any fears for himself, but by the anxiety of the soldiers about their safety, called them together, and pointed out to them that those of whom they were afraid were weak and unwarlike, that after the conquest of these tribes there was nothing in their way. Once they had traversed the distance now between them and the ocean, to prevent their coming to the end of the world, which would be also the end of their labors. That he had given way to their fears of the Ganges and of the numerous tribes beyond that river, and turned his arms to a quarter where the glory would be equal, but the hazard less, that they were already in sight of the ocean, and were already fanned by breezes from the sea. They should not then grudge him the glory to which he aspired. They would overpass the limits reached by Hercules and Father Bacchus, and thus at a small cost bestow upon their king an immortality of fame. They should permit him to return from India with honor, and not to escape from it like a fugitive. Every assemblage, and especially one of soldiers, is readily carried away by any chance impulse, and hence the measures for quelling a mutiny are less important than the circumstances in which it originates. Never before did so eager and joyous a shout ring out as was now sent forth by the army asking him to lead them forward, and expressing the hope that the gods would prosper his arms and make him equal in glory to those whom he was emulating. Alexander, elated by these acclamations, at once broke up his camp and advanced against the enemy, which was the strongest in point of numbers of all the Indian tribes. They were making active preparations for war, and had selected as their head a brave warrior of the nation of the Sudraki. This experienced general had encamped at the foot of a mountain, and had ordered fires to be kindled over a wide circuit to make his army appear so much the more numerous. He endeavored also at times, but in vain, to alarm the Macedonians when at rest by making his men shout and howl in their own barbarous manner. As soon as day dawned, the king, full of hope and confidence, ordered his soldiers who were eager for action to take their arms and march to battle. The barbarians, however, fled all of a sudden, but whether through fear or dissensions that had arisen among them, there is no record to show. At any rate, they escaped timelessly to their mountain recesses, which were difficult of approach. The king pursued the fugitives, but to no purpose. However, he took their baggage. Thence he came into the city of the Sudraki, into which most of the enemy had fled, trusting for safety as much to their arms as to the strength of the fortifications. The king was now advancing to attack the place, when a soothsayer warned him not to undertake the siege, or at all events to postpone it, since the omens indicated that his life would be in danger. The king, fixing his eyes upon Demophan, for this was the name of the soothsayer, said, "If anyone should in this manner interrupt thyself, while busied with thine art and inspecting entrails, wouldst thou not regard him as impertinent and troublesome?" "I certainly would so regard him," said Demophan. Then rejoined Alexander, "Dost thou not think then that, when I am occupied with such important matters, and not with the inspection of the entrails of cattle, there can be any interruption more unseasonable to me than a soothsayer enslaved by superstition?" Without more loss of time than was required for returning the answer, he ordered the scaling ladders to be applied to the wall, and while the others were hesitating to mount them, he himself scaled the ramparts. The parapet which ran round the rampart was narrow, and was not marked out along the coping with battlements and embrasures, but was built in an unbroken line of breastwork, which obstructed assailants in attempting to get over. The king, then, was clinging to the edge of the parapet, rather than standing upon it, warding off with his shield the darts that fell upon him from every side, for he was assailed by missiles from all the surrounding towers. Nor were the soldiers able to mount the wall under the storm of arrows discharged against them from above. Still, at last, a sense of shame overcame their fear of the greatness of the danger, for they saw that by their hesitation the king would fall into the hands of his enemies. But their help was delayed by their hurry, for while every one strove to get soonest to the top of the wall, they were precipitated from the ladders which they overloaded till they broke, thus balking the king of his only hope. He was in consequence left standing in sight of his numerous army, like a man in a solitude, whom all the world has forsaken. Chapter V. Alexander is severely wounded by an arrow within the stronghold of the Sudraki. The arrow is extracted by Critobulus. By this time his left hand, with which he was shifting his buckler about, became tired with parrying the blows directed against him from all round, and his friends cried out to him that he should leap down, and were standing ready to catch him when he fell. But instead of taking this course, he did an act of daring past all belief and unheard of, an act notable as adding far more to his reputation for rashness than to his true glory. For with a headlong spring, he flung himself into the city filled with his enemies, even though he could scarcely expect to die fighting, since before he could rise from the ground he was likely to be overpowered and taken prisoner. But, as luck would have it, he had flung his body with such nice poise that he alighted on his feet, which gave him the advantage of an erect attitude when he began fighting. Fortune had also so provided that he could not possibly be surrounded, for an aged tree which grew not far from the wall had thrown out branches thickly covered with leaves, as if for the very purpose of sheltering the king. Against the huge bole of this tree he so planted himself that he could not be surrounded, and as he was thus protected in rear, he received on his buckler the darts with which he was assailed in front. For single-handed though he was, not one of the many who set upon him ventured to come to close quarters with him, and their missiles lodged more frequently in the branches of the tree than in his buckler. What served him well at this juncture was the far-spread renown of his name, and next to that despair, which above everything nerves men to die gloriously. But as the numbers of the enemy were constantly increasing, his buckler was by this time loaded with darts, and his helmet shattered by stones, while his knees sank under him from the fatigue of his protracted exertions. On seeing this, they who stood nearest incautiously rushed upon him in contempt of the danger. 2 of these he smote with his sword, and laid them dead at his feet, and after that no one could muster up courage enough to go near him. They only plied him with darts and arrows from a distance off. But though thus exposed as a mark for every shot, he had no great difficulty in protecting himself while crouching on his knees, until an Indian let fly an arrow 2 cubits long, for the Indians, as remarked already, use arrows of this length, and pierced him through his armor a little above his right side. Struck down by this wound, from which the blood spurted in great jets, he let his weapon drop as if he were dying without strength enough left to let his right hand extract the arrow. The archer, accordingly, who had wounded him exulting in his success, ran forward with eager haste to strip his body. But Alexander no sooner felt him lay hands on his person than he became so exasperated by the supreme indignity, I imagine, of the outrage, that he recalled his swooning spirit, and with an upward thrust of his sword pierced the exposed side of his antagonist. Thus there lay dead around the king 3 of his assailants, while the others stood off like men stupefied. Meanwhile he endeavored to raise himself up with his buckler, that he might die sword in hand, before his last breath left him, but finding he had not strength enough for the effort, he grasped with his right hand some of the defending boughs and tried to rise with their help. His strength was, however, inadequate even to support his body, and he fell down again upon his knees, waving his hand as a challenge to the enemy to meet him in close combat if any of them dared. At length Plutarch in a different quarter of the town beat off the men who were defending the wall, and following the king's traces came to where he was. Alexander, on seeing him, thought that he had come not to succor him in life, but to comfort him in his death, and giving way through sheer exhaustion, fell over on his shield. Then came up Timaeus, and a little afterwards Leonatus, followed by Aristonus. The Indians, on discovering that the king was within their walls, abandoned all other places and ran in crowds to where he was, and pressed hard upon those who defended him. Timaeus, one of such, after receiving many wounds and making a gallant struggle, fell. Plutarch again, though pierced with 3 javelin wounds, held up his buckler not for his own, but the king's protection. Leonatus, while endeavoring to drive back the barbarians who were eagerly pressing forward, was severely wounded in the neck, and fell down in a swoon at the king's feet. Plutarch was also now quite exhausted with the loss of blood from his wounds, and could no longer hold up his buckler. Thus all the hope now lay in Aristonus, but he also was desperately wounded, and could no longer sustain the onset of so many assailants. In the meantime, the rumor that the king had fallen reached the Macedonians. What would have terrified others only served to stimulate their ardor, for, heedless of every danger, they broke down the wall with their pickaxes, and where they had made an entrance burst into the city and massacred great numbers of the Indians, chiefly in the pursuit, no resistance being offered except by a mere handful. They spared neither old men, women, nor children, but held whomsoever they met to have been the person by whom the king had been wounded, and in this way they at length satiated their righteous indignation. Clitarchus and Timagenes state that Ptolemy, who afterwards became a king, was present at this fighting, but Ptolemy himself, who would not of course gainsay his own glory, has recorded in his memoirs that he was away at the time, as the king had sent him on an expedition elsewhere. This instance shows how great was the carelessness of the authors who composed these old books of history, or, it may be, their credulity, which is just as great a dereliction of their duty. The king was carried into a tent, where the surgeons cut off the wooden shaft of the arrow which had pierced him, taking care not to stir its point. When his armor was taken off, they discovered that the weapon was barbed, and that it could not be extracted without danger except by making an incision to open the wound. But here again, they were afraid lest in operating they should be unable to staunch the flow of blood. For the weapon was large and had been driven home with such force that it had evidently pierced to the inwards. Critobulus, who was famous for his surgical skill, was nevertheless swayed by fear in a case so precarious, and dreaded to put his hand to the work lest his failure to effect a cure should recoil on his own head. The king, observing him to weep, and to be showing signs of fear, and looking ghastly pale, said to him, "For what and how long are you waiting that you do not set to work as quickly as possible? If die I must, free me at least from the pain I suffer. Are you afraid lest you should be held to account, because I have received an incurable wound?" Then Critobulus, at last overcoming, or perhaps dissembling his fear, begged Alexander to suffer himself to be held while he was extracting the point, since even a slight motion of his body would be of dangerous consequence. To this, the king replied that there was no need of men to hold him, and then, agreeably to what had been enjoined him, he did not wince the least during the operation. When the wound had then been laid wide open and the point extracted, there followed such a copious discharge of blood that the king began to swoon, while a dark mist came over his eyes, and he lay extended as if he were dying. Every remedy was applied to staunch the blood, but all to no purpose, so that the king's friends, believing him to be dead, broke out into cries and lamentations. The bleeding did, however, at last stop, and the patient gradually recovered consciousness and began to recognize those who stood around him. All that day and the night which followed the army lay under arms around the royal tent. All of them confessed that their life depended on his single breath, and they could not be prevailed on to withdraw until they had ascertained that he had fallen into a quiet sleep. Thereupon, they returned to the camp, entertaining more assured hopes of his recovery. Chapter Romans 6. Alexander recovers and shows himself to the army. His officers remonstrate with him for his recklessness in exposing his life to danger. His reply to their appeal. The king, who had now been kept for the space of 7 days under treatment for his wound, without its being as yet cicatrized, on hearing that a report of his death had gained a wide currency among the barbarians, caused 2 ships to be lashed together and his tent to be set up in the center where it would be conspicuous to everyone, so that he might therefrom show himself to those who believed him to be dead. By thus exposing himself to the view of the inhabitants, he crushed the hope with which the false report had inspired his enemies. He then sailed down the river, starting a good while before the rest of the fleet, lest the repose which his weak bodily condition still required should be disturbed by the noise of rowing. On the 4th day after he had embarked, he reached a country deserted by its inhabitants, but fruitful in corn and well stocked with cattle. Here, along with his soldiers, he enjoyed a welcome season of rest. Now it was a custom among the Macedonians that the king's especial friends and those who had the guard of his person watched before his tent during any occasional illness. This custom being now observed as usual, they all entered his chamber in a body. Alexander, fearing they might be the bearers of some bad news, since they had all come together, inquired whether they had come to inform him that the enemy had that moment arrived. Then Cratyrus, who had been chosen by the others as their medium to let the king know the entreaties of his friends, addressed him in these terms. "Can you imagine," he began, "that we could be more alarmed by the enemy's approach, even if they were already within our lines, than we are concerned for your personal safety, by which, it seems, you set but little store? Were the united powers of the whole world to conspire against us, were they to cover the land all over with arms and men, to cover the seas with fleets, and lead ferocious wild beasts against us, we shall prove invincible to every foe when we have you to lead us. But which of the gods can ensure that this, the stay and star of Macedonia, will be long preserved to us when you are so forward to expose your person to manifest dangers, forgetting that you draw into peril the lives of so many of your countrymen? For which of us wishes to survive you, or even has it within his power? Under your conduct and command, we have advanced so far that there is no one but yourself who can lead us back to our hearths and homes. No doubt, while you were still contending with Darius for the sovereignty of Persia, one could not even think it strange, though no one wished it, that you were ever ready and eager to rush boldly into danger. For where the risk and the reward are fairly balanced, the gain is not only more ample in case of success, but the solace is greater in case of defeat. but that your very life should be paid as the price of an obscure village. Which of your soldiers, nay, what inhabitant of any barbarous country that has heard of your greatness can tolerate such an idea? My soul is struck with horror when I think of the scene which was lately presented to our eyes. I cannot but tremble to relate that the hands of the greatest dastards would have polluted the spoils stripped from the invincible Alexander, had not fortune, looking with pity on us, interfered for your deliverance. We are no better than traitors, no better than deserters, all of us who were unable to keep up with you when you ran into danger, and should you therefore brand us all with dishonor, none of us will refuse to give satisfaction for that from the guilt of which he could not secure himself. Show us, we beseech you then, in some other way, how cheap you hold us. We are ready to go wherever you order. We solicit that for us you reserve obscure dangers and inglorious battles, while you save yourself for those occasions which give scope for your greatness. Glory won in a contest with inferior opponents soon becomes stale, and nothing can be more absurd than to let your valor be wasted where it cannot be displayed to view. Ptolemy and others who were present addressed him in the same or similar terms, and all of them, as one man, besought him with tears that, sated as he was with glory, he would at last set some limits to that passion and have more regard for his own safety, on which that of the public depended. The affection and loyalty of his friends were so gratifying to the king that he embraced them one by one with more than his usual warmth, and requested them all to be seated. Then, in addressing them, he went far back in a review of his career and said, I return you, most faithful and most dutiful subjects and friends, my most heartfelt thanks, not only because you at this time prefer my safety to your own, but also because from the very outset of the war you have lost no opportunity of showing by every pledge and token your kindly feelings towards myself, so that I must confess my life has never been so dear to me as it is at present, and chiefly so, that I may long enjoy your companionship. At the same time, I must point out that those who are willing to lay down their lives for me do not look at the matter from my point of view, inasmuch as I judge myself to have deserved by my bravery your favorable inclinations towards me. For you may possibly be coveting to reap the fruit of my favor for a great length of time, perhaps even in perpetuity, but I measure myself not by the span of age, but by that of glory. Had I been contented with my paternal heritage, I might have spent my days within the bounds of Macedonia, in slothful ease, to an obscure and inglorious old age. Although even those who remain indolently at home are not masters of their own destiny, for while they consider a long life to be the supreme good, an untimely death often takes them by surprise. I, however, who do not count my years but by my victories, have already had a long career of life, if I reckon aright the gifts of fortune. Having begun to reign in Macedonia, I now hold the supremacy of Greece. I have subdued Thrace and the people of Illyria. I give laws to the Tribelli and the Mede, and am master of Asia from the shores of Hellespont as far south as the shores of the Indian Ocean. And now I am not far from the very ends of the earth, which when I have passed I purpose to open up to myself a new realm of nature, a new world. In the turning point of a single hour, I crossed over from Asia into the borders of Europe. Having conquered both these continents in the 9th year of my reign, and in my 28th year, do you think I can pause in the task of completing my glory, to which, and to which only, I have entirely devoted myself? No, I shall not fail in my duty to her, and wheresoever I shall be fighting I shall imagine myself on the world's theater, with all mankind for spectators. I shall give celebrity to places before unnoted. I shall open up for all nations a way to regions which nature has hitherto kept far distant. If fortune shall so direct that in the midst of these enterprises my life be cut short, that would only add to my renown. I am sprung from such a stock that I am bound to prefer living much to living long. Reflect, I pray you, that we have come to lands in the eyes of which the name of a woman is the most famed for valor. What cities did Semiramis build? What nations did she bring to subjection? What mighty works did she plan? We have not yet equaled the glorious achievements of a woman, and have we already had our fill of glory? No, I say. Let the gods, however, but favor us, and things still greater remain for us yet to do. But the countries we have not yet reached shall only become ours on condition that we consider nothing little in which there is room for great glory to be won. Do you but defend me against domestic treason and the plots of my own household, and I will fearlessly face the dangers of battle and war. Philip was safer in the field of fight than in the theater. He often escaped the hands of his enemies. He could not elude those of his subjects. And if you examine how other kings also came by their end, you can count more that were slain by their own people than by their enemies. But now lastly, since an opportunity has presented itself to me of disclosing a matter which I have for a long time been turning over and over in my mind, I give you to understand that to me, the greatest rewards of all my toils and achievements will be this, that my mother Olympias shall be deified as soon as she departs this life. If I be spared, I shall myself discharge that duty. But if death anticipate me, bear in memory that I have entrusted this office to you." With these words he dismissed his friends, but for a good many days he remained in the same encampment. Chapter Romans 7. The affair of Biton and Baucis at Bactra, embassy, from the Sudraki and Mali proffering submission. Alexander entertains his army and the embassy at a sumptuous banquet, single combat between a Macedonian and an Athenian champion. While these things were doing in India, the Greek soldiers who had been recently drafted by the king into settlements around Bactra disagreed among themselves and revolted. For the stronger faction, having killed some of their countrymen who remained loyal, had recourse to arms, and making themselves masters of the citadel of Bactra, which happened to be carelessly guarded, forced even the barbarians to join their party. Their leader was Diodoros, who had also assumed the title of king, not so much from an ambition to reign as from a wish to return to his native country, along with those who acknowledged his authority. Against his life, one Biton, a citizen of the same Greek state as himself, but who hated him from envy, laid a plot, and having invited him to a banquet, had him assassinated during the festivities by the hands of a native of Margiana called Baucis. The day following, Biton, in a general meeting which had been convoked, persuaded the majority that Diodoros had without any provocation formed a plot to take away his life. Others, however, suspected there had been foul play on Biton's part, and by degrees this suspicion spread itself about among the rest. The Greek soldiers, therefore, took up arms to put Biton to death should an opportunity present itself. But the leading men appeased the anger of the multitude, and Biton, being thus freed from his imminent danger, contrary to what he had anticipated, soon afterwards conspired against the very man to whom he owed his safety. But when his treachery came to their knowledge, they seized both Biton himself and Baucis. The latter they ordered to be at once put to death, but Biton not till after he had undergone torture. The instruments for this purpose were already being applied to his limbs when the soldiers, it is not known why, ran to their arms like so many madmen. On hearing the uproar they made, the men who had orders to torture Biton desisted from their office, thinking that the object of the rioters, whom they had heard shouting, was to prevent them going on with their work. Biton, stripped as he was, ran for protection to the Greeks, and the sight of the wretched man sentenced to death caused such a revulsion of their feelings that they ordered him to be set at liberty. Having twice escaped punishment, he returned to his native country with the rest of those who left the colonies which the king had assigned to them. These things were done about Bactra and the borders of Scythia. In the meantime, 100 ambassadors came to the king from the 2 nations we have before mentioned. They all rode in chariots and were men of uncommon stature and of a very dignified bearing. Their robes were of linen and embroidered with inwrought gold and purple. They informed him that they surrendered into his hands themselves, their cities, and their territories, and that he was the first to whose authority and protection they had entrusted their liberty, which for so many ages they had preserved inviolate. The gods, they said, were the authors of their submission and not fear, seeing that they had submitted to his yoke while their strength was quite unbroken. The king, at a meeting of his council, accepted their proffer of submission and allegiance, and imposed on them the tribute which the 2 nations paid in installments to the Aracosians. He further ordered them to furnish him with 2,500 horsemen, all which commands were faithfully carried out by the barbarians. After this, he gave orders for the preparation of a splendid banquet, to which he invited the ambassadors and the petty kings of the neighboring tribes. Here 100 couches of gold had been placed at a small distance from each other, and these were hung round with tapestry curtains which glittered with gold and purple. In a word, he displayed at this entertainment all that was corrupt in the ancient luxury of the Persians, as well as in the newfangled fashions which had been adopted by the Macedonians, thus intermixing the vices of both nations. At this banquet there was present Dioxippus the Athenian, a famous boxer, who on account of his surprising strength was already well known to the king, and one even of his favorites. Some there were who from envy and malice used to carp at him between jest and earnest, remarking they had a full-fed, good-for-nothing beast in their company, who, when others went forth to fight, would rub himself with oil and take exercise to get up his appetite. Now at the banquet a Macedonian called Horatus, who was by this time flown with wine, began to taunt him in the usual style, and challenged him, if he were a man, to fight him next day with his sword, after which the king would judge of his temerity or of the cowardice of Dioxippus. The terms of the challenge were accepted by Dioxippus, who treated with contempt the bravado of the insolent soldier. The king, finding next day that the two men were more than ever bent on fighting, and that he could not dissuade them, allowed them to do as they pleased. The soldiers came in crowds to witness the affair, and among others, Greeks who backed up Dioxippus. The Macedonian came with the proper arms, carrying in his left hand a brazen shield and the long spear called the sarissa, and in his right a javelin. He wore also a sword by his side, as if he meant to fight with several opponents at once. Dioxippus again entered the ring shining with oil, wearing a garland about his brows, having a scarlet cloak wrapped about his left arm, and carrying in his right hand a stout knotty club. This singular mode of equipment kept all the spectators for a time in suspense, because it seemed not temerity, but downright madness for a naked man to engage with one armed to the teeth. The Macedonian accordingly, not doubting for a moment but that he could kill his adversary from a distance, cast his javelin at him, but this Dioxippus avoided by a slight bending of his body, and before the other could shift the long pike to his right hand, sprang upon him and broke the weapon in two by a stroke of his club. The Macedonian, having thus lost two of his weapons, prepared to draw his sword, but Dioxippus closed with him before he was ready to wield it, and suddenly tripping up his heels, knocked him down as with a blow from a battering ram. He then wrested his sword from his grasp, planted his foot on his neck as he lay prostrate, and brandishing his club would have brained him with it, had he not been prevented by the king. The result of the match was mortifying not only to the Macedonians, but even to Alexander himself, for he saw with vexation that the vaunted bravery of the Macedonians had fallen into contempt with the barbarians who attended the spectacle. This made the king lend his ear all too readily to the accusations of those who owed Dioxippus a grudge. So at a feast which he attended a few days afterwards, a golden bowl was by a private arrangement secretly taken off the table, and the attendants went to the king to complain of the loss of the article which they themselves had hidden. It often enough happens that one who blushes at a false insinuation has less control of his countenance than one who is really guilty. Dioxippus could not bear the glances which were turned upon him as if he were the thief, and so when he had left the banquet, he wrote a letter which he addressed to the king, and then killed himself with his sword. The king took his death much to heart, judging that the man had killed himself from sheer indignation, and not from remorse of conscience, especially since the intemperate joy of his enemies made it clear that he had been falsely accused. Chapter Roman 8. Alexander receives the submission of the Mali, invades the Musicani and the Priesti, whose king Porticanus is slain. He next attacks King Sambus, many of whose cities surrendered. Musicanus, having revolted, is captured and executed. Ptolemy is wounded by a poisoned arrow in the kingdom of Sambus, but recovers. Alexander reaches Patala and sails down the Indus. The Indian ambassadors were dismissed to their several homes, but in a few days they returned with presents for Alexander, which consisted of 300 horsemen, 1030 chariots each drawn by 4 horses, 1,000 Indian bucklers, a great quantity of linen cloth, 100 talents of steel, some tame lions and tigers of extraordinary size, the skins also of very large lizards, and a quantity of tortoise shells. The king commanding Craterus to move forward in advance with his troops and to keep always near the river, down which he intended himself to sail, took ship along with his usual retinue, and dropping downstream came to the territories of the Mali. Thence he marched towards the Sabarki, a powerful Indian tribe where the form of government was democratic and not regal. Their army consisted of 60,000 foot and 6,000 cavalry attended by 500 chariots. They had elected 3 generals renowned for their valor and military skill. But when those who lived near the river, the banks of which were most thickly studded with their villages, saw the whole river as far as the eye could reach covered with ships, and saw besides the many thousands of men and their gleaming arms, they took fright at the strange spectacle, and imagined that an army of the gods and a second Father Bacchus, a name famous in that country, were coming into their midst. The shouts of the soldiers and the noise of the oars, together with the confused voices of the sailors encouraging each other, so filled their alarmed ears that they all ran off to the army and cried out to the soldiers that they would be mad to offer battle to the gods, that the number of ships carrying these invincible warriors was past all counting. By these reports, they created such a terror in the ranks of their own army that they sent ambassadors commissioned to surrender their whole nation to Alexander. Having received their submission, he came on the 4th day after to other tribes which had as little inclination for fighting as their neighbors. Here, therefore, he built a town, which by his orders was called Alexandria, and then he entered the country of the people known as the Musicani. While he was here, he held an inquiry into the complaints advanced by the Parapamissati against Tyriolts, whom he had made their satrap, and, finding many charges of extortion and tyranny proved against him, he sentenced him to death. On the other hand, Oxyartes, the governor of the Bactrianae, was not only acquitted, but, as he had claims upon Alexander's affections, was rewarded with an extension of the territory under his jurisdiction. Having thereafter reduced the Musicani, Alexander put a garrison into their capital, and marched thence into the country of the Priesti, another Indian tribe. Their king was Porticanus, and he with a great body of his countrymen had shut himself up within a strongly fortified city. Alexander, however, took it after a 3 days' siege. Porticanus, who had taken refuge within the citadel after the capture of the city, sent deputies to the king to arrange about terms of capitulation. Before they reached him, however, 2 towers had fallen down with a dreadful crash, and the Macedonians, having made their way through the ruins into the citadel, captured it and slew Porticanus, who with a few others had offered resistance. Having demolished the citadel and sold all the prisoners, he marched into the territories of King Sambus, where he received the submission of numerous towns. The strongest, however, of all the cities which belonged to this people, he took by making a passage into it underground. To the barbarians, who had no previous knowledge of this device for entering fortified places, it seemed as if a miracle had been wrought when they saw armed men rise out of the ground in the middle of their city, almost without any trace of the mine by which they had entered being visible. Plutarch says that 80,000 Indians were slain in that part of the country, and that numerous prisoners were sold as slaves. The Musicani again rebelled, and Python, being sent to crush them, brought the chief of the tribe, who was also the author of the insurrection, to the king, who ordered him to be crucified, and then returned to the river, where the fleet was waiting for him. The 4th day thereafter, he sailed down the river to a town that lay at the very extremity of the kingdom of Sambus. That prince had but lately surrendered himself to Alexander, but the people of the city refused to obey him and had even closed their gates against him. The king, however, despising the paucity of their numbers, ordered 500 Agrianians to go close up to the walls and then to retire by little, in order to entice the enemy from the town, who would in that case certainly pursue under the belief that they were retreating. The Agrianians, after some skirmishing, suddenly showed their backs to the enemy as they had been ordered, and were hotly pursued by the barbarians, who fell in with other troops led by the king in person. The fighting was therefore renewed, with the result that out of the 3,000 barbarians who were in the action, 600 were killed, 1,000 taken prisoners, and the rest driven back into the city. But this victory did not end so happily as at first sight it promised to do, for the barbarians had used poisoned swords, and the wounded soon afterwards died, while the surgeons were at a loss to discover why a slight wound should be incurable and followed by so violent a death. The barbarians had been in hopes that the king, who was known to be rash and reckless of his safety, might be in this way cut off, and in fact it was only by sheer good luck that he escaped untouched, fighting as he did among the very foremost. Ptolemy was wounded in the left shoulder, slightly indeed, but yet dangerously on account of the poison, and his case caused the king especial anxiety. He was his own kinsman, some even believed that Philip was his father, and it is at all events certain that he was the son of one of that king's mistresses. He was a member of the royal bodyguard and the bravest of soldiers. At the same time, He was even greater and more illustrious in civil pursuits than in war itself. He lived in a plain style like men of common rank, was liberal in the extreme, easy too of access, and a man who gave himself none of the high airs so often assumed by courtiers. These qualities made it doubtful whether he was more loved by the king or by his countrymen. At all events, now that his life was in danger, he was for the first time made aware of the great affection entertained for him by the Macedonians, who by this time seemed to have presaged the greatness to which he afterwards rose, for they showed as much solicitude for him as they did for Alexander himself. Alexander, again, though fatigued with fighting and anxiety, sat watching over Ptolemy, and when he wished to take some rest, did not leave the sick room, but had his bed brought into it. He had no sooner laid himself down than he fell into a profound sleep, from which, when he awoke, he told his attendants that in a vision he had seen a creature in the form of a serpent carrying in its mouth a plant, which it offered him as an antidote to the poison. He gave besides such a description of the color of the plant as he was sure would enable anyone falling in with it to recognize it. The plant was found soon afterwards, as many had gone to search for it, and was laid upon the wound by Alexander himself. The application at once removed the pain and speedily cicatrized the wound. The barbarians, finding themselves disappointed of their first hopes, surrendered themselves and their city. Alexander marched thence into the Patalian territory. Its king was Moers, but he had abandoned the town and fled for safety to the mountains. Alexander then took possession of the place and ravaged the surrounding country, from which he carried off a great booty of sheep and cattle, besides a great quantity of corn. After this, taking some natives acquainted with the river to pilot his way, he sailed down the stream to an island which had sprung up almost in the middle of the channel. Chapter Roman 9. Perils encountered on the voyage down the western arm of the Indus to the sea. Alexander returns from the mouth of the river to Patala. Here he was obliged to make a longer stay than he had anticipated, because the pilots, finding they were not strictly guarded, had absconded. He then sent out a party of his men to search for others. They returned without finding any, but his unquenchable ambition to see the ocean and reach the boundaries of the world made him entrust his own life and the safety of so many gallant men to an unknown river without any guides, possessed of the requisite local knowledge. They thus sailed on ignorant of everything on the way they had to pass. It was entirely left to haphazard and baseless conjecture how far off they were from the sea, what tribes dwelt along the banks, whether the river was placid at its mouth, and whether it was thereabouts of a depth sufficient for their warships. The only comfort in this rash adventure was a confident reliance on Alexander's uniform good fortune. The expedition had in this manner now proceeded a distance of 400 stadia, when the pilots brought to his notice that they began to feel sea air, and that they believed the ocean was not now far off. The king, elated by the news, exhorted the sailors to bend to their oars. The end of their labors, he said, for which they had always been hoping and praying, was close at hand. Nothing was now wanting to complete their glory, nothing left to withstand their valor. They could now, without the hazard of fighting, without any bloodshed, make the whole world their own. Even nature herself could advance no farther, and within a short time they would see what was known to none but the immortal gods. He nevertheless sent a small party ashore in a boat in order to take some of the natives straggling about, from whom he hoped some correct information might be obtained. After all the huts near the shore had been searched, some natives at last were found hidden away in them. These, on being asked how far off the sea was, answered that they had never so much as heard of such a thing as the sea, but that on the third day they might come to water of a bitter taste which corrupted the fresh water. From this it was understood they meant the sea, whose nature they did not understand. The mariners therefore plied their oars with increased alacrity, and still more strenuously on the following day as they drew nearer to the fulfillment of their hopes. On the third day they observed that the sea, coming up with a tide as yet gentle, began to mingle its brine with the fresh water of the river. Then they rowed out to another island that lay in the middle of the river, making, however, slower progress in rowing since the stream of the river was now beaten back by the force of the tide. They put in to the shore of the island, and such as landed ran hither and thither in quest of provisions, never dreaming of the mishap which was to overtake them from their ignorance of tides. It was now about the third hour of the day when the ocean, undergoing its periodic change, rose in flood tide, and began to burst upon them and force back the current of the river, which being at first retarded, and then more violently repelled, was driven upward contrary to its natural direction with more than the impetuosity of rivers in flood rushing down precipitous beds. The men in general were ignorant of the nature of the sea, and so, when they saw it continually swelling higher and overflowing the beach which before was dry, they looked upon this as something supernatural by which the gods signified their wrath against their rash presumption. When the vessels were now fairly floated, and the whole squadron scattered in different directions, the men who had gone on shore ran back in consternation to the ships, confounded beyond measure by a calamity of a nature so unexpected. But amid the tumult, their haste served only to mar their speed. Some were to be seen pushing the vessels with poles, others had taken their seats to row, but in doing so had meanwhile been preventing the proper adjustment of the oars. Others again, in hastening to sail out into the clear channel, without waiting for the requisite number of sailors and pilots, worked the vessels to little effect, crippled as these were and otherwise difficult to handle. At the same time, several other vessels drifted away with the stream before those who were pell-mell crowding into them could all get on board. And in this case, the crowding caused as much delay in hurrying off as did the scarcity of hands in the other vessels. From one side were shouted orders to stay, from another to put off, so that amid this confusion of contradictory orders nothing that was of any service could be seen or even heard. In such an emergency, the pilots themselves were useless, since their commands could neither be heard for the uproar, nor executed by men so distracted with terror. The ships accordingly ran foul of each other, broke away each other's oars, and bumped each other's sterns. A spectator could not have supposed that what he saw was the fleet of one and the same army, but rather two hostile fleets engaged in a sea fight. Prows were dashed against poops, and vessels that damaged other vessels in front of them were themselves damaged in turn by vessels at their stern. The men, as was but natural, lost their temper, and from high words fell to blows. By this time, the tide had overflowed all the level lands near the river's edge, leaving only sand heaps visible above the water like so many islands. To these numbers of the men swam for safety, neglecting through fear the safety of the vessels they quitted, some of which were riding in very deep water where depressions existed in the ground, while others were stranded on shoals where the waves had covered the more or less elevated parts of the channel. But now they were suddenly surprised with a new danger, still greater than the first, for the sea, which had begun to ebb, was rushing back whence it came with a strong current, and was rendering back the lands which just before had been deeply submerged. This pitched some of the stranded vessels upon their sterns, and caused others to fall upon their sides, and that too with such violence that the fields around them were strewn with baggage, arms, broken oars, and wreckage. The soldiers, meanwhile, neither dared to trust themselves to the land nor to leave their ships, as they dreaded that some calamity, worse than before, might at any moment befall them. They could scarcely indeed believe what they saw and experienced, these shipwrecks upon dry land, and the presence of the sea and the river. Nor did their misfortunes end here, for as they did not know that the tide would soon afterwards bring back the sea and float their ships, they anticipated that they would be reduced by famine to the most dismal extremities. To add to their terror, monstrous creatures of frightful aspect, which the sea had left behind it, were seen wandering about. As night drew on, the hopelessness of the situation oppressed even the king himself with harassing anxieties. But no care could ever daunt his indomitable spirit, and great as was his anxiety, it did not prevent him from remaining all night on the watch and giving out his orders. He even sent some horsemen to the mouth of the river with instructions that when they saw the tide returning they should go before it and announce its approach. Meanwhile, he caused the shattered vessels to be repaired, and those that were overturned to be set upright, at the same time ordering the men to be ready and on the alert when the land would be inundated by the return of the tide. The whole of that night had been spent by the king in watching and addressing words of encouragement to his men when the horsemen came back at full gallop, with the tide following at their heels. It came at first with a gentle current which sufficed to set the ships afloat, but it soon gathered strength enough to set the whole fleet in motion. Then the soldiers and sailors, giving vent to their irrepressible joy at their unexpected deliverance, made the shores and banks resound with their exulting cheers. They asked each other wonderingly wherefrom so vast a sea had suddenly returned, whereto it had retired the day before, what was the nature of this strange element, which at one time was out of harmony with the natural laws of space, but at another was obedient to some fixed laws in respect of time. The king, conjecturing from what had happened that the tide would return after sunrise, took advantage of it, and starting at midnight sailed down the river attended by a few ships, and having passed its mouth, advanced into the sea a distance of 400 stadia, and thus at last accomplished the object he had so much at heart. Having then sacrificed to the tutelary gods of the sea and of the places adjacent, he took the way back to his fleet. Chapter X. Alexander goes homeward by land, leaving Nearchus to follow by sea and conduct the fleet to the head of the Persian Gulf. Disastrous march through Gedrosia. Alexander arrives in Carmania, where he holds Bacchic revels to celebrate his conquests. He sailed thence up the river, and next day reached a place of anchorage not far from a salt lake, the peculiar properties of which being unknown to his men, deceived those who thoughtlessly bathed in its waters. For scabs broke out over their bodies, and the disease being contagious, infected even others who had not bathed. The application of oil, however, cured the sores. Then, as the country through which the army was to pass was dry and waterless, Alexander sent on Leonidas in advance to dig wells, while he remained himself with the troops where he was, waiting for the arrival of spring. In the meantime, he built a good many cities, and ordered Nearchus and Onesicritus, who were experienced navigators, to sail with the stoutest ships down to the ocean, and proceeding as far as they could with safety to make themselves acquainted with the nature of the sea. Having done this, they might return to join him by sailing up either the same river or the Euphrates. The winter being now well nigh over, he burned the useless ships and marched homeward with his army by land. In the course of 9 encampments he reached the land of the Arabites, and in 9 more the land of the Cedrosa, a free people who agreed to surrender after holding a council to consider the subject. As they surrendered voluntarily, nothing was exacted from them except a supply of provisions. On the 5th day thereafter he came to a river, which the natives called the Arabis, and beyond it he found the country barren and waterless. This he traversed, and so entered the dominions of the Oreti. Here he gave Hephaestion the great bulk of the army, and divided the rest of it, consisting of light-armed troops, between Ptolemy, Leonidas, and himself. These 3 divisions plundered the Indians simultaneously and carried off a large booty. Ptolemy devastated the maritime country, while the king himself and Leonidas between them ravaged all the interior. Here, too, he built a city, which he peopled with Aracosians. Thence he came to those Indians who inhabit the sea-coast, possessing a great extent of country, and holding no manner of intercourse even with their next neighbors. This isolation from the rest of the world has brutalized their character, which even by nature is far from humane. They have long claw-like nails and long shaggy hair, for they cut the growth of neither. They live in huts constructed of shells and other offscourings of the sea. Their clothing consists of the skins of wild beasts, and they feed on fish dried in the sun, and on the flesh of sea monsters cast on the shore during stormy weather. The Macedonians, having by this time consumed all their provisions, suffered first from scarcity and at last from hunger, so that they were driven to search everywhere for the roots of the palm, which is the only tree that country produces. When even this kind of food failed them, they began to kill their beasts of burden, and did not spare even their horses. They were thus deprived of the means of carrying their baggage, and had to burn the rich spoils taken from their enemies, for the sake of which they had marched to the utmost extremities of the east. A pestilence succeeded the famine, for the new juices of the unwholesome esculents on which they fed, superadded to the fatigue of marching and the strain of their mental anxiety, had spread various distempers among them, so that they were threatened with destruction whether they remained where they were or resumed their march. If they stayed, famine would assail them, and if they advanced, a still deadlier enemy, pestilence, would have them in its grasp. The plains were in consequence bestrewn with almost more bodies of the dying than of the dead. Even those who suffered least from the distemper could not keep pace with the main army, because every one believed that the faster he traveled, he advanced the more surely to health and safety. The men, therefore, whose strength failed, craved help from all and sundry, whether known to them or unknown. But there were no beasts of burden now by which they could be taken on, and the soldiers had enough to do to carry their arms, whilst at the same time the dreadful figure of the calamity impending over themselves was ever before their eyes. Being thus repeatedly appealed to, they could not so much as bear to cast back a look at their comrades, their pity for others being lost in their fears for themselves. Those, on the other hand, who were thus forsaken, implored the king, in the name of the gods and by the rights of their common religion, to help them in their sore need. And when they found that they vainly importuned deaf ears, their despair turned to frantic rage, so that they fell to imprecations, wishing for those who refused to help them a similar death and similar friends. The king, feeling himself to be the cause of so great a calamity, was oppressed with grief and shame, and sent orders to Phrataphorns, the satrap of the Parthians, to forward him upon camels provisions ready cooked, and he also notified his wants to the governors of the adjacent provinces. In obedience to his orders, the supplies were at once forwarded, and the army being thus rescued, from famine at least, reached eventually the frontiers of Sedrosia, a region which alone of all these parts produces everything in great abundance. Here, therefore, he halted for some time to refresh his harassed troops by an interval of repose. Meanwhile, he received a letter from Leonidas reporting that he had defeated the Oreti, who had brought against him a force of 8,000 foot and 300 horse. Word came also from Craterus that he had crushed an incipient rebellion, instigated by 2 Persian nobles, Ozines and Zariasps, whom he had seized and placed under custody. On leaving this place, Alexander appointed Sabaeus to be governor of that province in succession to Memnon, who had lately been cut off by some malady, and he then marched into Carmania, which was governed by the satrap Aspastes, whom he suspected of having designed to make himself independent while he was a great distance off in India. Aspastes came to meet Alexander, who, dissembling his resentment, received him graciously, and let him remain in office till he could inquire into the charges preferred against him. Then, as the different governors, in compliance with his demands, had sent him a large supply of horses and draft cattle from their respective provinces, he accommodated all his men who wanted them with horses and wagons. He restored also their arms to their former splendor, for they were now not far from Persia, which was a rich country and in the enjoyment of profound peace. So then Alexander, whose soul aspired to more than human greatness, since he had rivaled, as we said before, the glory which Father Bacchus had achieved by his conquest of India, resolved also to match his reputation by imitating the Bacchanalian procession which that divinity first invented, whether that was a triumph or merely some kind of frolic with which his bacchanals amused themselves. To this end, he ordered the streets through which he was to pass to be strewn with flowers and chaplets, and beakers and other capacious vessels brimming with wine to be placed at all the house doors. Then he ordered wagons to be made, each capable of holding many soldiers, and these to be decorated like tents, some with white canvas and others with costly tapestry. The king headed the procession with his friends and the members of his select bodyguard, wearing on their heads chaplets made of a variety of flowers. The strains of music were to be heard in every part of the procession, here the breathings of the flute, and there the warblings of the lyre. All the army followed, feasting and carousing as they rode in the wagons, which they had decorated as gaily as they possibly could, and had hung round with their choicest and showiest weapons. The king himself and the companions of his revelry rode in a chariot, which groaned under the weight of goblets of gold and large drinking cups made of the same precious metal. The army for 7 days advanced in this bacchanalian fashion, so that it might have fallen an easy prey to the vanquished if they had but had a spark of spirit to attack it when in this drunken condition. Why, 1,000 men only, if with some mettle in them and sober, could have captured the whole army in the midst of its triumph, besotted as it was with its 7 days' drunken debauch. But fortune, which assigns to everything its fame and value in the world's estimation, turned into glory this gross military scandal. And the contemporaries of Alexander, as well as those who came after his time, regarded it as a wonderful achievement, that his soldiers, though drunk, passed in safety through nations hardly as yet sufficiently subdued, the barbarians taking, what was in reality a piece of great temerity, to be a display of well-grounded confidence. All this grand exhibition, however, had the executioner in its wake, for the satrap Aspastes, of whom we before made mention, was ordered to be put to death. So true is it that cruelty is no obstacle to the indulgence of luxury, nor luxury to the indulgence of cruelty. Diodoros Siculus. Bibliotheca Historica of Diodoros Siculus. 17th Book. Chapter LXX. Alexander at Massaga, his treachery towards the Indian mercenaries who had capitulated. When the capitulation on those terms had been ratified by oaths, the queen, to show her admiration of Alexander's magnanimity, sent out to him most valuable presents, with an intimation that she would fulfill all the stipulations. Then the mercenaries at once, in accordance with the terms of the agreement, evacuated the city, and after retiring to a distance of 80 stadia, pitched their camp unmolested without thought of what was to happen. But Alexander, who was actuated by an implacable enmity against the mercenaries, and had kept his troops under arms ready for action, pursued the barbarians, and falling suddenly upon them, made a great slaughter of their ranks. The barbarians at first loudly protested that they were attacked in violation of sworn obligations, and invoked the gods whom he had desecrated by taking false oaths in their name. But Alexander, with loud voice, retorted that his covenant merely bound him to let them depart from the city, and was by no means a league of perpetual amity between them and the Macedonians. The mercenaries, undismayed by the greatness of their danger, drew their ranks together in form of a ring, within which they placed the women and children to guard them on all sides against their assailants. As they were now desperate, and by their audacity and feats of valor, made the conflict in which they closed hot work for the enemy, while the Macedonians held it a point of honor not to be outdone in courage by a horde of barbarians, great was the astonishment and alarm which the peril of the crisis created. For as the combatants were locked together fighting hand to hand, death and wounds were dealt round in every variety of form. Thus the Macedonians, when once their long spikes had shattered the shields of the barbarians, pierced their vitals with the steel points of these weapons. And on the other hand, the mercenaries never hurled their javelins without deadly effect against the near mark presented by the dense ranks of the enemy. When many were thus wounded and not a few killed, the women, taking the arms of the fallen, fought side by side with the men, for the imminence of the danger and the great interests at stake forced them to do violence to their nature, and to take an active part in the defense. Accordingly, some of them who had supplied themselves with arms did their best to cover their husbands with their shields, while others who were without arms did much to impede the enemy by flinging themselves upon them and catching hold of their shields. The defenders, however, after fighting desperately along with their wives, were at last overpowered by superior numbers, and met a glorious death which they would have disdained to exchange for a life with dishonor. Alexander spared the unwarlike and unarmed multitude, as well as the women that still survived, but took them away under charge of the cavalry. Chapter LXXXV. Alexander captures the rock Yornos. He took many other cities, and put to death all who offered resistance to his arms. He then advanced to the rock called Yornos, unto which such of the inhabitants as survived had fled for refuge, because it was a stronghold of incomparable security. Heracles, it is said, had in the days of old assaulted this rock, but had abandoned the siege on the occurrence of violent earthquakes and signs from heaven. Now, when this story came to Alexander's ears, it only whetted his eagerness to attack the stronghold and match himself against the god in a contest for glory. The rock was 100 stadia in circuit, 16 stadia in height, and had a level surface, forming a complete circle. On its southern side, it was washed by the Indus, the greatest of Indian rivers, but elsewhere it was all environed with deep ravines and inaccessible cliffs. When Alexander, who perceived the difficult nature of the ground, had given up all hope of taking the place by assault, there came to him an old man accompanied by his 2 sons. He was miserably poor, this man, and had lived a long time in that neighborhood, inhabiting a cave with 3 lairs cut into the rock, which served as night quarters for himself and his sons. He had thus a familiar knowledge of all that locality. This old man then, coming to the king, explained to him what his circumstances were, and undertook to guide his army up the difficult ascent, and take him to a position which commanded the barbarians in occupation of the rock. Alexander promised the man an ample recompense for this service, and in following his guidance seized in the first place the narrow pass which alone gave access to the rock, and, as there was no exit from it elsewhere, He so closely blocked up the enemy that no assistance could possibly reach them from any quarter. In the next place, he set all his men to work to fill up with a mound the ravine which lay at the root of the rock. Having thus got nearer the place, he pushed the siege with all possible vigor, making assaults for 7 days and as many nights without intermission, the troops taking duty by turns. The advantage, however, lay at first with the barbarians, who fought from a higher position and killed many who pressed the attack too recklessly. But when the mound had been completed, and catapults which shot bolts to a great distance and other engines of war had been brought to bear against them, and when it became manifest besides that the king would by no means abandon the siege, the Indians were struck with despair. Alexander, whose sagacity foresaw what would occur, withdrew the guard which he had left at the pass, thus giving the men on the rock, if they wished to retire, a free passage out. So then the barbarians, dismayed alike by the valor of the Macedonians and the king's fixed ambition to be master of the place, evacuated the rock by night. Chapter LXXXVI. Alexander crosses the Indus and is hospitably received by taxilaires. Alexander, having thus outwitted the Indians by these feints, obtained possession of the rock without risk being incurred. He then gave his guide the stipulated reward, and moved off with his army at the very time when Africares, an Indian who had 20,000 soldiers and 15 elephants, was hovering about in that locality. This man certain of his followers put to death, and, having brought his head to Alexander, procured for this service their own safety. The king took them into his own ranks, and got possession of the elephants, which were wandering at large about the country. He then came to the river Indus, and, finding that the 30-oared galleys which he ordered had been prepared, and the passage bridged, he gave his army a rest of 30 days to recruit their strength. Having then offered to the gods sacrifices on a magnificent scale, he led his army over to the other side, where he met with an incident which took a strange and unexpected turn. For Taxilaires being by this time dead, his son Mophais had succeeded to the government. Now Mophais had before this not only sent word to Alexander, then in Sogdiana, that he would fight on his side against any Indians who might appear in arms against him, but at this juncture had also sent ambassadors to say that he surrendered his kingdom into his hands. So when Alexander was at a distance of 40 stadia, he set forth to meet him, attended by his friends, and his army drawn up in battle order and his elephants ranged in line. Alexander, seeing a great host advancing towards him drawn up as if for action, thought that the Indian had treacherously offered to surrender, that he might thus fall upon the Macedonians before they could prepare for battle. He therefore ordered the trumpeters to sound to arms, and, having marshaled his troops, advanced to give the Indians battle. But Mophais, on seeing the commotion in the Macedonian ranks, and comprehending its cause, left his army, and riding forward with a few of his friends, corrected the mistake into which the Macedonians had fallen, and surrendered himself and his army to the king. Alexander, to mark his approbation of this conduct, gave back his kingdom to Mophais, and ever afterwards treated him as a friend and ally. He also changed his name to Taxilaires. Chapter LXXXV. Alexander marches against Poros, the appearance presented by the Indian army with its elephants. Such were the transactions of this year, that in which Cremares was archon at Athens, and in which the Romans appointed Publius Cornelius and Aulus Postumius consuls. Thereafter Alexander, who had recruited his army by an interval of rest in the country of Taxilaires, took the field against Poros, the king of the neighboring Indians, who had an army of more than 50,000 foot, about 3,000 horse, above 1,000 chariots, and 130 elephants. This king had made an alliance with another prince called Embassaros, the ruler of an adjacent tribe, and who possessed an army which was but little inferior to his own. Alexander, on learning that this king was 400 stadia distant, resolved to attack Poros before his ally could reach him. Poros, being warned of the near approach of the enemy, at once drew up his troops in order of battle. His cavalry he distributed on the wings, and his elephants he placed in his front line at equidistances, and so arranged as to strike the enemy with terror. In the intervals between the animals, he stationed the rest of his soldiers, instructing them to succor the elephants and protect them from being assailed in flank by the enemy's missiles. The whole disposition of his army gave it very much the appearance of a city, the elephants as they stood resembling its towers, and the men-at-arms placed between them resembling the lines of wall intervening between tower and tower. But Alexander, having observed how the forces of the enemy had been disposed, regulated thereby the formation of his own line. Chapter LXXXVI, the defeat of Poros. The Macedonian cavalry began the action, and destroyed nearly all the chariots of the Indians. Upon this, the elephants, applying to good use their prodigious size and strength, killed some of the enemy by trampling them under their feet and crushing their armor and their bones, while upon others they inflicted a terrible death. For they first lifted them aloft with their trunks, which they had twined round their bodies, and then dashed them down with great violence to the ground. Many others they deprived in a moment of life by goring them through and through with their tusks. But the Macedonians heroically bore the brunt of this dreadful onslaught, and having killed with their long pikes the men stationed between the elephants, made the poise of the battle equal. They next assailed the animals themselves with a storm of javelins, thus piercing them with numerous wounds, which so tortured them that the Indians mounted on their backs lacked sufficient strength to control their movements. For the animals on heading to their own ranks bore against them with an impetuosity not to be repressed, and trampled their own friends under their feet. Then ensued a great confusion, but Poros, who was mounted on the most powerful of all his elephants, on seeing what had happened, gathered around him 40 of the animals that were still under control, and falling upon the enemy with all the weight of the elephants, made a great slaughter with his own hand, for he far surpassed in bodily strength any soldier of his army. In stature he measured 5 cubits, while his girth was such that his breastplate was twice the size required for a man of ordinary bulk. For this reason, the javelins he flung from his hand flew with all but the impetus of shots from a catapult. The Macedonians who stood opposed to him being terror-struck at his astonishing prowess, Alexander sent to their assistance the archers and the divisional light troops, with orders that every man should make Poros the object of his aim. The soldiers lost no time in carrying out these orders. Their bolts flew thick and fast, and as the Indian king at whom they were all aimed presented a broad mark, none of them failed to carry home. Poros fought on with heroic courage, but being drained of blood by the number of his wounds, he fainted away, and leaning on his elephant for support, was borne to the ground. A report having spread that their king was dead, the remnant of the Indian host fled from the field, but many of them were slain in the flight. Chapter LXX6. Losses sustained by each side in the Battle of the Hydaspes. Alexander orders a fleet to be built on the Hydaspes. Alexander, having gained this splendid victory, recalled his soldiers from the field by sound of trumpet. In this engagement, more than 12,000 of the Indians fell, among whom were 2 of the sons of Poros and his generals, and the most distinguished of his other officers. More than 9,000 men were taken prisoners, and 80 elephants were captured. Poros himself, who was still alive, was given into the hands of the Indians to be cured of his wounds. Of the Macedonians, there fell 280 horsemen and more than 700 foot soldiers. The king buried the dead, and in proportion to their merits rewarded those who had signalized themselves by their bravery in the action. He then sacrificed to the sun, as the deity who had given him the conquest of the eastern parts of the world. As the mountainous country adjacent produced much well-grown fir, and not a little cedar and pine, besides an unlimited quantity of other kinds of timber fit for building ships, he prepared what ships he required. For he intended, after he had reached the limits of India and subdued all its inhabitants, to sail downstream to the ocean. He founded 2 cities, one beyond the river at the place where he crossed, and the other on the field where he had defeated Poros. The work of building the ships was quickly finished, owing to the great number of hands employed on it, and he then appointed Poros, who had recovered from his wounds, in consideration of the valor he had displayed, to be king of the country over which he had formerly ruled. He then gave his army 30 days to recruit in this region, which yielded an unstinted supply of all the necessaries of life. Chapter XC. Some account of the serpents, apes, and trees seen by the Macedonians in India. In the mountainous country, which adjoined the scene of action, there were found other peculiar products besides timber for shipbuilding, for it abounded with snakes of an extraordinary size, being 16 cubits in length, and with many kinds of apes, which also were remarkable for their size. The apes of themselves suggested what stratagem should be employed in hunting them, for they are prone to imitate whatever they see men doing, but yet are not easily overpowered by mere force, since they are possessed both of great strength of body and sharpness of wit. Some members, therefore, of the hunting party smear their eyes with honey, others in full view of their game put on their shoes, while others hang mirrors around their necks. Then, having affixed nooses to their shoes, they leave these behind them, and in place of the honey they substitute gum, and at the same time attach hauling ropes to the mirrors. So when the apes try to do all that they had seen done by the men, they find themselves powerless to do so, for their eyelids are glued together, their feet entangled in the nooses, and their bodies held fast by the ropes. In these circumstances, they fall an easy prey to the hunters. Alexander, having struck terror into the king called Ambassaros, who had come too late to the assistance of Poros, compelled him to do what he commanded. Having then crossed the river with his army, he advanced through a country of surpassing fertility, for it had various kinds of trees, which rose to a height of 70 cubits, and had such a girth that it took fully 4 men to clasp them round, while their shadow projected to a distance of 300 feet. This region also was much infested with snakes. These were small in size and marked with diverse colors, for while some were like bronze-colored wands, others had a thick hair-like mane, and with their sting inflicted a death of acute pain. For the sufferings of anyone they bit were dreadful, and were accompanied with a flux of sweat which looked like blood. On this account, the Macedonians, being terribly plagued by their stings, suspended their couches from the trees and kept awake the greater part of the night. But when they had learned from the natives that a certain root was an antidote, its application relieved them from their sufferings. Chapter XCI. Alexander pursues Poros, nephew of the great Poros, subdues the Adrestai and Cataians, and enters the kingdom of Sopathers, peculiar customs of the natives of these parts. When he moved forward with his forces, certain men came to inform him that Poros, the king of the country, who was the nephew of that Poros whom he had defeated, had quitted his kingdom and fled to the nation of the GANGARIDAI. Alexander, irritated at the news, dispatched Hephaestion into his country with a body of troops and ordered him to hand over the kingdom to the other Poros who was on his side. He then marched in person against the Adrestai, and having reduced some of their cities which offered resistance and persuaded others to surrender, he invaded the country of the Cataians, a people among whom the custom prevailed that widows should be burned along with their husbands, the barbarians having put in force a decree to this effect, because an instance had occurred of a wife procuring her husband's death by poison. The king laid siege to their greatest and strongest city and burned it to the ground in revenge for the many dangers incurred in capturing it. While he was besieging another considerable city, the Indians in a suppliant manner entreated his mercy, and he spared them accordingly. He next warred against the cities that were subject to the sway of Sopathers. These were governed by laws in the highest degree salutary, for while in other respects their political system was one to admire, beauty was held among them in the highest estimation. For this reason, a discrimination between the children born to them is made at the stage of infancy, when those that are perfect in their limbs and features, and have constitutions which promise a combination of strength and beauty, are allowed to be reared, while those that have any bodily defect are condemned to be destroyed as not worth the rearing. They make their marriages also in accordance with this principle, for in selecting a bride they care nothing whether she has a dowry and a handsome fortune besides, but look only to her beauty and other advantages of the outward person. It follows that the inhabitants of these cities are generally held in higher estimation than the rest of their countrymen. Their king Sopathers, who was admired by all for his beauty and his stature, which exceeded 4 cubits, came forth from the city where his palace was, and on surrendering himself and his kingdom to Alexander was reinstated in his authority by the clemency of the conqueror. Sopathers, with the utmost cordiality, feasted the whole army in splendid style for several days. Chapter XI. Courage and ferocity of the dogs in the dominions of Sopathers. Among the many valuable presents which he bestowed on Alexander were 150 dogs remarkable for their size and strength, and superior also in other points, and said to have been bred from tigresses. Being desirous that Alexander should have proof of their mettle by seeing them at work, he placed a full-grown lion within an enclosure, and selecting 2 of the least valuable of the dogs included in the present, cast them to the lion. When these were likely to be vanquished by the wild beast, he let loose other 2 dogs. Then, When the 4 dogs together proved more than a match for the lion, a man who was sent into the ring with a knife cut away the right leg of one of the dogs. When the king loudly remonstrated, and his bodyguards rushed forward and arrested the hand of the Indian, Sopathers announced that he would give 3 dogs instead of the one which was mutilated. Then the huntsman, taking hold of the leg, cut it away quietly bit by bit. The dog, without uttering so much as a yell or a moan of pain, kept his fangs fixed in the bite, until all his blood being drained, he drew his last breath on the body of the lion. Chapter XCI, Submission of Phergius, Advance to the Hypanes, Description given by Phergius of the country beyond the Hypanes, of the Prasians and their king Xandrames. During these transactions, Hephaestion, who had made large conquests of Indian territory with the expedition under his command, rejoined Alexander, who, after having praised that general for his valor and devotion to his service, then led his army into the dominions of Phergius. Here, as the natives welcomed the presence of the Macedonians, and Phergius came out with many gifts to meet them, Alexander consented to let him retain his kingdom. Then, having for 2 days enjoyed along with his army the noble hospitality of this prince, he advanced toward the Hypanes, a river with a width of 7 stadia, a depth of 6 fathoms, and a violent current which made its passage difficult. He had obtained from Phergius a description of the country beyond the Indus. First came a desert which it would take 12 days to traverse. Beyond this was the river called the Ganges, which had a width of 32 stadia, and a greater depth than any other Indian river. Beyond this again were situated the dominions of the nation of the Prasioi and the GANGARIDAI, whose king, Xandrames, had an army of 20,000 horse, 200,000 infantry, 2,000 chariots, and 4,000 elephants trained and equipped for war. Alexander, distrusting these statements, sent for Poros and questioned him as to their accuracy. Poros assured him of the correctness of the information, but added that the king of the GANGARIDAI was a man of quite worthless character, and held in no respect, as he was thought to be the son of a barber. This man, the king's father, was of a comely person, and of him the queen had become deeply enamored. The old king having been treacherously murdered by his wife, the succession had devolved on him who now reigned. Alexander, though sensible of the difficulties which would attend an expedition against the GANGARIDAI, had nevertheless no thought of swerving from the path of his ambition, but having in his favor the courage of the Macedonians and the responses of the oracles, he was buoyed up with the hope that he would conquer the barbarians, for had not the Pythian priestess pronounced him invincible, and had not Ammon promised him the dominion of the whole world? Chapter XCIV, Miserable Condition of the Macedonian Army, its refusal to advance beyond the Hypanes. He saw, however, that his soldiers were dispirited by interminable campaigns, and by their exposure for nearly 8 years to toils and dangers reduced to a condition of the utmost misery, and he therefore conceived it was necessary for him to animate his troops for the expedition against the GANGARIDAI by plying them with suitable arguments. For death had made severe ravages in his ranks, and all hope was gone that his wars would ever come to an end. Then their horses' hoofs had been worn off by ceaseless marches, and their weapons worn out by use. The Hellenic costumes again were by this time threadbare and could not be replaced, and hence the men were obliged to use cloth woven in barbaric looms wherewith to cut out such dresses for themselves as were worn by Indians. It also so happened that violent storms of rain burst from the clouds for the space of 70 days, accompanied with continual outbreaks of thunder and lightning. Alexander, considering this state of things an obstacle to his designs, placed all his hopes of gaining his ends on winning by benefactions the hearty support of his soldiers. Accordingly, he allowed them to plunder the enemy's country, where supplies of all sorts abounded. And on those days when the army was busily engaged in foraging, he called together the soldiers, wives, and children, and then promised to give the women an allowance of food month by month, and the children a donative according to the calculations of what their fathers received as the pay of their military rank. When the soldiers who had found a rich and ample booty returned to the camp, he gathered them all together, and in a well-weighed speech addressed the assembly on the subject of the expedition against the GANGARIDAI. But when the Macedonians would by no means assent to his proposals, he renounced his contemplated enterprise. Chapter XCV, Alexander erects altars and other memorials near the Hypanes and returns to the Aexonaires. He then resolved to set up marks to indicate the limits to which he had advanced. So first of all he built altars to the 12 gods of 50 cubits in height. Having next enclosed an encampment thrice the size of the one he occupied, he dug round it a trench 50 feet broad and 40 feet deep, and with the earth cast up from this trench, he erected a rampart of extraordinary dimensions. He further ordered quarters to be constructed as for foot soldiers, each containing 2 beds 5 cubits in length for each man, and besides this accommodation, 2 stalls of twice the ordinary size for each horseman. Whatever else was to be left behind was directed to be likewise proportionately increased in size. His object in all this was not merely to make a camp as for heroes, but at the same time to leave among the people of the country tokens of mighty men to show with what enormous bodily strength they were endowed. When these works were finished, he retraced his steps with all his army to the river Aexonaires. On reaching it, he found that the boats had been built, and when he had rigged these out, he ordered an additional number to be constructed. At this time, there arrived from Greece allies and mercenaries led by the generals in command of the allies, amounting to more than 30,000 foot and not much less than 6,000 cavalry. Splendid full suits of armor besides were brought for the infantry to the number of 25,000 and 100 talents of medicinal drugs, all which he distributed among the soldiers. When the equipment of the fleet was finished, and 200 boats without hatches and 800 tenders had been got ready, he proceeded to give names to the cities which had been founded on the banks of the river, calling one Nicia in commemoration of his victory, and the other Baucephala after his horse that perished in the battle with Poros. Chapter XCVI. Voyage to the Southern Ocean begun, submission of the Sibyl, the Agalatians attacked and conquered. Alexander now embarked with his friends and started on the voyage to the Southern Ocean. The bulk of the army simultaneously marched along the banks of the river under the command of Crateros and Hephaestion. On coming to the place where the Aexonaires and Hydaspes join each other, the king landed his troops and led them against a people called the Sibyl. These, it is said, were descended from the soldiers who, under Heracles, attacked the rock Yornos, and after failing to capture, it were settled by him in this part of the country. Alexander encamped near their capital, and thereupon the citizens who filled the highest offices came forth to meet him and reminded him how they were connected by the ties of a common origin. They avowed themselves to be, in virtue of their kinship, ready and willing to do whatever he might require, and presented him also with magnificent gifts. Alexander was so gratified by their professions of goodwill that he permitted their cities to remain in the enjoyment of their freedom. He then advanced his arms against their next neighbors, and finding that the people called Agalatians had mustered an army of 40,000 foot and 3,000 horse, he gave them battle, and proving victorious put the greater number of them to the sword. The rest, who had fled for safety to the adjacent towns, which were soon captured, he condemned to slavery. The remainder of the inhabitants had been collected into one place, and he seized 20,000 of them, who had taken refuge in a large city, which he stormed. The Indians, however, having barricaded the narrow streets, fought with great vigor from the houses, so that Alexander in pressing the attack lost not a few Macedonians. This enraged him, and he set fire to the city, burning with it most of its defenders. He gave quarter, however, to 3,000 of the survivors, who had fled for refuge to the citadel and sued for mercy. Chapter XCVI. Disaster to the fleet at the confluence of the rivers. He again embarked with his friends and sailed downstream as far as the confluence of the Indus with the 2 rivers already mentioned. These mighty streams met with tumultuous roar and formed at their junction many formidable eddies, which destroyed whatever sailing craft were sucked into their vortex. The current besides was so swift and strong that it baffled all the skill of the pilots. 2 ships of war foundered in consequence, and of the other vessels not a few were stranded. A furious surge broke over the admiral's ship itself, a mishap which nearly proved fatal to the king. Wherefore, as death itself stared him in the face, he stripped off his clothes, and in his naked condition clung to anything that offered a chance of safety. His friends were at the same time swimming alongside the ship, every one eager to receive the king in the event of its capsizing. The utmost confusion prevailed on board, the men contending with the force of the current, and the river baffling all human skill and endeavor, so that it was with the greatest difficulty Alexander made the shore, on which he was cast along with the vessels. For this unexpected deliverance, he offered sacrifice to the gods for his escape from extreme peril after contending, like Achilles, with a river. Chapter XCVI. Combination of the Syracusai and Mal. Alexander, neglecting the warning of a soothsayer, attacks their stronghold and scales the walls of its citadel. He undertook next an expedition against the Syracuse, and the people called the Malay, two populous and warlike nations. The inhabitants, he found, had mustered a force of 80,000 foot, 10,000 horse, and 700 chariots. Before Alexander's coming they had been at feud with each other, but on his approach had settled their differences and cemented an alliance by intermarriage, each nation taking and giving in exchange 10,000 of their young women for wives. They did not, however, combine their forces and take the field, for as a dispute had arisen about the leadership, they had drawn off into the adjoining towns. Alexander, while approaching the city that first came in his way, was pondering how he could lay siege to it and capture it at the very first assault, when one of the soothsayers, named Dermophan, came to him and said that he had been forewarned by certain omens that the king in besieging the place would be very dangerously wounded, and he therefore advised Alexander to let that city alone for the present, and meanwhile turn his attention to other enterprises. But the king sharply rebuked him for hampering the valor of men in the heat of action. He then made arrangements for the conduct of the siege, and he led himself the way to the city, which he was ambitious to reduce at once by a vigorous assault. The battering train was, however, late in coming up, and he was himself the first to burst open a postern, and by this side entrance get into the city. He then cut down many of the defenders, put the rest to flight, and pursued them into the citadel as the Macedonians were meanwhile detained fighting at the wall. He seized a ladder, and applying it to the rampart of the fortress, began to mount it, holding the while his shield above his head. He climbed up with such activity that he quickly reached the top and surprised the barbarians who were stationed there on guard. The Indians did not venture to close with him, but assailed him from a distance off with darts and arrows, so that the king was sorely galled with the pelting storm of missiles. By this time, the Macedonians had applied to the walls 2 scaling ladders, up which they were mounting, when both of them from being overcrowded broke down, precipitating everyone to the ground. Chapter X6. Alexander, left alone, leaps down from the walls into the citadel, bravely defends himself, but is dangerously wounded. He is rescued by his friends, who capture the stronghold. The Greek colonists in Bactria revolt. The king, being thus isolated from all help, performed a feat of marvelous audacity, which well deserves to be put on record. For thinking it would be unworthy of his characteristic good fortune if he retired from the walls to his men, leaving his purpose unaccomplished, he leaped down, arms and all, alone as he was, into the citadel. The Indians hastened up to assail him, but with undaunted courage he sustained the brunt of their onslaught. Protecting himself on his right hand by the shelter of a tree rooted by the wall, and on the left by the wall itself, he thus kept the Indians at bay, firmly fixed in his purpose to bear himself right gallantly like a king by whom such great things had been achieved, and ambitious to make the close of his life the most glorious of his whole career. For numerous were the blows which he received on his helmet, nor few were those which he caught on his shield. At last, however, being hit by an arrow under the pap, he sank on his knee, overcome by the force of the blow. The Indian who had shot the arrow immediately sprang forward, thinking lightly of the danger, but while he was fetching down a blow, Alexander smote him with his sword under the ribs, and, as the wound was mortal, the barbarian fell. Then the king, grasping a branch within reach of his hand and raising himself up with it, challenged any of the Indians who so wished to come forward and fight him. Just at this crisis, Peucestes, one of the hypaspists, who had mounted by a different ladder, was the first who succeeded in covering the king with his shield. After him, many others appeared on the scene, who terrified the barbarians and saved Alexander. The city was then stormed, and the Macedonians, in their rage for what the king had suffered, slew all whom they could anywhere find and filled the city with dead bodies. While the king's attention was for many days absorbed with the curing of his wound, the Greek colonists of Bactria and Sogdiana, who had long felt it a great grievance to be settled among barbarians, when they heard at that time that the king had died of a wound, revolted from the Macedonians, and, having mustered to the number of 3,000, set out on their return home. They had many sufferings to endure on the way, and they were subsequently put to death by the Macedonians after Alexander's death. Chapter C. Alexander recovers from his wound. Combat between Koragos and Dioxippos. Dioxippos becomes victor. Alexander, on being cured of his wound, gave thank offerings to the gods for his recovery and entertained his friends with great banquets. During the revels, a noteworthy incident occurred. Among the invited guests was a Macedonian called Koragos, who was remarkable for his great bodily strength and the number of his brave exploits in war. This man, in an access of drunken bravado, challenged to single combat the Athenian Dioxippos, a prize fighter who had been crowned at the public games for victories of the highest distinction. The guests present at the carousal naturally were interested in the match, and Dioxippos having accepted the challenge, the king fixed the day on which the combat should come off. At the time appointed for the match, the people thronged in tens of thousands to witness the spectacle. The Macedonians, who were of the same race with Koragos, and the king himself joined in showing their eagerness for the success of their compatriot, while the Greeks were unanimous in backing up Dioxippos. The champions advanced into the lists, the Macedonian arrayed in costly armor, the Athenian naked, rubbed over with oil, and wearing a close-fitting skullcap made of felt. As both men excited the wonder and admiration of the spectators by the massive strength of their limbs and their superlative prowess, the contest, it was anticipated, would be of the nature of a fight between two gods. For the Macedonian, with his stalwart form and the dazzling splendor of his arms, which filled the beholders with amazement, was taken to be like Mars, while Dioxippos, by his prodigious strength, his practice in wrestling and carrying the characteristic club, showed like Heracles. When they advanced to the attack, the Macedonian from the proper distance discharged his javelin, but his antagonist, swerving a little aside, eluded the coming blow. Then the former again advanced with his long Macedonian pike leveled for the charge, but the other, on seeing him approach sufficiently near, struck the pike with his club and shattered it to pieces. The Macedonian, after being thus twice baffled, came on to the next round intending now to use his sword, but when he was just on the point of drawing it, Dioxippos unexpectedly sprang forward, and with his left hand seized the hand that was drawing the sword, while with his right hand he pushed Koragos from where he stood, tripped up his legs, and hurled him to the ground. Then Dioxippos, planting his foot on his foeman's neck and lifting up his club, directed his eyes towards the spectators. Chapter C. The Macedonians plot against Dioxippos, who in consequence takes away his own life. Alexander's regret for his loss. The multitude having loudly applauded the victor for the supreme courage whereby, contrary to all expectation, he had won the day, the king ordered him to let his antagonist go, and then, dismissing the assembly, withdrew to his tent, deeply mortified by the discomfiture of the Macedonian. Then Dioxippos, letting the fallen man go, quitted the field with a famous victory, and wearing falace with which his countrymen had adorned his brows in gratitude for the honor which he had conferred on all Greeks in common. Fortune, however, did not allow the victor any long time to enjoy his triumph, for the king became more and more alienated from him, and all Alexander's friends and all the Macedonians about the court were so envious of his worth and fame that they laid a plot against him, and persuaded the chief steward of the royal household to hide away one of the golden wine cups under his pillow. So at their next banquet, when the wine was served, they charged Dioxippos with theft on the pretense that the cup had been found in his possession, thus subjecting him to shame and disgrace. From this, he saw clearly that the Macedonians with one consent had set themselves against him, and he then rose from the banquet, and soon afterwards, when within his own chamber, wrote a letter to Alexander regarding the machinations which had been formed against him. This letter he entrusted to his own servants to deliver into the king's own hands. He then put an end to his life, and thus, by having inconsiderately accepted a challenge, terminated his career by an act of still greater folly. Many of those accordingly who blamed him for a want of sense, sarcastically remarked it was a misfortune to have great strength of body and but a modicum of brain. The king, on perusal of the letter, took the man's end much to heart, and in after times often regretted the loss of a man of his noble qualities. As he made no use of him in his lifetime, but felt the want of him when he was gone, and when regret was unavailing, he came to know the nobility of the man's nature from its contrast to the baseness of his calumniators. Chapter say, the Sambastai, Sadrai, and Massinoi submit to Alexander, who founds near the banks of the river a city called Alexandria. He conquers the kingdoms of Mausicanos, Porticanos, and Sambos. The last effects his escape. Alexander, having given orders to his army to march along the river in a line parallel with the course of the navigation, proceeded on his voyage downstream towards the ocean, and on reaching the dominions of the Sambastai, landed to invade their country. They were a people inferior to none in India, either for numbers or for bravery. They dwelt in cities in which the democratic form of government prevailed, and on hearing that the Macedonians were coming to attack them collected 60,000 foot soldiers, 6,000 horse, and 500 chariots. But when the fleet bore in sight, they were thrown into great alarm by the novelty of the appearance it presented and the unexpectedness of its presence. And, as they were at the same time disheartened by the reports which circulated about the Macedonians, they adopted the advice of their elders not to fight, and therefore sent on an embassy consisting of 50 of their foremost citizens, under the belief that they would be treated with all proper courtesy. The king, having commended them for coming and expressed his readiness to make peace with them, was presented by the inhabitants with gifts of great magnificence, and was besides accorded heroic honors. He then moved on towards the tribes called Sadrai and Massinoi, who occupied the country on both sides of the river, and in these parts he founded near the river the city of Alexandria, in which he planted a colony of 10,000 men. He next reached the dominions of King Mausicanos, seized that potentate, and having put him to death, subjugated his people. He next invaded the territories under the sway of Porticanos, and took 2 cities at the first assault, which he permitted the soldiers to sack and then burned. Porticanos himself fled into a part of the country which offered means of defense, but in a battle he was defeated and slain. All the cities subject to his scepter Alexander captured and razed to the ground, and by these severe measures spread consternation among the surrounding tribes. He next plundered the kingdom of Sambos, and having enslaved and destroyed most of his cities, put upwards of 80,000 of the barbarians to the sword. The nation called the Brahmanoi were involved in like calamities, but as the rest sued for mercy, Alexander punished the most guilty and acquitted the rest of the offenses charged against them. King Sambos escaped the danger with which he was menaced by taking flight with 30 elephants into the country beyond the Indus. Chapter CI, Harmatelia holds out against Alexander. In a battle with its inhabitants, Ptolemy is wounded by a poisoned arrow, but is cured by an antidote revealed to Alexander in a dream. At the extremity of the country of the Brachmans, there lay in the midst of difficult ground the city called Harmatelia, and as the inhabitants presumed alike on their valor and the security of their position, Alexander dispatched against them a few light-armed troops, who were directed to hang on the rear of the enemy and to take to flight in case they were attacked. These men proceeded to attack the ramparts, but being only 500 strong were regarded with contempt. A body therefore of 3,000 men under arms sallied out from the city against these troops, which, pretending to be panic-struck, took to a precipitate flight. But the king with a few followers stood his ground against the barbarians who gave pursuit, and after a severe conflict slew some and took others prisoners. On the king's side, however, not a few received wounds which all but proved fatal, since the barbarians had anointed their steels with a deadly tincture, and had taken the field to bring the war to an issue in full reliance on its efficacy. This virulent tincture was prepared from snakes of a certain kind which were hunted by the natives, who on killing them exposed their carcasses to the sun in order that the flesh might be decomposed by the burning heat of his rays. As this process went on, the juices fell out in drops, and by this liquid the poison was secreted from the carcasses of the snakes. Accordingly, when anyone was wounded, his body at once became numb, and sharp pains soon succeeded, while the whole frame was shaken with tremblings and convulsions. The skin became cold and livid, and the stomach discharged bile. A foam, moreover, of a black color issued from the wound and putrefied. At this stage the poison quickly spread to the vital parts of the body, and caused a death of fearful agony. Those, therefore, who had been severely wounded, and those who had received nothing more than an accidental scratch, suffered equally. While the wounded were perishing by such a horrible death, the king was not so much grieved for the others, but was in the deepest distress of mind on account of Ptolemy, who afterwards became a king, and for whom he had at that time a warm affection. Now at this crisis, an incident occurred of a strange and marvelous nature, which concerned Ptolemy, and which some ascribed to the provident care of the gods for his safety. For as he was loved by all the soldiers for his bravery and his unbounded generosity, so in his hour of need he obtained the kindly help he required. For the king in his sleep saw a vision in which he appeared to see a serpent holding a plant in its mouth, and showing its nature and its powers, and the place where it grew. Then Alexander, when he awoke, had search made for the plant and discovered it. This he ground into a powder, which he not only laid as a plaster on Ptolemy's body, but also administered to him as a potion, and by this means restored him to health. When the valuable properties of the plant became known, the other patients to whom the remedy was applied recovered in like manner. He then laid siege to the capital of the Harmaterlioi, a city both of great size and strength. As the inhabitants, however, came to meet him with the symbols of suppliance, and tendered their submission, he dismissed them without enacting any retributive penalty. Chapter Civ. Alexander sails down to the mouth of the Indus, sails back to Tuala Patala, starts on his march homewards, instructing Nearchos to explore the way with his fleet to the head of the Persian Gulf, ravages the land of the Oricians, and founds another Alexandria. He then sailed down the stream with his friends to the ocean, and when he had there seen 2 islands, he forthwith offered a sacrifice of great splendor to the gods, casting at the same time many large drinking cups of gold, along with the libations they held, into the bosom of the deep. Having next erected altars to Terthes and Ocanos, he assumed that he had finished the expedition which he had undertaken. He then started on the return voyage, and in sailing up the river came to Tuala, a city of great note, with a political constitution drawn on the same lines as the Spartan. For in this community, the command in war was vested in 2 hereditary kings of 2 different houses, while a council of elders ruled the whole state with paramount authority. Alexander now burned all the vessels that were worn out, and gave the command of the rest that were still serviceable to Nearchos and some others of his friends, whom he instructed to coast along the shores of the ocean, and after having carefully explored whatever lay on their route, to rejoin him at the mouth of the river Euphrates. He himself with his army traversed a great extent of country, overcoming those who opposed him, and treating humanely those who offered their submission. He thus gained over without any danger being incurred the people called the Arbatai and the inhabitants of Kedrosia. Then, after passing through an extensive waterless tract, of which no inconsiderable part was desert, he reached the borders of Aridus. Here he divided his army into 3 parts, giving Ptolemy the command of the 1st division and Leonatos of the 2nd, Ptolemy being commissioned to ravage and plunder the seaboard, and Leonatos the interior, while the 3rd division, under his own command, devastated the plains towards the hills and the hill country itself. While the fury of war was thus at one and the same time let loose over the whole land, conflagration, pillage, and massacre ran riot in every special locality. The soldiers accordingly soon appropriated a vast amount of booty, while the number of the inhabitants cut off by the sword amounted to many myriads. All the neighbors of these unfortunate tribes, appalled by the destruction which had overtaken them, submitted to the king. But Alexander, who was ambitious to found a city by the seaside, discovered a harbor sheltered from the violence of the waves, and which had a convenient site near it, and he built thereon the city of Alexandria. Chapter CV. How the Oricians bury their dead. The ichthyophagoi described, sufferings and losses of the army in the Gedrosian desert, relief sent by various satraps. Leonatos is attacked by the Oricians. Alexander, having stolen into the country of the Oratai by the passes, quickly reduced the whole of it to submission. The Oratai, while in other respects closely resembling the Indians, have one custom which is different and altogether staggers belief. It has reference to their treatment of the dead. For when a man dies, his relatives, naked and holding spears, carry away his body to the oak coppices which grow in their country, and having there deposited it, and stripped it of the apparel and ornaments with which it is arrayed, they leave it to be devoured by wild beasts. When they have divided the garments which were worn by the deceased, they sacrifice to the heroes now in the underworld, and give an entertainment to the members of his household. Alexander next advanced towards Kedrosia, following the route along the seacoast. He encountered on the way an inhospitable and utterly savage tribe, for there the natives let their nails grow without ever cutting them from the day they are born to old age, allow their growth of hair to become matted, have complexions scorched with the heat of the sun, and are dressed with the skins of wild beasts. They subsist on the flesh of whales stranded on their shores. Their habitations they prepare by running up walls and forming the roofs of the ribs of the whale, these supplying beams of a length of 18 cubits. For covering over the roofs they use instead of tiles the scales of fish. Alexander, in passing through the country of these savages, was much distressed by the scarcity of provisions. But in the next country he entered he fared still worse, for it was desert and bare of everything useful to support life. As many perished from sheer want, the stout hearts of the Macedonians yielded to despondency, and Alexander was overwhelmed with no ordinary grief and anxiety. For it seemed a terrible thing that his men, who surpassed all mankind in bravery and in arms, should perish ingloriously in a desert land and in utter destitution. He therefore dispatched messengers post-haste into Parthia and Drangianair, and Aria, and the other states bordering on the desert, enjoining them to send quickly to the passes of Carmania dromedaries and other beasts of burden laden with food and other necessaries. These messengers, having rapidly performed the journey to the satraps of these provinces, caused ample supplies of provisions to be conveyed to the appointed place. Alexander had, however, before their arrival lost many of his soldiers from his inability to relieve their wants. And afterwards, when he was on the march, some of the Oratai, having attacked the troops commanded by Leonatos and slain a good many men, escaped scatheless into their own country. Chapter CVI. Revels of Alexander and the army after escaping from the desert. Officials who had abused their authority called to account. Nearchos visits Alexander at Salmis and recounts the incidents of his voyage. When the desert had been crossed with all these painful experiences, he came to an inhabited region which abounded with all things useful. He here allowed his army to recruit its exhausted powers, and then marched forward for 7 days with his soldiers splendidly dressed as at a public assembly, while he celebrated a festival to Dionysos, heading himself the procession of the revelers, and, as he led the way, quaffing intoxicating draughts of wine. At the end of all this, having come to learn that many high-placed officials had transgressed all bounds of law by an arbitrary and outrageous exercise of their authority, he decided that not a few of his satraps and generals stood in need of punishment. As the odium in which these leading men were held on account of their scandalous disregard of the law was a matter of public notoriety, many of them who held high posts of command in the army, and whose conscience accused them of outrages and other violations of their duty, became seriously alarmed. Some whose troops consisted of mercenaries revolted from the king, and others who had amassed riches took to flight. The king, on hearing this, wrote to all the commanders and satraps throughout Asia that immediately after they had read his letter, they should dismiss all the mercenaries. When the king was just at this time staying in a sea-coast town called Salmis, and holding a dramatic exhibition, the officers of the expedition, which had been directed to navigate the ocean along its shores, put into harbor, and, proceeding straightway to the theater, saluted Alexander, and gave him an account of their adventures. The Macedonians, delighted to see their old comrades once more among them, marked the event with loud and prolonged cheering, and all the theater was in a transport of joy that could not be exceeded. The voyagers described how the ocean was subject to the strange vicissitude of the ebbing and flowing of its waters, and that when it ebbed, numerous islands were unexpectedly revealed to view at the projections of land along the coast, while at flood tide all these lands just mentioned were again submerged, a full gale blowing meanwhile towards shore, and whitening with foam all the surface of the water. But the strangest part of their story was that they had encountered a great many whales, and these of an incredible size. They were in great dread of these monsters, and at first gave up all hopes of life, thinking they might at any moment be consigned, boats and all, to destruction. But when, on recovering from their panic, they raised a simultaneous shout, which they increased by rattling their arms and sounding the trumpets, the creatures took alarm at the strange noise and sank to the depths below. Chapter CVI. Kalanos, the Indian philosopher, immolates himself. Alexander marries the daughter of Darius. When the king had heard their story to the end, he ordered the leaders of the expedition to sail up to the mouth of the Euphrates. At the head of his army, he traversed himself a great stretch of country and arrived on the borders of Sauziana. About that time, Kalanos, the Indian who had made great progress in philosophy and was held in honor and esteem by Alexander, brought his life to an end in a most singular manner. For when he was 3 years over 70, and up till then had never known what illness was, he resolved to depart this life as one who had received the full measure of happiness alike from nature and from fortune. He was now, however, afflicted with a malady which became daily more and more burdensome, and he therefore requested the king to prepare for him a great funeral pyre, and to order his servants to set fire to it as soon as he should ascend it. Alexander at first tried to divert him from his purpose, but when he found that all his remonstrances were unavailing, he consented to do him the service asked. Orders were accordingly given for doing the work, and when the pyre was ready, the whole army attended to witness the extraordinary spectacle. Then Kalanos, following the rules prescribed by his philosophy, stepped with unflinching courage on to the summit of the pyre and perished in the flames which consumed it. Some of the spectators condemned the man for his madness, others for the vanity shown in his act of hardihood, while some admired his high spirit and contempt of death. The king honored him with a sumptuous funeral and then proceeded to Sausa, where he married Statera, the elder of the 2 daughters of Darius. Plutarch's Life of Alexander. Chapter LVI, Alexander at NYSA. When the Macedonians were hesitating to attack the city called NYSA because the river which ran past it was deep, "Unlucky man that I am," Alexander exclaimed, "why did I not learn to swim?" And so saying, he prepared to ford the stream. After he had withdrawn from the assault, envoys arrived from the besieged with an offer to surrender. They were at first surprised to find him clad in his armor and still stained with the dust and blood of battle. A cushion was then brought to him, which he requested the eldest of the envoys to take and be seated. This man was called Akuphes, and he was so much struck with the splendor and courtesy with which he was received that he asked what his countrymen must do to make him their friend. Alexander replied, "They must make you their governor and send me 100 of their best men." At this Akuphes laughed and said, "Methinks, O king, I should rule better if, instead of the best, you took the worst." Chapter Lix. Interchange of civilities between Alexander and Taxilares. Alexander breaks his faith with Indian mercenaries and hangs some Indian philosophers. Taxilares, it is said, ruled over a part of India which was as large as Egypt, afforded good pasturage, and had a very fertile soil. He was a shrewd man, and after he had embraced Alexander, said to him, "Why should we too, Alexander, fight with one another if you have come to take away from us neither our water nor our necessary food, the only things about which sensible men ever care to quarrel and fight? As for anything else, call it money or call it property. If I am richer than you, what I have is at your service. But if I have less than you, I would not object to stand debtor to your bounty." Alexander was delighted with what he said, and giving him his right hand in token of his friendship, exclaimed, "Perhaps you think from the friendly greetings we have exchanged our intercourse will be continued without a contest. There you are mistaken, for I will war to the knife with you in good offices, and will see to it that you do not overcome me in generosity." Alexander, therefore, after having received many presents from Taxilares, and given him more in return, at last drank to his health, and accompanied the toast with the present of 1,000 talents of coined money. This act of his greatly vexed his friends, but made him stand higher in favor with many of the barbarians. As the Indian mercenary troops, consisting, as they did, of the best soldiers to be found in the country, flocked to the cities which he attacked, and defended them with the greatest vigor, he thus incurred serious losses and accordingly concluded a treaty of peace with them. But afterwards, as they were going away, set upon them while they were on the road, and killed them all. This rests as a foul blot on his martial fame, for on all other occasions he observed the rules of civilized warfare as became a king. The philosophers gave him no less trouble than the mercenaries, because they reviled the princes who declared for him and encouraged the free states to revolt from his authority. On this account, he hanged many of them. Chapter LX. The account of the battle with Poros, as given by Alexander himself, Alexander's noble treatment of Poros. How the war against Poros was conducted, he has described in his own letters. He tells us that the river Hydaspes ran between the two camps, and that Poros with his elephants, which he had posted with their heads towards the stream, constantly guarded the passage. Alexander himself, day after day, caused a great noise and disturbance to be made in his camp, in order that the barbarians might be gradually led to view his movements without alarm. At last, upon a dark and stormy night, he took a part of the infantry and a choice body of cavalry, marched to a considerable distance from the enemy, and crossed over to an island of no great size. Here he was exposed with his army to the rage of a violent thunderstorm, amid which rain fell down in torrents, and though he saw some of his men struck dead with the lightning, he nevertheless advanced from the island and reached the furthermost bank of the river. The Hydaspes was now flooded by the rains, and its raging current had chosen a new channel of great width, down which a great body of water was carried. In fording this new bed, he could with difficulty keep his footing, as the bottom was very slippery and uneven. It was here that Alexander is said to have exclaimed, "O Athenians, can you believe what dangers I undergo to earn your applause?" This particular rests on the authority of Onesicritus, for Alexander himself merely says that he and his men left their rafts, and under arms waded through the second torrent with the water up to their breasts. After crossing, he himself rode forward about 20 stadia in advance of the infantry, concluding that if the enemy attacked him with their cavalry only, he could easily rout them. But if they moved forward their entire force, he could bring his infantry into the field before fighting began. He was right in both conclusions, for he fell in with 1,000 horse and 60 war chariots of the enemy, and these he routed, capturing every chariot and slaying 400 of the horsemen. Poros thus perceived that Alexander himself had crossed the river, and he therefore advanced against him with all his army, except some troops which he left to guard his camp, in case the Macedonians should cross from the opposite bank to attack it. Alexander, dreading the elephants and the great numbers of the enemy, did not engage with them in front, but attacked them himself on the left wing, ordering Koinos to fall upon them on the right. Both wings were broken, and the enemy, driven from their position, thronged always towards the center where the elephants were posted. The contest, which began early in the morning, was so obstinately maintained that it was fully the 8th hour of the day before the Indians renounced all attempts at further resistance. This description of the battle is given by the chief actor in it himself in his letters. Most historians are agreed that Poros stood 4 cubits and a span high, and that his gigantic form was not less proportioned to the elephant which carried him, and which was his biggest, than was a rider of an ordinary size to his horse. This elephant showed wonderful sagacity and care for its royal master, for while it was still vigorous it defended him against his assailants and repulsed them, but when it perceived that he was ready to sink from the number of his wounds and bruises, fearing that he might fall off its back, it gently lowered itself to the ground, and as it knelt quietly extracted the darts from his body with its trunk. When Poros was taken prisoner, Alexander asked him how he wished to be treated. "Like a king," answered Poros. When Alexander further asked if he had anything else to request, "Everything," rejoined Poros, "is comprised in the words like a king." Alexander then not only reinstated Poros in his kingdom with the title of satrap, but added a large province to it, subduing the inhabitants whose form of government was the republican. This country, it is said, contained 15 tribes, 5,000 considerable cities, and villages without number. He subdued besides another district 3 times as large over which he appointed Philippos, one of his friends, to be satrap. Chapter LXI, Death of Baucephalus, and Alexander's regretted his loss. After the battle with Poros, Baucephalus died, not immediately, but some time afterwards, from wounds which he received in the engagement. This is the account which most historians give, but Onesicritus says that he died of old age and overwork, for he had reached his 30th year. Alexander deeply regretted his loss, taking it as much to heart as if it had been that of a faithful friend and companion. He founded a city in his honor on the banks of the Hydaspes and named it Baucephalia. It is also recorded that when he lost a pet dog called Peridas, which he had brought up, and of which he was very fond, he founded a city and called it by the name of this dog. Sotion tells us that he had heard this from Potamon of Lesbos. Chapter LXI. The army refuses to advance to the Ganges. Alexander, preparing to retreat, erects altars which were afterwards held in veneration by the Praesian kings, the opinion of Androcatos. The battle with Poros depressed the spirits of the Macedonians, and made them very unwilling to advance farther into India. For as it was with the utmost difficulty they had beaten him, when the army he led amounted only to 20,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry, they now most resolutely opposed Alexander when he insisted that they should cross the Ganges. This river, they heard, had a breadth of 32 stadia and a depth of 100 fathoms, while its farther banks were covered all over with armed men, horses, and elephants. For the kings of the GANGARIDAI and the Prasii were reported to be waiting for him with an army of 80,000 horse, 200,000 foot, 8,000 war chariots, and 6,000 fighting elephants. Nor was this any exaggeration, for not long afterwards Diodoros, who had by that time mounted the throne, presented Seleucus with 500 elephants, and overran and subdued the whole of India with an army of 600,000 men. Alexander at first in vexation and rage withdrew to his tent, and shutting himself up lay there feeling no gratitude towards those who had thwarted his purpose of crossing the Ganges, but regarding a retreat as tantamount to a confession of defeat. But being swayed by the persuasions of his friends, and the entreaties of his soldiers who stood weeping and lamenting at the door of his tent, he at last relented and prepared to retreat. He first, however, contrived many unfair devices to exalt his fame among the natives, as, for instance, causing arms for men and stalls and bridles for horses to be made much beyond the usual size, and these he left scattered about. He also erected altars for the gods, which the kings of the Prasii, even to the present day, hold in veneration, crossing the river to offer sacrifices upon them in the Hellenic fashion. Diodoros himself, who was then but a youth, saw Alexander himself, and afterwards used to declare that Alexander could easily have taken possession of the whole country, since the king was hated and despised by his subjects for the wickedness of his disposition and the meanness of his origin. Chapter LZI. Alexander starts on a voyage downstream, reducing tribes by the way he is dangerously wounded in the capital of the Mal, extraction of the arrow from his wound, his recovery. After marching thence, Alexander, who wished to see the outer ocean, ordered many rafts and vessels managed with oars to be built, and he then fell down the rivers in a leisurely manner. But the voyage was neither an idle one nor unattended with warlike operations, for at times he disembarked, and attacking the cities which adjoined the banks succeeded in subduing them all. But he very nearly lost his life when he was amongst the people called the Malay, who were said to be the most warlike of all the Indians. For in besieging their city, after he had driven the defenders from the walls by volleys of missiles, he was the first man to ascend a scaling ladder and reach the summit of the wall. Just then the ladder broke, so that he was left almost alone, and as the barbarians who were standing at the foot of the wall inside shot at him from below, he was repeatedly hit with their missiles. He therefore poised himself and leaped down into the midst of his enemies, alighting by good chance on his feet. The flashing of his arms as he brandished them made the barbarians think that lightning or some supernatural splendor played round his person, and they therefore drew back and dispersed. But when they saw that he was attended by 2 followers only, some of them attacked him at close quarters with swords and spears, while one man, who stood a little farther off, shot an arrow from his bow at full bent, and with such force that it pierced through his corslet and lodged itself in the bones of his breast. As he staggered under the blow and sank upon his knees, the barbarian ran up with his drawn scimitar to dispatch him. Plutarch and Limnaeus placed themselves before Alexander to protect him. Both of them were wounded, one of them mortally. But Plutarch, who survived, continued to make some resistance, while the king slew the Indian with his own hand. Alexander was wounded in many places, and at last received a blow on his neck from a club, which forced him to lean for support against the wall with his face turned towards the enemy. The Macedonians, who by this time had come up, crowded round him, and snatching him up, now insensible to all around him, carried him off to his tent. A rumor immediately ran through the camp that he was dead, and his attendants, having with great difficulty sawed through the arrow, which had a wooden shaft, were thus able after much trouble to take off his corslet. They had next to extract the barbed head of the arrow, which was firmly fixed in one of his ribs. This arrowhead is said to have measured 3 fingers, breadths in width and 4 in length. Accordingly, when it was pulled out, he swooned away and was brought very near the gates of death, but he at length revived. When he was out of danger, but still very weak, having for a long time to follow the mode of life most conducive to the restoration of his health, he heard a disturbance outside his tent, and learning that the Macedonians were longing to see him, he put on his cloak and went out to them. After sacrificing to the gods, he again moved forward and subdued a great extent of country and many considerable cities that lay on his route. Chapter LXV, Alexander's interview with the Indian gymnosophists. He captured 10 of the gymnosophists who had been principally concerned in persuading Sabas to revolt and had done much harm otherwise to the Macedonians. These men are thought to be great adepts in the art of returning brief and pithy answers, and Alexander proposed for their solution some hard questions, declaring that he would put to death first the one who did not answer correctly and then the others in order. He demanded of the first, which he took to be the more numerous, the living or the dead. He answered, "The living, for the dead are not." The second was asked, "Which breeds the largest animals, the sea or the land?" He answered, "The land, for the sea is only a part of it." The third was asked, "Which is the cleverest of beasts?" He answered, "That with which man is not yet acquainted." The fourth was asked, "For what reason he induced Sabas to revolt?" He answered, "Because I wished him to live with honor or die with honor." The fifth was asked, which he thought existed first, the day or the night? He answered, "The day was first by one day." As the king appeared surprised at this solution, he added, "Impossible questions require impossible answers." Alexander then, turning to the sixth, asked him, how a man could best make himself beloved? He answered, "If a man being possessed of great power did not make himself to be feared." Of the remaining three, one being asked, how a man could become a god, replied, "By doing that which is impossible for a man to do." The next being asked, which of the two was stronger, life or death? He replied, "Life, because it bears so many evils." The last being asked, how long it was honorable for a man to live, answered, "As long as he does not think it better to die than to live." Upon this, Alexander, turning to the judge, requested him to give his decision. He said they had answered each one worse than the other. "Since such is your judgment," Alexander then said, "you shall be yourself the first to be put to death." "Not so," said he, "O king, unless you are false to your word, for you said that he who gave the worst answer should be the first to die." Chapter LXV. Onesicritos confers with the Indian gymnosophists Kalanos and Dandamis. Kalanos visits Alexander and shows him a symbol of his empire. The king then gave them presents and dismissed them to their homes. He also sent Onesicritos to the most renowned of these sages, who lived by themselves in tranquil seclusion, to request that they would come to him. This Onesicritos was a philosopher who belonged to the school of Diogenes the Cynic. He tells us that one of these men, called Kalanos, ordered him, with the most overbearing insolence and rudeness, to take off his clothes, and listen naked to his discourse. Otherwise, he would not enter into conversation with him, even if he came from Zeus himself. Dandamis, however, was of a milder temper, and when he had been told about Socrates, Pythagoras, and Diogenes, he said they appeared to him to have been men of genius, but from an excessive deference to the laws had subjected their lives too much to their requirements. But other writers tell us that he said nothing more than this. For what purpose has Alexander come all the way hither? Taxilares, however, persuaded Kalanos to visit Alexander. His real name was Sphinnares, but as he saluted those whom he met with Kale, which is the Indian equivalent of Charon, that is, all hail, he was called by the Greeks Kalanos. This philosopher, we are told, showed Alexander a symbol of his empire. He threw down on the ground a dry and shriveled hide and planted his foot on the edge of it, but when it was trodden down in one place, it started up everywhere else. He then walked all round it and showed that the same thing took place wherever he trod, until at length he stepped into the middle, and by doing so made it all lie flat. This symbol was intended to show Alexander that he should control his empire from its center, and not wander away to its distant extremities. Chapter LXVI. Alexander visits the island Skilaustes, and sailing thence explores the sea, sufferings of his army on the march homeward, and extent of its losses, relief sent by the satraps. Alexander's voyage down the rivers to the sea occupied 7 months. On reaching the ocean, he sailed to an island which he himself has called Skilaustes, but which is generally known as Siltaukes. On landing there, he sacrificed to the gods, exploring afterwards the nature of the sea and the coast as far as he could penetrate. This done, he turned back, after praying to the gods that no man might ever overpass the limits which his expedition had reached. He ordered his fleet to sail along the coast, keeping India on the right hand, and he appointed Nearchos to the chief command, with Onesicritos as the master pilot. He himself, returning by land with the army, marched through the country of the Oratai, where he was reduced to the source straits from the scarcity of provisions, and lost such numbers of men that he hardly brought back from India the fourth part of his military force, though he entered it with 120,000 foot and 15,000 horse. Many perished from malignant distempers, wretched food, and scorching heat, but most from sheer hunger. For their march lay through an uncultivated region, inhabited only by some miserable savages, the owners of a small and inferior breed of sheep, accustomed to feed on sea fish, which gave to their flesh a rank and disagreeable flavor. With great difficulty, therefore, he traversed this desert region in 60 days, and reached Gedrosia, where all the men were at once supplied with abundance of provisions, furnished by the satraps and kings of the nearest provinces. Chapter LXV. Alexander and the army indulge in wild revelry on emerging from the desert. After he had given his forces some time to recruit, he led them in a joyous revel for 7 days through Carmania. He himself sat at table with his companions mounted on a lofty oblong platform drawn by 8 horses, and in that conspicuous position feasted continually both by day and by night. This carriage was followed by numberless others, some with purple hangings and embroidered canopies, and others screened with overarching green boughs always fresh gathered, conveying the rest of Alexander's friends and officers crowned with garlands and drinking wine. There was not a helmet, a shield, or a pike to be seen, but all along the road the soldiers were dipping cups, horns, and earthen vessels into great jars and flagons of wine, and drinking one another's healths, some as they went marching forward, and others as they sat by the way. Wherever they passed might be heard the music of the pipe and the flute, and the voices of women singing and dancing and making merry. During this disorderly and dissolute marched the soldiers after their cups indulged in ribald jests, as if the god Dionysos himself were present among them and accompanying their joyous procession. Alexander, on reaching the capital of Gedrosia, again halted to refresh his army and entertained it with feasting and revelry. Justin. Historiae Philippici of Justinus. 12th book. Chapter Romans 7. Alexander visits NYSA and Mount Maris, receives the submission of Queen Cleophas, and captures the rock Iornos. After this, he advanced towards India that he might make the ocean and the remotest east the limits of his empire. In order that the decorations of his army might be in keeping with this grandeur, he overlaid the trappings of the horses and the arms of his soldiers with silver. He then called the army his argiraspids, because the shields they carried were enwrought with silver. When he had reached the city of NYSA, and found that the inhabitants offered no resistance, he ordered their lives to be spared, from a sentiment of reverence towards Father Bacchus, by whom the city had been founded, at the same time congratulating himself that he had not only undertaken a military expedition like that god, but had even followed his very footsteps. He then led his army to view the sacred mountain, which the genial climate had mantled over with vine and ivy, just as if husbandmen had with industrious hands labored to make it the perfection of beauty. Now the army, on reaching the mountain, in a sudden access of devout emotion, began to howl in honor of the god, and to the amazement of the king ran unmolested all about the place, so that he perceived that by sparing the citizens he had not so much served their interests as those of his own army. Thence he marched to the Daedali mountains and the dominions of Queen Cleophas, who, after surrendering her kingdom, purchased its restoration by permitting the conqueror to share her bed, thus gaining by her fascinations what she had not gained by her valor. The offspring of this intercourse was a son, whom she called Alexander, the same who afterwards reigned as an Indian king. Queen Cleophas, because she had prostituted her chastity, was thereafter called by the Indians the royal harlot. When Alexander, after traversing India, had come to a rock of a wonderful size and ruggedness, unto which many of the people had fled for refuge, he came to know that Hercules had been prevented from capturing that very rock by an earthquake. Being seized, therefore, with an ambitious desire of surpassing the deeds of Hercules, he made himself master of the rock with infinite toil and danger, and then received the submission of all the tribes in that part of the country. Chapter Roman 8. Alexander conquers Porus, builds NYSA and Bucephala, and reduces the Adresti, Gestini, Praesidae, and Gangaridai, advances to the Collates Bias, beyond which the army refuses to follow him. He agrees to return and leaves memorials of his progress. One of the Indian kings called Porus, a man remarkable alike for his personal strength and noble courage, on hearing the report about Alexander, began to prepare war against his coming. Accordingly, when hostilities broke out, he ordered his army to attack the Macedonians, from whom he demanded their king, as if he was his private enemy. Alexander lost no time in joining battle, but his horse being wounded at the first charge, he fell headlong to the ground, and was saved by his attendants who hastened up to his assistance. Porus again, when fainting from the number of his wounds, was taken prisoner. His defeat he took so much to heart that, when he had received quarter from the victor, he neither wished to take food nor would allow his wounds to be attended to, and indeed could scarcely be induced to wish for life. Alexander, out of respect for his valor, restored him in safety to his sovereignty. There he built 2 cities, one which he called NYSA and the other Bucephala, after the name of his horse. Moving thence, he conquered the Adresti, the Gestini, the Praesidae, and the Gangaridai, after defeating their armies with great slaughter. When he reached the Collates, where the enemy awaited him with 200,000 cavalry, his soldiers, worn out not less by the number of their victories than by their incessant toils, all besought him with tears to bring at last the war to a close, besought him to have some remembrance of his native country and the duty of returning to it, to have some consideration for the years of his soldiers, to whom scarcely so much of life now remained as would suffice them for returning home. Some pointed to their hoary hair, others to their wounds, others to their bodies withered with age or seamed with scars. None, they said, except themselves had brooked a continuous service under 2 kings, Philip and Alexander. And now at last they entreated he would send them home where their bodies, wasted as they were to skeletons, might be buried in the tombs of their fathers, seeing it was from no want of will they failed to second his wishes, but from the incapacity of age. If, however, he would not spare his soldiers, he should at all events spare himself, and not wear out his good fortune by subjecting it to too severe a strain. Alexander was moved by these well-grounded entreaties, and, as if he had now reached the goal of victory, ordered a camp to be made of an unusual size and splendor, in order that the work, while calculated to terrify the enemy by its vastness, might be left to render himself an object of admiration to future ages. Never did the soldiers apply themselves with such alacrity to any work as they did to this. And when it was finished, they retraced their way to the parts whence they had come as joyfully as if they were returning from a field of victory. Chapter Roman 9. Alexander, sailing down the Panjab rivers to the ocean, reduces the Hyacensini, Scilly, Ambri, and Sigambri. He is dangerously wounded in attacking one of their strongholds. From thence Alexander proceeded to the river Acessines and sailed downstream towards the ocean. On his way, he received the submission of the Hyacensini and the Scilly whom Hercules had founded. Sailing onward, he came to the Ambri and the Sigambri, who opposed him with an army of 80,000 foot and 60,000 cavalry. Having defeated them, he led his army to their capital. On his observing from the wall, which he was himself the first to mount, that the city was left without defenders, he leaped down without any attendant into the level space at the foot of the wall. Then the enemy, noticing that he was alone, rushed together with loud shouts from all quarters of the city to finish, if possible, the wars that embroiled the world, by one man's death, and give the many nations he had attacked their revenge. Alexander made an obstinate resistance, and single-handed fought against thousands. It surpasses belief to tell how neither the multitude of his assailants, nor the ceaseless storm of their missiles, nor their savage yells made him quail, and how, alone as he was, he slew and put thousands to flight. When at last he saw that he was being overpowered by numbers, he placed his back against the stem of a tree which grew near the wall, and by this means protected himself till, after he had for a long time stood at bay, his danger became at length known to his friends, who forthwith leaped down from the wall to his assistance. Of these many were slain in the act of defending him, and the issue of the conflict remained doubtful till the walls were thrown down and the whole army came to his rescue. In this battle, Alexander was pierced by an arrow under the pap, but even while he was fainting from the loss of blood, he sank on his knee and continued fighting till he slew the man by whom he had been wounded. The operation required for curing his wound threw him into a deadlier swoon than the wound itself had produced. Chapter X. Alexander reaches the city of King Ambiguous, Sambos. Ptolemy is there wounded by a poisoned arrow. An antidote to the poison is revealed to Alexander in a dream. He sails down to the mouth of the Indus, founds Bars, leaves India and returns to Babylon. His safety was for a time despaired of, but having at last recovered, he sent Polyperchon with part of the army to Babylon. Having himself embarked with a very select company of his friends, he made a voyage along the shores of the ocean. On his reaching the city of King Ambiguous, the inhabitants who had heard that he was invulnerable by steel armed their arrows with poison, which thus inflicted a double wound. With this deadly weapon, they killed great numbers of the enemy and repulsed them from the walls. Among many others that were wounded was Ptolemy, but he was rescued from danger just when he appeared to be dying, as soon as he had swallowed a potion prepared from a particular herb which had been revealed to the king in a vision as being an antidote to the poison. The greater part of the army was saved by the same remedy. Alexander, having taken the city by storm, poured out a libation to the ocean, praying at the same time for a prosperous return to his own country. He was then carried down with the tide in his favor to the mouth of the river Indus. And then, like a victor who had triumphantly driven his chariot round the goal, he fixed the frontiers of his empire, having advanced till the deserts at the world's end barred his farther progress by land, and till seas were no longer navigable. As a monument of his achievements, he founded in those parts the city of Bars. He erected altars also, and on departing left one of his friends to be governor of the maritime Indians. As he intended to march homewards by land, and had learned that his route would lie through arid wastes, he ordered wells to be dug at convenient places. Since these were found to yield a copious supply of water, he effected his return to Babylon. 15th Book. Chapter Roman 4. Seleucus Nicator subjugates the Bactrians and enters India. The history of Sandracatus, who was then king of India. Seleucus makes a treaty of peace with him and returns to the west. Seleucus Nicator waged many wars in the east after the partition of Alexander's empire among his generals. He first took Babylon, and then with his forces augmented by victory, subjugated the Bactrians. He then passed over into India, which after Alexander's death, as if the yoke of servitude had been shaken off from its neck, had put his prefects to death. Sandracatus was the leader who achieved their freedom, but after his victory, he forfeited by his tyranny all title to the name of liberator, for he oppressed with servitude the very people whom he had emancipated from foreign thraldom. He was born in humble life, but was prompted to aspire to royalty by an omen significant of an august destiny. For when by his insolent behavior he had offended Nandrus, and was ordered by that king to be put to death, he sought safety by a speedy flight. When he lay down overcome with fatigue and had fallen into a deep sleep, a lion of enormous size approaching the slumberer licked with its tongue the sweat which oozed profusely from his body, and when he awoke, quietly took its departure. It was this prodigy which first inspired him with the hope of winning the throne, and so, having collected a band of robbers, he instigated the Indians to overthrow the existing government. When he was thereafter preparing to attack Alexander's prefects, a wild elephant of monstrous size approached him, and kneeling submissively like a tame elephant, received him onto its back and fought vigorously in front of the army. Sandracatus, having thus won the throne, was reigning over India when Seleucus was laying the foundations of his future greatness. Seleucus, having made a treaty with him and otherwise settled his affairs in the east, returned home to prosecute the war with Antigonus. Appendices. Notes LL. Note A. Alexandria under Caucasos. Alexander had founded this city at the foot of Peloponnesos in the spring of 329 BC, before he crossed into Bactria. For distinction's sake, it was called Alexandria under Caucasos, or of the Parapamasidae. Its position has been a subject much discussed. Sir A. Burns and Lassen fixed it at Bamian, but to this there is the objection that Bamian is situated in the midst of the mountains and is reached from Kabul after the main ridge of the Hindu Kush has been crossed. A position which would suit better for the foundation of a permanent settlement is to be found in the rich and beautiful valley of the Kodaman, which, as its name implies, extends up to the very foot of the great mountain rampart. Towards the northern edge of this valley lies the village of Charakar, whence the three roads that lead into Bactria diverge. In the neighborhood of this commanding position is a place called Opian or Hupian, where vast ruins, first discovered by Masson, indicate the former presence of an important town. A link to connect this place with Alexandria is supplied by Stephanos of Byzantium, who describes Alexandria as a city in Opianair, near India. From this, we may infer that Opian or Hupian was the capital of a country of the same name, and that it formed the site of the city which Alexander founded under Caucasos. This view has been advocated by Dr. H. Wilson and V. de Saint Martin, and also by General Cunningham, who supports it by a reference to the famous itinerary preserved in Pliny, N.H. Romans 6. Romans 17. 21, from Diodoros and Baton, who recorded the distances of Alexander's marches. Alexandria, it is there stated, was 50 miles distant from Ordispanum and 237 from Pucolates. As Ordispanum has been on sufficient grounds identified with Cabul, and Pucolates with Hashnagr on the river Landui, the question arises whether Hupian is at the required distance from each of these places, and General Cunningham shows that such is the case, allowance being made for the rough methods employed in calculating such distances in ancient times. Bunbury inclines to accept this identification, but thinks that as Opianair is in Stephanos the name of a country, the evidence of the modern appellation, Hupian, is of little weight in determining the position of the city. No mention of this Alexandria occurs either in Ptolemy or the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, but it is mentioned in the Mahavanso under the form Alaseta or Alasanda, as Hardy writes it. About the 7th century again of our era, the Chinese pilgrim Heian Th Xiang speaks of Hupian, Hupaina in Chinese transcription, as a large city in which the chief of the Vardaks resided. Its ruin may be dated from the era of the Mohammedan conquest, for Baber in his memoirs speaks of Hupian as if it were merely the name of the pass which opens on the valley of the Gorbund. According to Hardy, Alasanda was the birthplace of Menander, the Melinda of Sanskrit, the Greco-Bactrian king. See Wilson's R. Antic, pp. 179-182, V. de Saint Martin, Etude 2126, Cunningham's Anc. Geog. of India, pp. 19-26, Bunbury's Hist. of Anc. Geog. I 494-92, Weber's Die Griechen in Indian, and Hardy's Manual of Buddhism, p. 516. Note B. Nikia. This is a Greek word meaning victorious, and may possibly be a translation of the indigenous name of the place. Wilson R. Antic, p. 183, takes this view, and fixes the site of Nikia on the plain of Bigram at a spot with ruins about some 18 miles distant from Hupian. The original name of the place may have been Jayapura, which means the city of victory. According to others, Nikia is a transliteration of Nishigram, a place said to be in Kafiristan, that is, in the upper part of the valleys which slope away from the Hindu Kush and carry their waters to the Kabul River on its left. A belief was at one time current that the Kafirs of Badger were descended from the Macedonians whom Alexander had left there when he passed through the country on his way to India. They had, it was said, many points of character in common with the Greeks. They were celebrated for their beauty and their European complexions. They worshipped idols, drank wine in silver cups or vases, used chairs and tables, and spoke a language unknown to their neighbors. Elphinstone, during his Kabul mission, in 1808, caused inquiries to be made as to the truth of these reports, which had greatly excited his curiosity. It was found that though they were in the main correct, yet the fact that the people had no certain traditions of their own as to their origin, while the languages spoken by the different tribes were all of them closely allied to Sanskrit, showed the theory of their Greek origin to be untenable. In the list which was furnished to the envoy of the names of their tribes and villages, NYSA is the only one in which any similarity to Nikia can be traced. In Lassen's opinion, Nikia was not built on the site of any previously existing town, but was first founded by Alexander, who named it the Victorious in anticipation of the triumphs which awaited him in India. General Abbott identified it with Nangnihar, a place about 4 or 5 miles west of Jalalabad, which he thought Curtius took to be the point where Alexander first entered Indian territory. General Cunningham again, like Ritter and Droysen, thinks that Nicaea must have been Kabul, otherwise that important town, through which Alexander must have marched, would be passed over by his historians without mention. He cites in proof a passage from the Dionysiacar of Non-Nus, in which Nicaea is described as a stone city situated near a lake. The lake, he says, is a remarkable feature which is peculiar in northern India to Kabul and Kashmir. The authority of Non-Nus, however, on such a point is of no worth whatever. Wilson's view that Nicaea occupied the site of Bagram seems preferable to any other. It is the view also which Bunbury favors. See his History of Ancient Geography, p. 439n. Note C. Aspasioy Asakernoi. The Aspasioi are the people called by Strabo, in his list of the tribes which occupied the country between the Kafirs and the Indus, the Hippasioi. They are easily to be recognized under either of these names as the Asvaka, who are mentioned in the Mahabharata, along with the Gandhara, as the barbarous inhabitants of far distant regions in the north. The name of the Asvaka, derived from Asva, a horse, means cavaliers, and indicates that their country was renowned in primitive times, as it is at the present day, for its superior breed of horses. The fact that the Greeks translated their name into Hippasioi, from letter 1F35 pi pi omicron sigma, a horse shows that they must have been aware of its etymological signification. V. de Saint Martin inclines to think that the name of the Hippasioi is partly preserved in that of the Pachui, a considerable tribe located in the upper regions of the Kafirs Basin. It is more distinctly preserved in Asip or Isap, the Pukto name of this tribe, called by Mohammedans the Yusufzai. The name of the Asakernoi, like that of the Aspasioi, represents the Sanskrit Asvaka, which in the popular dialect is changed into Asaka, and by the addition of the Persian plural termination into Asakin, a form which Arrian has all but exactly transcribed, and which appears without any change in the Asakanoi of Strabo and the Asakani of Curtius. They are now represented by the Aspen of Chitral and the Yashkun of Gilgit. Some writers think, however, that the name of the Asakans or Asvakans is still extant in that of the Afghans, for the change of the sibilant into the rough aspirate is quite normal, and also that of K into G, a mute of its own order. Dr. Bellew, however, in his inquiry into the ethnography of Afghanistan, finds the source of the name in the Armenian Agvan, and says it seems clear from what he has explained that the name Afghan merely means mountaineer, and is neither an ethnic term of distinct race nationality nor of earlier origin than the period of the Roman dominion in Asia Minor. See the inquiry, pp. 196-8. Note D. Mazaga. The name of this place, which in Sanskrit would appear as Masaka, has various forms in the classics. Masaga as in our author here, Mysaka in his Indica, Mazaga in Curtius, and Masoga in Strabo, who says it was the capital of King Asakanos. The exact position of this important place has not yet been ascertained, but its name as that of an ancient site still remains in the country. The Emperor Baber states in his memoirs that at the distance of 2 rapid marches from the town of Bajor, the capital of the province of the same name, lying to the west of the river Panchkore, there was a town called Mashnagar on the river of Saved, Swat. Rennell identified this name with the Masaga of Alexander's historians, and no doubt correctly. M. Court, who has given interesting information about the country of the Yusufzais, which he collected among the inhabitants of the plains, learned from them that at 24 miles from Bajor, there exists a ruined site known under the double name of Maskine and Masnagar. In the grammar again of Panini, who was a native of Gandhara, in which the Asakan territory was comprised, the word Masakavati occurs, given as the name both of a river and a district. It may then fairly be presumed that Masaga was the capital of the Masakavati district, and that the impetuous stream which, as we learn from Curtius, ran between steep banks and made access to Masaga difficult on the east side, was the Masakavati of Panini v. Lassen Ind. Alt. Roman 2. pp. 136-138, v. de Saint Martin Etude pp. 35-36, and Abbot Gradus ad Jornan. Curtius, Roman 8. 37-38 describes with more minuteness than Arrian the nature of the engineering operations designed to make the attack against the walls practicable. He states that Asacanus, the king of the place, died before Alexander's arrival, and not after the siege had begun, as Arrian relates. He adds that Assacanus was succeeded by his mother, wife, whose name was Cleophas, and who, according to Justin, bore a son whose paternity was ascribed to Alexander. In reference to this statement, Dr. Bellew remarks that at the present day, several of the chiefs and ruling families in the neighboring states of Chitral and Badakhshan boast a lineal descent from Alexander the Great. Note E. Bazira. Some writers have taken Bazira to be Bajor, which lies midway between the river of Kunar and the Landai, but there is nothing beyond the similarity of the two names to recommend this view. As the Bazirians fled for refuge to the rock Yornos, which overhung the Indus, it is evident they could not have inhabited a place so remote from the rock as Bajor. Cunningham finds a more likely position for Bazira at Bazar, a large village situated on the Kalpan or Kalipani River, and quite close to the town of Rustam, which is built on a very extensive old mound. According to tradition, this was the site of the original town of Bazar. The position is an important one, as it stands just midway between the Swat and the Indus rivers, and has therefore been from time immemorial the entrepot of trade between the rich valley of Swat and the large towns on the Indus and Kabul rivers. This identification is much strengthened by the proximity of Mount Dantalak, which is most probably the same range of hills as the Montes Daedali of the Greeks. See Hisank. Geog. Of India, pp. 65-66. Note F. Yornos. The identification of this celebrated rock has been one of the most perplexing problems of Indian archaeology. The descriptions given of it by the classical writers are more or less discrepant, and their indications as to its position very vague and obscure. It has thus been identified with various positions, against each of which objections of more or less weight may be urged, but the view of General Abbott, who has identified it with Mount Mahaban, has the balance of argument in its favor, and is now generally adopted. The rock, to judge from Arrian's description of it, must have been in reality a mountain of very considerable height, with a summit of tableland crowned here and there with steep precipices. Curtius, on the other hand, says that the rock, which was on all sides steep and rugged, did not rise to its pinnacle in slopes of ordinary height and of easy ascent, but that in shape it resembled the conical pillar of the racecourse, called the meta, which springs from a broad basis and gradually tapers till it terminates in a sharp point. Here Arrian, who drew his facts from Ptolemy, a prominent actor in capturing Yornos, is, as usual, a safer guide than Curtius, who wrote for effect and often dealt unscrupulously with the facts of history. Arrian, again, is at variance with Diodoros in his estimate both of the circuit and of the height of the rock, for while with him it has a circuit of 200 stadia, about 23 miles, and a height of 11, Diodoros reduces the circuit by 1/2 and increases the height to 16 stadia. Curtius is silent on these points, but he mentions a circumstance of great importance which Arrian has failed to note, namely, that the roots of the rock were washed by the river Indus. That he is right here cannot be questioned, for the statement is corroborated both by Diodoros and by Strabo, Roman 15. 687, while Arrian, who says nothing that can lead us to think that his view was different, supplies us with a proof that Yornos was close to the Indus, for he says of the city of Imbalama, which we now know to have been on the Indus, that it was situated close to Yornos. The position thus indicated is about 60 miles above Attack, where the Indus escapes into the plains from a long and narrow mountain gorge, which the ancients mistook for its source. Colonel Abbott in 1854 explored this neighborhood, and came to the conclusion that Mount Mahaban, a hill which abuts precipitously on the western bank of the Indus about 8 miles west from the site of Imbalama, was Yornos. His arguments in support of this identification are given in his Gradus ad Yornon. His description of Mount Mahaban agrees in the main with that which Arrian has given of Yornos. The rock Yornos, he says, was the most remarkable feature of the country, as is the Mahaban. It was the refuge of all the neighboring tribes. It was covered with forests. It had good soil sufficient for 1,000 plows, and pure springs of water everywhere abounded. It was 4125 feet above the plain, and 14 miles in circuit. It was precipitous on the side of Imbalama, yet not so steep but that 220 horse and the war engines were taken to the summit. The summit was a plain where cavalry could act. it would be difficult to offer a more faithful description of the mount. Why the historians, he adds, should all call it the rock Giornos, it would be difficult to say. The side on which Alexander scaled the main summit had certainly the character of a rock, but the whole description of Arrian indicates a table mountain. Cunningham, in his Ancient Geography of India, advances some arguments against this identification, but they cannot be considered sufficiently cogent to warrant its rejection unless a better could be substituted. That which he proposes, however, is altogether untenable. What he suggests is that the hill fortress of Ranigat, situated immediately above the small village of Nagram, about 16 miles north by west from Ohind, which he takes to be the site of Embalama, corresponds in all essential particulars, except in its elevation under 1,200 feet, with the description of Giornos as given by Arrian, Strabo, and Diodoros. Now if the elevation stated, which is some 6,000 feet under what Arrian assigns to Giornos, was really the height of the rock, then the details of the operations by which it was captured are rendered partly unintelligible. Thus, why should Ptolemy, after ascending the rock to a certain distance, have kindled a fire to let Alexander, who remained at the base, know where he was? Can we not easily see with the naked eye from the foot to the top of a small hill only 10 or 1,100 feet high? Moreover, we are informed that it took Alexander from daybreak till noon to reach the position occupied by Ptolemy. Can it be supposed that all that space of time was required for the ascent of a hill not much higher than Arthur's Seat, near Edinburgh? The highest mountain in Great Britain could be climbed in half the time. Another equally fatal objection to this theory is the distance of Ranigat from the Indus. The roots of the rock were indubitably washed by that river, but Ranigat is no less than 16 miles distant from it. At the same time, if Ranigat were Giornos, then Ohind cannot be Embalama, for Arrian says that Embalama was close to Xi upsilon nu epsilon gamma gamma upsilon sigma, Giornos. The identification of the rock with Raja Hodi's fort opposite attack, first suggested by General Court and afterwards supported by the learned missionary Lowenthal, has in its favor the fact that the position is on the Indus, but it is otherwise untenable. It is uncertain whether the name Giornos is purely Greek or an attempt at the transliteration of the indigenous name. If purely Greek, then Dionysios Periag. L1150 is right in saying that men called the rock Giornis because even swift-winged birds had difficulty in flying over it. If indigenous, the name may be referred to Aranai, which, as Dr. Bellu states, is a common Hindi name for hill ridges in these parts. He identifies the rock as Shaddum or Malka on the heights of Mahaban, the stronghold of the Wahhabi fanatics, at the destruction of which he was present in 1864. See his inquiry, p. 68. Note G. NYSA. Arrian's narrative indicates neither in what part of the Kaffern and Indus Doab Nissa was situated, nor at what time Alexander made his expedition to the place. But we learn from Curtius, Roman 8. 10, Strabo, Roman 15, 697, and Justin, Roman 12. 7, that he was there before he had as yet crossed the Chospes and taken Massaga, and Arrian says nothing from which it can be inferred that his opinion was different. Nyssa was therefore most probably the city which Ptolemy calls Nagara or Dionysopolis, and which has been identified with Nanghanhar, the Nagarahara of Sanskrit, an ancient capital, the ruins of which have been traced at a distance of 4 or 5 miles west from Jalalabad. This place was called also Udyanapura i.e. the City of Gardens, which the Greeks from some resemblance in the sound translated into Dionysopolis, a compound meaning, the city of Dionysos. At some distance eastward from the site, but on the opposite bank of the river, there is a mountain called Marco, i.e. Snake Hill, which, if Nyssa be Nagara, may be regarded as the Mount Meros which lay near it, and was ascended by Alexander. It has, however, been assumed that, in Arrian's opinion, the expedition to Nyssa was not an early incident of the campaign in the Doab, but the last of any importance after the capture of Giornos. The only ground for this assumption is that his account of the expedition to Nyssa follows that of all the other transactions recorded to have occurred west of the Indus. But the reason of this is not far to seek. Arrian, on examining the accounts given by different writers of the visit to Nyssa and Meros, concluded that they were for the most part apocryphal, and as he did not wish to mix up romance with history, reserved the subject for separate treatment. Abbot, who took it for granted that Arrian wished it to be understood that Alexander visited Nyssa after the capture of the rock, looked for the site of that city nearer the Indus than the plain of Jalalabad, and found one to suit the requirements in the neighborhood of Mount Alum, called otherwise Ram Takht, or the Throne of Ram. This remarkable mountain, he says, rises like some mighty pagoda to the height of 9,000 or 10,000 feet, and answers in many points to the descriptions given of Meroz, being densely covered with forests, full of wild beasts and of a height at which, in that part of India, ivy, box, etc., flourish. At its roots are the following old towns with names all derivable from Bacchos: Lusa, Nyssa, Lyaka, Laius, Eli, Owan, by Meter, by Merterer, Bakra, Bukira, and Karana, Karanos. Beneath the town of Lusa flows the river Barandu, which is occasionally unfordable during the spring. Abbot makes this remark about the river with reference to the statement in Plutarch that when Alexander sat down before Nyssa, the Macedonians had some difficulty of advancing to the attack on account of the depth of the river that washed its walls. V. de Saint Martin and Dr. Bellew identify Nyssa with NYSA, a village near the northern bank of the Kabul River about 6 miles below Hashtnagар, but except some correspondence between the names, there seems little to recommend this view. Strabo has 1 or 2 passages concerning Nyssa. In Sophocles, he says, a person is introduced speaking the praises of Nyssa as a mountain sacred to Bacchos. Whence I beheld the famed Nyssa, the resort of the Bacchanalian bands, which the horned Iacchos makes his most pleasant and beloved retreat, where no bird's clang is heard. From such stories they gave the name Nysians to some imaginary nation, and called their city Nyssa, founded by Bacchos. A mountain above the city they called Meroz, alleging as a reason for imposing these names that the ivy and vine grow there, although the latter does not perfect its fruit, for the bunches of grapes drop off before maturity in consequence of excessive rains. Roman 15. 687. In a subsequent passage, 697, he says, after the river Kafirs follows the Indus. The country lying between these 2 rivers is occupied by the Astacernoi, Massianoi, Naiskioi, and the Hippasioi. Next is the territory of Asakanos, where is the city Masoga. Pliny also has 1 or 2 notices of Nyssa. Most writers, he says, H. and Romans 6. 21, assume that the city NYSA and also the mountain Meris, consecrated to the god Bacchus, belong to India. This is the mountain whence arose the fable that Bacchus issued from the thigh, mu hetero omicron sigma, of Jupiter. They also assign to India the country of the Ispagani so plentiful in vines, laurel and box, and all kinds of fruitful trees that grow in Greece. In Book 8, 141, he says that on NYSA, a mountain in India, there are lizards 24 feet in length, and in color yellow or purple or blue. The legend that Dionysos was bred in the thigh of Zeus owes its origin to a figurative mode of expression, common among the Phoenicians and Hebrews, which was taken by the Greeks in a literal sense. See the Epistle to the Hebrews, Romans 7. 10. The Kafirs who now occupy the country through which Alexander first marched on his way from the Caucasus to the Indus are said by Elphinstone to drink wine to great excess, men and women alike. They dance, he adds, with great vehemence, using many gesticulations and beating the ground with great force to a music which is generally quick, but varied and wild. Such usages would certainly have struck the Macedonians as bacchanalian. So certainly would such a spectacle as the following, described by Bishop Heber in his Indian Journal. The 2 brothers Rama and Luchman, in a splendid palki, were conducting the retreat of their army. The divine Hanuman, as naked and almost as hairy as the animal he represented, was gambolling before them, with a long tail tied round his waist, a mask to represent the head of a baboon, and 2 great pointed clubs in his hands. His army followed, a number of men with similar tails and masks, their bodies dyed with indigo, and also armed with clubs. I was never so forcibly struck with the identity of Rama and Bacchus. Here were before me Bacchus, his brother Ampelus, the satyrs, smeared with wine lees, and the great Pan commanding them. I may, in conclusion, subjoin a notice of Bacchos in India from Polyaenos. Dionysos marching against the Indians in order that the Indians might receive him did not equip his troops with armor that could be seen, but with soft raiment and fawn skins. The spears were wrapped round with ivy, and the thyrsus had a sharp point. In making signals he used cymbals and drums instead of the trumpet, and by warming the enemy with wine, he turned them from war to dancing. These and all other Bacchic orgies were the stratagems of war by which Bacchos subjugated the Indians and all the rest of Asia. Dionysos, when in India, seeing that his army could not endure the burning heat, seized the three-peaked mountain of India. Of its peaks one is called Korzebir, another Kondaskare, but the third he himself named Meros in commemoration of his birth. Upon it were many fountains of water sweet of taste, abundance of game and fruit, and snows, which gave new vigor to the frame. The troops quartered there would take the barbarians of the plains by surprise, and put them to an easy rout by attacking them with missiles from their commanding position on the heights above. Dionysos, having conquered the Indians, invaded Bactria, taking with him as auxiliaries the Indians themselves and the Amazons. Note H. Gold-digging ants. Herodotos was the first writer who communicated to the Western nations the story of these ants. He relates it thus, Roman 3. 102. There are other Indians bordering on the city of Kaspateros and the country of Paktiaik, Afghanistan, settled northward of the other Indians, who resemble the Bactrians in the way they live. They are the most warlike of the Indians, and are the men whom they send to procure the gold, paid in tribute to the king of Persia, for their country adjoins the desert of sand. In this desert, then, and in the sand there are ants, in size not quite so big as dogs, but larger than foxes. Some that were captured were taken thence, and are with the king of the Persians. These ants, forming their dwelling underground, heap up the sand as the ants in Greece do, and in the same manner, and are very like them in shape. The sand which they cast up is mixed with gold. The Indians therefore go to the desert to get this sand, each man having 3 camels, c. 105. When the Indians arrive at the spot, they fill their sacks with the sand, and return home with all possible speed. For the ants, as the Persians say, having readily discovered them by the smell, pursue them, and as they are the swiftest of all animals, not one of the Indians could escape except by getting the start while the ants were assembling. Nearchos, quoted by Strabo, Roman 15. 705, says that he saw skins of the ants which dig up gold as large as the skins of leopards. Megasthenes also, as quoted in the same passage, says that among the Dardai, a populous nation of the Indians living towards the east and among the mountains, there was a mountain plain of about 3,000 stadia in circumference, below which were mines containing gold, which ants not less in size than foxes dig up. In winter they dig holes and pile up the earth in heaps, like moles, at the pit mouths. Pliny, say 31, repeats the story in these terms. The horns of the Indian ant fixed up in the temple of Hercules at Erythri were objects of great wonderment. These ants excavate gold from mines found in the country of those northern Indians who are called the Dardi. They are of the color of cats and of the size of Egyptian wolves. The Indians steal the gold which they dig up in winter during the hot season when the ants keep within their burrows to escape the stifling sultriness of the weather. The ants, however, aroused by the smell, sally out and frequently overtake and mangle the robbers, though they have the swiftest of camels to aid their flight. It is now understood that the gold-digging ants were neither, as the ancients supposed, an extraordinary kind of real ants, nor, as many learned men have since supposed, larger animals mistaken for ants, but Tibetan miners who, like their descendants of the present day, preferred working their mines in winter when the frozen soil stands well and is not likely to trouble them by falling in. The Sanskrit word pipalika denotes both an ant and a particular kind of gold. The Dards consist now of several wild and predatory tribes which are settled on the northwest frontier of Kashmir and by the banks of the Indus. The griffins who guarded the gold were Tibetan mastiffs, a breed of unmatched ferocity. Gold is still found in these regions. Note I. Taxila. Pliny in his Natural History, Roman 6. 21, gives 60 miles as the distance from Pucolates, Hashtnagар to Taxila. This would fix its site somewhere on the Harrow River to the west of Hassan Abdul, or just 2 days' march from the Indus. But according to the itineraries of the Chinese pilgrims, Fa Hien and H1Th, Taxila lay at 3 days' journey to the east of the Indus, and as they made that journey, their authority on the point cannot be questioned. Taxila, it may be therefore concluded, must have been situated in the immediate neighborhood of Kalakasserai. Now at the distance of just 1 mile from this place, near the rock-seated village of Shadari, Cunningham discovered the ruins of a fortified city scattered over a wide space, extending about 3 miles from north to south and 2 miles from east to west, and these ruins he took to be those of Taxila. They lie about 8 miles southeast of Hassan Abdul, 34 miles west from the famous Tope of Manikyala, and 24 miles northwest from Rawalpindi. The most ancient part of these ruins, according to the belief of the natives, is a great mound rising to a height of 68 feet above the bed of the stream, called the Tabra Nala, which flows past its east side. Cunningham's identification has now been accepted by all archaeologists, and a Greek text hitherto neglected strikingly confirms its correctness. This text is to be found in the Pseudo-Callisthenes, and I here translate the remarks made upon it by Sylvain Lévy in a paper which he submitted last year to the Société Asiatique, and which will be found printed at pp. 236, 237 in the 15th volume of the 8th series of the Journal of that Society. The Pseudo-Callisthenes dwells complacently on the sojourn of Alexander at Taxila and his conversations with the Brahmins. The Brahmins, Roman 3. Roman 12, 9, 10, blame the conduct of Kalanos, who, in violation of the duties of his caste, went to live with the Macedonians. It has not pleased him, say they, to drink the water of wisdom at the river Tiberbome. And further on Roman 3, Roman 13, 12, they ask, how could Alexander be the master of all the world when he has not yet gone beyond the river Tiberbome? The Latin of Julius Valerius gives, in the first case, Tibrunco fluvio, in the second, Tiberabum. The various readings of the Greek manuscripts, indicated by C. Muller in his edition, Didat, 1846, give Borome, Barome, Tiberiopotamos, and lastly, Ms.A. Tibernabin. The site fixed by Cunningham for the city of Taxila is distinctly traversed by a river called Tabra Nala, which divides into two the ancient city and washes the foot of the citadel. The ease of confounding the beta with lambda in the manuscripts permits the correction of Tibernabin into Tibernalin. The essential part of the name is, moreover, Tabra, Nala being a designation common to small affluents. The resemblance of the two words Tabernala and Tibernalos is at once apparent. The persistence of geographical names has nothing surprising in it, especially in India. The city of Taxila ought then to be placed definitely on the banks of the Tabernala, a small affluent of the Harrow, which bends its course to the Indus, into which it falls 12 miles below Attock, in the position proposed by General Cunningham. Taxila, as Alexander found it, was very populous and possessed of almost incredible wealth. Pliny states that it was situated on a level where the hills sink down into the plain, while Strabo praises the soil as extremely fertile from the number of its springs and watercourses. The Chinese pilgrim, H1 Tsiang, by whom it was visited in 630 AD, and afterwards in 643, confirms what Strabo has reported. Taxila, which in Ptolemy's geography appears as Taxiala, represents either the Sanskrit Takshasila, i.e., hewn stone, or more probably Takshakasila, i.e., rock of Takshaka, the great Naga king. Others, however, take it to represent the Pali Takasila, i.e., the rock of the Takas, a powerful tribe which anciently occupied the regions between the Indus and the Chenab, v. Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume Roman 20, p. 343. The famous Asoka, the grandson of Chandragupta, Sandrakatos, resided in Taxila during the lifetime of his father, Vindusara, as viceroy of the Panjab. About the beginning of the 2nd century BC, Taxila appears to have formed part of the dominions of the Greco-Bactrian king, Eucratides. In 126 BC, it was wrested from the Greeks by the Sus or Abars, with whom it remained for about 3/4 of a century, when it was conquered by the Kushan tribe under the great Kanishka. In the year 42 AD, it is said to have been visited by Apollonios of Tyana and his companion, the Assyrian Dames, who wrote a narrative of the journey, which Philostratos professes to have followed in his life of Apollonios. In 400 AD, it was visited by Fahian, who calls it Chushashilo, i.e., the severed head, the usual name by which Taxila was known to the Buddhists of India, v. Cunningham's Ank. Geoc of India, pp. 104-121. Note J. Site of Alexander's camp on the Hydaspes. It is a point of great importance to determine where the camp was situated, which Alexander formed on reaching the Hydaspes, and which he made his headquarters till he effected the passage of the river. Without knowing this, it cannot with certainty be decided at what point he made the passage, or where he defeated Paros, or where he founded the two cities, Nicaea and Baucephala, which he built after his victory. Such high authorities as Sir A. Burns, General Court, and General Abbott have placed the camp at Jhelum, but Lord Elphinstone and General Cunningham prefer Jalolpur, a place some 30 miles lower down the stream. These writers all drew their conclusions from personal knowledge of the localities concerned. Cunningham, who wrote later than the others, visited the Hydaspes in 1863, and in his Geography of Ancient India, pp. 157-179, gives an account of the scope and results of his investigations. He points out that Alexander, in advancing from Taxila to the Hydaspes, had two roads, one called the Upper, which proceeded through a rich and fertile country, past Ral Pindi, Manikyala, and Rhodas to Jhelum, and another called the Lower, which proceeded, with an inclination to southward, to Dudheel, and thence by Asanat and Vang to Jalolpur. He then shows from Strabo and Pliny that Alexander must have advanced by the lower road. According to Strabo, Roman 15. I-32, the direction of Alexander's march as far as the Hydaspes was, for the most part, towards the south. After that, to the Hypanes, it was more towards the east. Now, if Alexander had taken the route by Jhelum, he would have advanced in one continuous straight line, which is in direct opposition to the explicit statement of Strabo, which makes him deviate towards the south. Pliny again, Roman 6. 21, quoting from Diodoros and Baton, the mensors of Alexander, gives the distance from Taxila to the Hydaspes as 120 Roman miles. In comparing this distance with that from Shadari to Jhelum and Jalolpur respectively, we must reject Jhelum, which is no less than 16 miles short of the recorded distance, while Jalolpur differs from it by less than 2 miles. The same author thinks that the camp probably extended for about 6 miles along the bank of the river from Shah Kabir, 2 miles to the northeast of Jalolpur, down to Siadpur, 4 miles to the west-southwest. In this position, the left flank of the camp would have been only 6 miles from the wooded promontory of Kotra, where he intended to steal his passage across the river. The breadth of the Hydaspes at Jalolpur is about 1.25 miles. Note K. Battle with Poros. To the accounts of this memorable battle given by Arrian and the 4 other writers translated in this volume, I here add the account of it given by Polyaenos in his work on the stratagems of war, Roman 2. Roman 9. 22. Alexander, in his Indian expedition, advanced to the Hydaspes with intention to cross it, when Porus appeared with his army on the other side determined to dispute his passage. Alexander then marched towards the head of the river and attempted to cross it there. Thither also Porus marched and drew up his army on the opposite side. He then made the same effort lower down. There, too, Porus opposed him. Those frequent appearances of intention to cross it, without ever making one real attempt to effect it, the Indians ridiculed, and concluding that he had no real design to pass the river, they became more negligent in attending his motions. When Alexander, by a rapid march gaining the banks, effected his purpose on barges, boats, and hides stuffed with straw, before the enemy had time to come up with him, who, deceived by so many faint attempts, yielded him at last an uninterrupted passage. In the battle against Porus, Alexander posted part of his cavalry in the right wing, and part he left as a body of reserve at a small distance on the plain. His left wing consisted of the phalanx and his elephants. Porus ordered his elephants to be formed against him, himself taking his station on an elephant at the head of his left wing. The elephants were drawn up within 50 yards of each other, and in those interstices was posted his infantry, so that his front exhibited the appearance of a great wall. The elephants looked like so many towers, and the infantry like the parapet between them. Alexander directed his infantry to attack the enemy in front, while himself at the head of the horse advanced against the cavalry. Against those movements Porus ably guarded. But the beasts could not be kept in their ranks, and, wherever they deserted them, the Macedonians in a compact body pouring in closed with the enemy, and attacked them both in front and flank. The body of reserve, in the meantime wheeling round and attacking their rear, completed the defeat. Shepherd's translation. Grote, referring to this battle, remarks that the day on which it was fought was the greatest day of Alexander's life. If we take together the splendor and difficulty of the military achievement and the generous treatment of his conquered opponent. Military critics cannot point to a single strategical error in the whole series of operations conducted by Alexander himself, or his generals acting under his orders, from the time he encamped on the bank of the Hydaspes till the overthrow and surrender of Paros. At the same time, the courage and skill with which the Indian king contended against the greatest soldier of antiquity, if not of all time, are worthy of the highest admiration, and present a striking contrast to the incompetent generalship and pusillanimity of Darius. The Greeks, says General Chesney, were loud in praises of the Indians. Never in all their 8 years of constant warfare had they met with such skilled and gallant soldiers, who, moreover, surpassed in stature and bearing all the other races of Asia. The Indian village community flourished even at that distant period, and in the brave and manly race which fought so stoutly under Porus 22 centuries ago, we may recognize all the fine qualities of the Punjabi agrarian people of the present day. The gallant men who fought us in our turn so stubbornly, now the most valuable component of the Indian Empire, and the best soldiers of its Queen Empress. Note L. The Catayans. The Cataioi, it would appear from the text, inhabited the regions lying to the east of the Hydrioters. Some writers, however, as Strabo informs us, Roman 15. I-30, place their country in the tract between the Hydaspes and Aixenares, but this view is manifestly wrong. They are described by ancient authors as one of the most powerful nations of India. Their very name indicates their warlike propensities and predominance, for if it is not identical with that of the military caste, Kshatriya, it is at least a modified form of that word. Arrian subsequently, Roman 6. 15, mentions a tribe of independent Indians whose name is a still closer transliteration of Kshatriya, the Zathroi, whose territories lay between the Indus and the lower course of the Aixenares. Strabo, Roman 15. I-30 notices some of the peculiar manners and customs of the Catayans, such as infanticide, and Sati Lasson has pointed out that their name is connected with that of the Katia, a nomadic race scattered at intervals through the plains of the Panjab, but supposed to be the aborigines of the country and of Kolarian descent. Their name occurs in that of the province of Kathiawar, which now comprises the province of Gujarat. Note M. Sangala. Sir E. H. Bunbury, referring to the uncertainty of the identifications of the tribes and cities of the Panjab, mentioned by Alexander's historians, says, while the general course of his march must have followed approximately the same line of route that has been frequented in all ages from the banks of the Indus to those of the Bias, his expeditions against the various warlike tribes that refused submission to his arms led him into frequent excursions to the right and left of his main direction. And with regard to these localities, we have a general clue to guide us. The most important of these sites to determine would be that of Sangala, the capital of the Cathians, which, according to the narrative of Arrian, was situated between the Hydriots and the Hyphasis. Hence it was placed by Burns at Lahore and by others at Amritsar. But on the other hand, there are not wanting strong reasons for identifying Sangala with the Sakala of Indian writers, and this was certainly situated to the west of the Hydriots, between that river and the Assassins, Hist, of Ankh, Geog, pp. 444-445. This was the view of General Cunningham, who, taking Sakala or Sakala, the Sagala of Ptolemy's geography, to be the name in Sanskrit of the place which the Greeks called Sangala, found a site for it at Sanglawalatiba, a small rocky hill with ruins upon it and with a large swamp at its base, and situated between the Ravi, Hydrioters, and the Chenab Aixenares, at a distance of about 60 miles to the west of Lahore. This was no doubt the site of the Sakala of Sanskrit writers and of the Shikailo of the Chinese pilgrim H1 Th, who visited the place in 630 AD. But it cannot have been the site of the Sangala of the Greeks, for, in the first place, according to the testimony of all the historians, that city lay between the Hydrioters and the Hyphasis, and was attacked by Alexander after he had crossed the former river. To meet this objection, Cunningham assumes that Alexander must have recrossed the Hydrioters on hearing that the Catayans had risen in his rear. His thus turning aside from the direction of his march to make his rear secure is quite consistent with his usual practice, but the historians say nothing from which it can possibly be inferred that on this occasion he made any retrograde movement. But again, philology as well as history is adverse to this identification, for, as has lately been shown by M. Sylvain Lévy, Journal Asiatique, Series Roman 8. Volume Roman 15, pp. 237-39, Sangala, in accordance with the rules of transcription, must be taken to represent not Sakala, but Samkala. Now, just as in Diodoros and Curtius we find Sangala mentioned in connection with a king called Sophoteres, so in an appendix to Panini's grammar, called the Ganapatha, Samkala is mentioned in connection with Sobhuta, which in accordance with the rules of transcription and the Greek practice of designating Indian rulers after their territories, is evidently the name of the country over which Sophoteres ruled. This country, which was rich and prosperous, as its very name implies, lay between the Hydraiotes and the Hyphasis, probably in the district of Amritsar and towards the hills. Arrian, in his narrative of the campaign between these two rivers, makes no mention of Sophoteres, or, as he calls him, Sopades, but he afterwards refers to a king of this name whose dominions lay between the Hydaspes and Aixenares. Strabo was aware of the discrepancy of the accounts as to where the dominions of the Catans and King Sophoteres were situated. Note N. Alexander's altars on the Hyphasis. These altars are mentioned by Pliny, who says, Romans 6:21, the Hyphasis was the limit of the marches of Alexander, who, however, crossed it and dedicated altars on the further bank. Pliny stands alone in placing these altars on the left bank of the river. The historians all place them on the right bank. Philostratos states that Apollonios of Tyana, on his journey into India in the 2nd century of our era, found the altars still subsisting and their inscriptions still legible. Plutarch affirms that in his days they were held in much veneration by the Praesians, whose kings, he says, were in the habit of crossing the Ganges every year to offer sacrifices in the Grecian manner upon them. It would, however, be unsafe to place much credit in either of these statements. The altars have been sought for in recent times, but not the slightest vestige of them has been discovered. Masson and some other modern writers place them on the Gara, the united stream of the Vipasa and the Satadru, or Satluj. But this view, while otherwise exposed to serious objections, is upset by the fact alone that in ancient times the two rivers united at a point 40 miles below their present junction. As Pliny, Romans 6:21, gives the distance from the Hyphasis to the Hesidrus, Satluj, along the royal road at 169 miles, it is evident that the altars must have been situated at a point high above the junction of these two rivers. V. de Saint Martin is inclined to think that the altars may have been situated near a chain of heights met with in ascending the Beas, and known locally under the name of the Second Argiri, that is, Alexander's Mountain. These heights are at no great distance from Rajagiri, a small and obscure place, but supposed to represent Rajagriha mentioned in the Ramayana as the capital of a line of princes called the Asvapati, or Asapati in Prakrit, who governed the Kekaya, or, as Arrian calls them in his Indica, the Kerkioi. Lasson, followed by Saint Martin, identified Sopades as belonging to the line of princes indicated. Identification has been superseded by a better, but Saint Martin's argument, as far as it concerns the position of the altars, is not thereby affected. Sir E. H. Bunbury considers that the point where Alexander erected the 12 altars cannot be regarded as determined within even approximate limits. It appears probable, he thinks, that they were situated at some distance above the confluence of the two rivers, and not very far from the point where the Bias emerges from the mountain ranges. We learn indeed, he adds, that throughout his advance Alexander kept as near as he could to the mountains, partly from the idea that he would thus find the great rivers more easily passable as being nearer their sources, partly from an exaggerated impression of the sterile and desert character of the plains farther south Hist. Of Ankh. Geog. p. 444. Note O. Voyage down the Hydaspes and Aixenares to the Indus. From the point of embarkation at Nikya, Mong, to the confluence of the united streams of the Panjab with the Indus, the distance in a straight line may be reckoned at about 300 miles. Alexander, in descending to this confluence, had no sooner left the dominions of Poros than he was engaged in a constant succession of hostilities with the riparian tribes. He had no intention of leaving India as a fugitive. He must depart as a conqueror and master of all wherever he appeared. He had no wish, therefore, even had it been possible, to drop quietly downstream to the ocean. He must demand submission to his authority from all the tribes he might encounter on his way, and, if this were refused, enforce it at the sword's point. These tribes were the bravest of the brave in India, the very ancestors of the Rajputras, or Rajputs, whose splendid military qualities have spread their fame throughout the world. Such of these tribes as inhabited the fertile regions adjacent to the rivers seem to have settled in towns and villages and to have practiced agriculture, while those that tenanted the deserts which extended far eastward into the interior led a half-wandering pastoral life, and subsisted as much on the produce of rapine as on the produce of their flocks and herds. They were all proudly jealous of their independence, and owned no authority but that of their proper chiefs. Though they were separated into distinct tribes, which were almost perpetually at feud, they were still able when confronted with a common danger to combine into formidable confederacies. In all times, they have opposed to invasion a vigorous and sometimes a desperate resistance. V. St. Martin. Etude, p. 113. Note p. The Malay and Oxidrak. The names of these two warlike tribes are very frequently conjoined in the narratives of the historians. In Sanskrit works they appear as the Malava and the Kshadraka, and a verse of the Mahabharata combines them in a single appellation, Kshadrakamalava. They are mentioned in combination by Panini also as two Bahika people of the northwest. Arrian Indica, see Roman 4. Places the Oxidraci on the Hydaspes above its confluence with the Aixenares. It is doubtful, however, that this was their real position. Bunbury inclines to think that they lay on the east or left bank of the Satluj, the province of Bahawalpur, and that they may very well have extended as far as the junction of the Satluj with the Indus and the neighborhood of Utch. General Cunningham, he adds, is alone in placing the Oxidraci to the north of the Malay. That author has, however, the Indica to support his view. Their name in the classics appears in various forms, Strabo and Stephanos Bise. Calling them Hydraci, Pliny Sidrici, and Diodoros Syracusae. Strabo says they were reported to be the descendants of Bacchos because the vine grew in their country, and because their kings displayed great pomp in setting out on their warlike expeditions after the Bacchic manner, Roman 15. I8. They are no doubt to be identified with the Sudras, whose name in early times did not denote a caste, as it did afterwards, but a tribe of aborigines, or, at all events, a tribe of non-Aryan origin. The final ka in the Greek form of their name is a common Sanskrit suffix to ethnic names given or withheld at random. The single combat between Dioxippos and a Macedonian bravo called Horatas took place after a great banquet, at which Alexander entertained the envoys of the Oxidraci. The territory of the Malay was of great extent, comprehending a part of the Doab formed by the Aixenares and the Hydriotares, and extending, according to Arrian Indica, see Roman 4, to the confluence of the Aixenares and the Indus. In the Mahabharata they figure as a great people, being there distinguished into the eastern, southern, and western Malavas, Mahab. Roman 6, 107. They are mentioned also in the inscription of Samudragupta of the first half of the 3rd century AD. Among other peoples of the Panjab who were subject to the king of Madhyadesha, V. de St. Martin, Etude, pp. 116-120. These two races, says Thirlwall, History of Greece, Roman 7. 40, were composed of widely different elements, for the name of one appears to have been derived from that of the Sudra caste, and it is certain that the Brahmins were predominant in the other. We can easily understand why they did not intermarry and were seldom at peace with each other. The feud, however, may have been one of race rather than of caste, though no doubt the distinctions of caste originated in difference of race. Note Q, the capital of the Mal. Diodoros and Curtius assign this city to the Oxidraci, but erroneously. General Cunningham identifies it with Multan and takes it to be also the capital of the Malay, to which many men from other cities had fled for safety. Arrian seems, however, to indicate that the two places were distinct. V. de St. Martin inclines to identify the Malayan capital with Harappa, the Harappa which Cunningham takes to be the city captured by Perdiccas. Multan is at present the capital of the province of the same name, which comprises pretty nearly the same territories as those occupied by the Malay of the Greek historians. Multan is not situated on the Ravi now, but on the Chenab, and at a distance of more than 30 miles below the junction of that river with the Ravi. This circumstance would be quite fatal to Cunningham's view if the junction had not shifted. But it has shifted, for in Alexander's time the rivers met about 15 miles below Multan. The old channel, Cunningham says, still exists and is duly entered in the large maps of the Multan division. It leaves the present bed at Sarai Sidhu and follows a winding course for 30 miles to the south-southwest, when it suddenly turns to the west for 18 miles as far as Multan, and, after completely encircling the fortress, continues its westerly course for 5 miles below Multan. It then suddenly turns to the south-southwest for 10 miles and is finally lost in the low-lying lands of the bed of the Chenab. Even to this day, the Ravi clings to its ancient channel, and at all high floods, the waters of the river still find their way to Multan by the old bed, as I myself have witnessed on 2 occasions. The date of the change is unknown, but was certainly subsequent to AD 713. From Arrian's narrative, it would appear that Alexander occupied 3 days, one of which was spent in rest, in advancing from the city of the Brahmins to the city of the Malay. The distance traversed would be 34 miles if Cunningham's identification of the former city with Atari and of the latter with Multan be correct. The city where Alexander was wounded appears from Arrian's account to have been at some distance from the Hydraeotes, and if so, could not have been Multan. Note R. Alexander in Sind. Arrian and the other historians of Alexander have treated very briefly and vaguely his campaign in the valley of the Indus. Hence, it is difficult to trace the course of his operations, as he descended from the great confluence at Uch to Patala, where the Indus bifurcates to form the delta. The distance between these 2 points, if measured by the course of the river, may be estimated at nearly 400 miles, yet we find, as St. Martin observes, that in the descent not a single distance is indicated, nor a single peculiar feature of the country described which might serve as a signpost for the direction and guidance of our inquiries. It is at the same time difficult to reconcile the discrepancies found to exist in the accounts transmitted to us, and altogether the search for identities must here mainly concern itself with the names of tribes. In determining how these tribes were collocated, it is necessary to take cognizance of the changes which have taken place in the course of the Indus since Alexander's time. Captain M. Murdo was the first to call attention in 1834 to these changes, which were not confined to the terminal course of the river, but extended more than 200 miles above the delta. He proved that up to the 7th century of our era, the main stream of the Indus, instead of following its present channel, pursued a more direct course to the sea some 60 or 70 miles farther east than it now flows. The old channel, which leaves the present stream at some distance above Bakar, passes the ruins of Alor, and then proceeds directly towards the south nearly as far as Brahmanabad, above which it divides into 2 channels, one rejoining the present course above Hyderabad, while the other pursues a southeasterly course towards the Rann of Kutch. The voyage down the lower part of the course took place during the season of the inundation, when the plains were laid far and wide under water, and the current was rapid and violent. As the march followed mainly the line of the river, the country would appear to the Macedonians extremely rich, fertile, and populous, while the sterility of the regions that lay beyond the reach of the inundations would seldom be brought under their cognizance. In descending the river, they could not fail to notice the contrast presented by the plains on its opposite banks, those on the east exhibiting a uniform expanse without any visible boundary, while those on the west were hemmed in by a great mountain rampart, which in running southwards gradually approached the Indus till the roots of the hills were laved by its waters. The inhabitants would strike them as being more swarthy in their complexion than the men of the Panjab, from whom they differed also in their political predilections, as they preferred kingly government to republican independence, and allowed the Brahmin to exercise a decisive influence over public life. The descent of the Indus by Alexander, as Bunbury remarks, may be considered as constituting a kind of era in the geographical knowledge of the Greeks. It does not appear, he adds, that it was ever repeated, and while subsequent researches added materially to the knowledge possessed by the Greeks of the valley of the Ganges and the more easterly provinces of India, their information concerning the great river Indus and the regions through which it flows continued to be derived almost exclusively from the voyage of Alexander and the accounts transmitted by the contemporary historians. After leaving the great confluence, the first tribe Alexander reached were the Sogdai, who appear as the Sadrai in Diodoros, who states that Alexander founded among them on the banks of the river a city called Alexandria, in which he placed 10,000 inhabitants. The Sogdo have been identified with the Sota Rajputs, who now occupy the southeast district of Sindh about Amarkot, but who in former times held large possessions on the banks of the Indus to the northward of Allore. This place, though now only a scene of ruins, was formerly, before it was deserted by the river, one of the largest and most flourishing cities in all Sindh. St. Martin takes it to have been the Sogdian capital, and thinks that the city which Alexander founded lay in its vicinity at Rori, since right opposite to this place there rose in the middle of the river the rocky island of Bakar, which presented every natural advantage for the site of a great fortress. Cunningham, however, would place the capital higher upstream, about midway between Allore and Uch, at a village which appears in old maps under the name of Sirwahi, and which may possibly represent the Siori of Sindh history and the Sadrai of Diodoros. In this neighborhood lies the most frequented ghat for the crossing of the Indus towards the west via Gandava and the Balan Pass, and as the ghats always determine the roads, it was probably at this point of passage Crateros recrossed the Indus when he was dispatched with the main body of the army and the elephants to return home through the countries in which that pass lay. The name Sadrai, some think, represents the Sanskrit Sudra, which designates the servile or lowest of the four castes. If this be so, the Sadrai may be regarded as a remnant of the primitive stock which peopled the country before the advent of the Aryans v. Lassen, Ind. Alt. Roman 2. p. 174. St. Martin, Etude, pp. 150-161, Cunningham, Ank, Geog of India, pp. 249-56. Note S. Sindamana. Sambas is called Sabas by Curtius, who, without giving the name of his capital, informs us that Alexander captured it by mining and then marched to rejoin his fleet on the Indus. The Greek name of this capital, Sindamana, has led to its identification with Sewen, a site of very high antiquity. The great mound which was once its citadel has been formed chiefly of ruined buildings accumulated in the course of ages on a scarped rock at the end of the Laki range of hills. Its water supply is at present entirely derived from the Indus, which not only flows under the eastern front of the town, but also along the northern by a channel from the Great Manchur Lake, which perhaps formerly extended up even to the city walls. The objection to this identification, that Sewen's position on the Indus conflicts with the statement that Alexander had to march from Sindamana to reach that river, is removed by the fact that the Indus has changed its course since Alexander's time. Wilson derives the Greek Sindamana from what he calls a very allowable Sanskrit compound, Sindaman, the possessor of Sind. Cunningham, however, would refer the name to Saindavavanam or Sainjuan, the abode of the Saindavas. V. his Ank. Geog. Of India, pp. 263-66, and also St. Martin's Etude, p. 166, where it is stated that the name of Sambas is probably connected with that of the tribe called Sama, whose chiefs have at different epochs played a distinguished part in the valley of the Indus. In Hindu mythology, Samba is the son of Krishna. According to Plutarch, it was somewhere in the dominions of Sabas that Alexander had his interview with the 10 Indian gymnosophists. Sewen is the Suistan of the Arabs. According to Burton, writing in 1857, it is a hot, filthy, and most unwholesome place, with a rascally population of 6,000, which includes many beggars and devotees. V. his Sind, p. 8. The population has since increased to upwards of 160,000. Note T. City of the Brahmins, Harmatilia. This city of the Brahmins Cunningham takes to have been Brahmana, or Brahmanabad, which was 90 miles distant by water from Marajadand, the point where he supposes Alexander rejoined his fleet after the capture of Sindamana. Brahmanabad was situated on the old channel of the Indus 47 miles to the northeast of Hyderabad or Nurankot, the Patala of ancient times. Shortly after the Mohammedan conquest, it was supplanted by Mansura, which either occupied its site or lay very near it, as, according to Ibn Haqil, the place was called in the Sindh language Bamuan. It was destroyed by an earthquake sometime before the beginning of the 11th century. Its ruins were discovered at Bamprakathul by Mr. Bellasis, whose excavations have shown conclusively the truth of the popular tradition which ascribed its downfall to an earthquake. Cunningham further thinks that Brahmanabad was the Harmatilia of Diodoros, the place where Ptolemy was wounded by the poisoned arrow. Harmaetelia, he says, is only a softer pronunciation of Brahmathala or Brahmana-esthala, just as Hermes, the phallic god of the Greeks, is the same as Brahma, the original phallic god of the Indians. He thinks that the king whom Justin, Roman 12:10, calls Ambiger was no other than Mausicanos, whose dominions extended as far south as the Delta, Ambiger being his family name and Mausicanos his dynastic title Geog. pp. 267-69. St. Martin, on the other hand, recognizes Harmaetelia in a place variously designated by Arab writers Armil, Armoil, Armabil, and Armadil, but of which the position is unknown. Etude, pp. 167, 168. In his ancient map of India, Colonel Yule, who takes the same view as St. Martin, identifies Harmaetelia with Bela. Note U, Patala. The situation of Patala has been a fertile theme of controversy. Arrian seems, no doubt, to give here a clear indication of its position in saying that it stood near where the Indus bifurcates. But as this point has from time to time shifted, the controversy has turned mainly on the question where this point is to be fixed. The river bifurcates at present at Matari, which lies 12 miles above Hyderabad, and it has been known to bifurcate a little above, and also a little below Thatha, at Bana also, and at Trikul. As a matter of fact, these bifurcations no longer exist, except perhaps for a part of the year when the river is in flood and recurs to some of its old channels. It is not then surprising that various identifications have been proposed for Patala. It was placed at Brahmanabad by M. Murdo, Wilson, and Lassen, at Thatha by Rennell, Vincent, Ritter, and the two brothers James and Sir Alexander Burns, and at Hyderabad, the Nurankad of Arab writers by Droyson, Benfey, Burton, St. Martin, Cunningham, and Bunbury. The arguments in favor of Hyderabad seem to be quite conclusive. They will be found stated at length in St. Martin's Etude, pp. 168-191, and Cunningham's Geography, pp. 279-87. One of the most cogent is that the dimensions of the delta, as given by the Greek writers, are only justified if the apex of the delta is taken to have been in Alexander's time at or near Hyderabad. If the apex had then been as high up as Brahmanabad, or as far down as Thatha, the size of the delta would be as grossly exaggerated in the one case as it would be underrated in the other. The same conclusion is indicated in the information supplied to the late Dr. Wilson of Bombay by the Brahmins of Sawan, that, according to their local legends, as recorded in their Sanskrit books, Thatha was Deval, and Hyderabad Naran, and more anciently Patalpuri. Patala was thought at one time to have been a transcription of the Sanskrit Patala, the nether world, into which the sun descends at the end of his day's journey, and hence the west, but a better etymology is the Sanskrit Potala, a station for ships, from pota, a vessel. The name of the Indian delta was Patalarnar. Hyderabad stands on a long flat-topped hill, and Patala, if this was its site, must have occupied a commanding position, the advantages of which, alike for strategy and commerce, Alexander would perceive at a glance. The main stream of the Indus now flows to the west of this position. In the second chapter of his Endycarion, repeats the statement that the Indus enters the ocean by two mouths. Aristobulus estimated the interval between them at 1,000 stadia, but Nearchos at 1,800. The interval from the west to the east arm measures, at present 125 British miles. The seafront of the Egyptian delta, with which the Greeks compared that of the Indus delta, is not less than 160 miles. The prince of Patala was called Moeris. Note V. Alexander's march through Jadrojapura. No traveler, says Bunbury, referring to the interior of Mekran, has as yet traversed its length from one end to the other in the direction followed by Alexander. So far as we can judge, he appears to have kept along a kind of plain or valley, which is found to run nearly parallel to the coast between the interior range of the Mushti, or Washati, hills and the lower ragged hills that bound the immediate neighborhood of the seacoast. This line of route has been followed in very recent times by Major Ross from Kedge to Bela, and seems to form a natural line of communication, keeping throughout about the required distance, 60 or 70 miles, from the coast, the distance required for maintaining communication with the fleet. This line of march, so far as is yet known, does not appear to traverse any such frightful deserts of sand as those described by the historians of Alexander. nor can the site of Pura be determined with accuracy. It has been generally identified with Bunpur Bampur, the most important place in western Baluchistan, or with Para, a village in the same neighborhood. But the resemblance of name is in this case of little value, Pur signifying merely a town, while the remoteness of Bunpur from the sea and its position to the north of the central chain of mountains, which Alexander must therefore have traversed in order to reach it, present considerable difficulties in the way of this view. Hist. Of Ankh. Geog. pp. 519-520. Strabo, in his chapter on Ariana, narrates in graphic detail, like Arrian, the sufferings experienced by the Macedonians in passing through Gedrosia. The summer, he says, was purposely chosen for leaving India, since rains then fall in Gedrosia, filling the rivers and wells which fail in winter. Alexander kept at the utmost from the sea not more than 500 stadia in order to secure the coast for his fleet. The army was saved by eating dates and the marrow of the palm tree, but many persons were suffocated by eating unripe dates. To account for the surprising length of time, 60 days occupied on this march, which could not have exceeded 400 English miles, we must suppose that the troops were obliged to make frequent halts at places where water was procurable. Strabo says that it was found necessary on account of the watering places to make marches of 2, 4, and even sometimes of 600 stadia generally during the night. The land distances, like the sea distances of Nearchos, seem to have been grossly exaggerated. The march of Semiramis through this desert and that of Cyrus seem to be mythical. Alexander's loss in men during the march must have been exaggerated by the historians, as he brought the bulk of his army with him to Pura. Note W. Indian sages. According to Megasthenes, the Indian sages were divided into two sects, Brahmins and Sarmans. There was besides a third sect, described as quarrelsome, fond of wrangling, foolish, and boastful. The Brahmins, he says, were held in higher esteem than the Sarmans because there was more agreement in their doctrines. Among the Sarmans, the Hylobioi living in woods were held in most honor, and next to them the physicians, who are mendicants and also ascetics, like the class above them and the class below them, which consisted of sorcerers and fortune-tellers. Megasthenes has related at some length the nature of the opinions and practices of all these sects, and Dunker considers that in all essential points his accounts agree with the native authorities, though the view taken may be here and there too favorable, in some points too advanced, in others not sufficiently discriminating. It is true, he says, that the Brahmins and the initiated of the enlightened Buddhists, the Esakutrammanas, are confounded in the order of the sages. This is shown by the statement that anyone could enter into this order. In the description of the life of the ascetics and wandering sages, the Brahmins and Bhikshus, mendicants, are again confounded. And if the Greeks tell us that the severe sages of the forest were too proud to go to the court at the request of the king, the statement holds good according to the evidence of the epos of the Brahmanic saints and the sutras of the great teachers among the Buddhists. In the examination of the doctrines of the Indian sages, Megasthenes distinguished the Brahmins and the Buddhists, inasmuch as he opposes the less honored sects to the first and declares the Brahmins to be the most important. From his whole account, it is clear that at his date, i.e., about the year 300 BC, the Brahmins had distinctly the upper hand. But, according to him, the Esakutrammanas took the next place to the Brahmins among the less honored sects. Among the Buddhists, Esakutramana is the ordinary name for their clergy, Hist. Of Antic, pp. 422-424. Note X, the Indian month. Curtius apparently means that the Indians mark time, not by taking a month to be the period from full moon to next full moon, but from new moon to full moon. The year of the Indians, says Dunker, was divided into 12 months of 30 days. The month was divided into 2 halves of 15 days each, and the day into 30 hours, muhurta. In order to bring this year of 360 days into harmony with the natural time, the Brahmins established a quinquennial cycle of 1860 lunar days. 3 years had 12 months of 30 lunar days. The third and fifth year of the cycle had 13 months of the same number of days. The Brahmins do not seem to have perceived that by this arrangement, the cycle contained almost 4 days in excess of the astronomical time, and indeed they were not very skillful astronomers. V. His History of Antiquity, Roman 4. 283, 284. According to Weber, this system of calculating time was borrowed from the Babylonians, but Max Muller and learned Hindus hold it to be indigenous. The Indian name for the half of a lunar month is Paksha. The half from new moon to full moon was called at first Puava 4, and afterwards Sukla bright. The other half was called Apara posterior, and afterwards Krishna dark. Leclerc concludes his criticism of this passage thus: Matthias Rhaderus endeavors to explain Curtius as if he designed to demonstrate that one month began and was understood to commence a little after the change to the full moon, and the next, from the time when she began to decrease to the next change. This, indeed, ought to be his meaning, but it is strangely expressed when he tells us that the moon begins to show herself horned on the 16th day, when 'tis evident she does not appear so till about 7 days after full moon. But before Rhaderus, Thomas Lydiat had tried to solve the matter other ways. However, Scaliger, in his prolegomena to his canons Isagogici, p. 11, has plainly showed that Lydiat neither understood Curtius nor Curtius the author which he copied from. The ancient Persians counted 15 days to each of their months, and 24 of these months to the solar year, before the introduction of Mohammedism, as John Chardin evidently demonstrates in his Itinerarium Persicum, Tome I. p. 14, quarto, v. Rooks Arrian, p. 12. Note why, battle with Poros. Mr. Heitland has the following note on this passage. Arrian, v. 16, sec. 2, tells us that Alexander was making a flanking movement, pi alpha rhoeta lambda alpha epsilon u, with the bulk of his cavalry to attack the enemy's left wing. He then goes on sec. 3. Against the right wing he sent Koinos at the head of his own regiment of horse and that of Dermetrios, and ordered him, when the barbarians, on seeing what a dense mass of cavalry was opposed to them, should be riding along to encounter it, to hang close upon their rear, a hard passage, it is true, but one which need not be unintelligible to anyone who bears in mind that Alexander's movement was a flanking one, and reads with care the description of his attack in c. 16, sec. 4. and c. 17, sec. 1, 2. The situation is this. Alexander was not himself in position on the right wing, but put Coenus there with some of the cavalry, while he himself with the main body made the flanking movement. This he did with speed, so as to take the Indian horse in flank, before they had time to change their front and meet him. They tried to execute this movement, but had not time, and while they were in the confusion thus brought about, Coenus fell upon what had been their front, but was now their disordered flank. Whether the Indian horse from their right wing was brought over to succor that on their left or not, does not affect the probable position of Coenus. The one difficulty in the way of this explanation is the presence, according to Arrian 15 sec. 7, of the war chariots in front of the Indian horse. But it seems easier to suppose that Coenus was able to elude these clumsy adversaries than that Alexander expected him to see from the Macedonian left the right moment for his own charge, and then wheel round the rear of the whole Indian army and execute his orders opportunely. Diodoros, Romans 17. 88, says, the Macedonian cavalry began the action and destroyed nearly all the chariots of the Indians. If this refers, as I think it does, to the beginning of the main battle, the chief objection is removed. Alexander in India, pp. 122, 123. This explanation is different from that offered by Moberly, as the reader will see by referring to my note on Arrian, p. 104, n2. Note Z, Indian serpents. Diodoros gives the length of the serpents at 16 cubits, or about 24 feet. Aelianos also gives this as their length. He says, Romans 17. 2. Plutarch states that about India a serpent 16 cubits long is produced, but mentions there is another kind which differs in appearance from the rest. They are many sizes shorter, and display to the eye a variety of colors, as if they were painted with pigments. Stripes extend from the head to the tail, and are of various colors, some tinted like bronze, some like silver, some like gold, while others are crimson. The same writer notices that their bite proves very quickly fatal. Arrian in his Indica, c. 15, states on the authority of Nearchos that there are serpents in India spotted and nimble in their movements, and that one was caught which measured about 16 cubits, though the Indians alleged that the largest snakes were much larger. Nearchos adds that Alexander summoned to his camp all the Indians most expert in the healing art, and that these succeeded in curing snake bites, to find a remedy for which quite baffled the skill of all the Greek physicians. Strabo relates, Roman 15. I-28, that Abesseros, as the ambassadors he sent to Alexander reported, kept 2 serpents, one of 80 cubits, and the other, according to Onesicritos, of 140 cubits in length. But Strabo no more believed in this land serpent than we do in the sea serpent, for he adds that Onesicritos might as well be called the master fabulist as the master pilot of Alexander. He afterwards says that Aristobulus saw a snake 9 cubits and a span long, and that he himself, while in Egypt, had seen another of the same length which had been brought from India. Megasthenes wrote that serpents in India grow to such a size that they swallow deer and oxen whole. He referred no doubt to the python. The python of the Sundarbans about the mouths of the Ganges are known to swallow deer whole. The Elsevier editor of Curtius cites statements about the size of Indian serpents, which leave the extravagant estimate of Onesicritos far behind. Thus Maximus Tyrius Dissert. 38 says, Taxels showed Alexander various wonders, and among these was a very large animal sacred to Bacchus, to which the Indians every day immolated victims. This animal was a serpent, Draco, of such a size that it equaled 5 acres of land. Note A. Indian peacocks. The peacock, Mayura, abounds in India, especially in the forests at the foot of the Himalayas. Aelianos has several notices of it in his work on animals. In Book 521, after he has described its habits and the pride it takes in displaying its gorgeous plumage, he states that it was brought into Greece from the barbarians. Being for a long time rare, it was exhibited at the beginning of each month to the men and women of Athens who were lovers of the beautiful. The charge for admission to the spectacle was a considerable source of gain. The price of a pair, cock and hen, was 1,000 drachmas, or about 40 pounds of our money. Alexander the Macedonian, on seeing these birds in India, was so struck with admiration of their beauty that he denounced the severest penalties against anyone who should kill them. In Book 16, 2, he notes that the Indian peacocks are the largest to be anywhere found. In Roman 13, 18 he says, in the palace where the greatest of all the Indian kings resides, besides many things else which excite admiration, eclipsing the splendor alike of Memnonian Sausa and all the boasted magnificence of Ecbatana, there are reared in the royal park tame peacocks and tame pheasants. Within that park are shady groves, grassy meads planted with trees, and bowers woven by the craft of skillful woodmen. So genial withal is the climate, that the trees are ever green and never show signs of age nor even shed their leaves. Some are native to the soil, while others which are brought with great care from foreign parts contribute to enhance the beauty of the landscape. Not the olive, however, which is neither indigenous to India, nor thrives if brought into it. The park is therefore frequented by wild birds as well as by the tame. They seek its groves from choice, and there build their nests and rear their young. Parrots too are bred there, which, flitting to and fro, keep hovering around the king. Notwithstanding they are so numerous, no Indian will eat them, for they regard them as sacred, while the Brahmins esteem them above all other birds, and with good reason, since the parrot alone with a clear utterance repeats the words of human speech. In Roman 11, 33 he tells a story about a peacock of extraordinary size and beauty, which had been sent from India as a present to the king of Egypt, who thereupon dedicated the bird to Jupiter, the guardian god of his capital city. His work has several other passages which refer to the peacock, but as these have no bearing upon India, we do not cite them. The bird was introduced into Greece long before Alexander's time, for Dermos, the friend of Pericles, reared peacocks at Athens, which many people came from Lacedaemon and Thessaly to see, as we learn from Athenaeus, Roman 9. 12. It is said that peacocks were first introduced into Greece from Samos. Note BB, Indian dogs. A breed of dogs, large, powerful, and of untamable ferocity, is still found in the parts of India here mentioned. Pliny, speaking of these Indian dogs, ascribes their savage disposition to the cause mentioned by Diodoros, the tiger blood that runs in their veins. The Indians, he says, Roman 8. 40, assert that these dogs are begotten from tigers, for which purpose the bitches when in heat are tied up amid the woods. They think that the whelps of the first and second brood are too ferocious, but they rear those of the third. Aelianos, Roman 8. 1, varies this statement by saying that tigers are the offspring of the first and second connection, but dogs of the third. He then proceeds thus: dogs that boast a tiger paternity disdain to hunt deer or to enter into an encounter with a wild boar, but delight to assail the lion as if to show their high pedigree. So the Indians gave Alexander, the son of Philip, a proof of the strength and mettle of these dogs in the manner following. They let go a deer, but the dog never stirred, then a boar, but he still remained impassive, then they tried a bear, but even this failed to rouse him to action. At last they let go a lion. Then the dog, fired with rage, as if he now saw a worthy antagonist, did not hesitate for a moment, but flew to encounter him, gripped him fast, and tried to strangle him. Then the Indian who provided this spectacle for the king, and who knew well the dog's capacity of endurance, ordered his tail to be cut off. It was accordingly cut off, but the dog took not the least heed. The Indian ordered next one of his legs to be cut off. This was done, but the dog held to his grip as tenaciously as at first, just as if the dismembered limb were not his own, but belonged to someone else. The remaining legs were then cut off in succession, but even all this did not in the least make him relax the vigor of his bite. Last of all, his head was severed from the rest of his body. But even then his teeth were seen hanging on by the part he had first gripped, while the head dangled aloft, still clinging to the lion, though the original biter no longer existed. Alexander was very painfully impressed by what he saw, being lost in admiration of the dog, since after giving proof of his mettle he perished in no cowardly fashion, but preferring to die rather than to let his courage give way. The Indian, seeing the king's vexation, gave him 4 dogs like the one that was killed. He was much gratified with the gift, and gave in return a suitable equivalent. Joy at the possession of the 4 dogs soon obliterated from the mind of Philip's son his sorrow for the other. The same author writes nearly to the same effect in the 19th chapter of his 4th book. I reckon Indian dogs among wild beasts, for they are of surpassing strength and ferocity, and are the largest of all dogs. This dog despises other animals, but fights with the lion, withstands his attacks, returns his roaring with baying, and gives him bite for bite. In such an encounter the dog may be worsted, but not till he has often severely galled and wounded the lion. The lion is, however, at times worsted by the Indian dog and killed in the chase. If a dog once clutches a lion, he retains his hold so pertinaciously that if one should even cut off his leg with a knife he will not let go, however severe may be the pain he suffers, till death supervening compels him. Aristotle, in his History of Animals, Roman 8:28, refers to these Indian dogs and the story of their tigrine descent. Even an earlier mention of them is to be found in Xenophon Kin, c. 10. We may hence infer that their fame had spread to Greece long before Alexander's time. Marco Polo mentions a province in China where the people had a large breed of dogs so fierce and bold that 2 of them together would attack a lion, an animal with which that province abounded, Yule's ed. Roman 2. pp. 108-109. Note CC, the GANGARIDAI. This people occupied the country about the mouths of the Ganges, and may best be described as the inhabitants of Lower Bengal. The likeness of their name to that of the GANGARIDAI, the people of Gandhara, whose seats were in the neighborhood of the Indus and the Kaffern or Kabul River, has been the source of much confusion and error. Fortunately, the notice of them in the Indica of Megasthenes has been preserved both by Pliny and Solinus, from whom we learn that they were a branch of the great race of the Kalingi, that their capital was Parthales Bardwen, and that their king had an army of 60,000 foot, 1,000 horse, and 700 elephants, which was always ready for action. Pliny, Roman 6:18, Solon 52. They are mentioned in Ptolemy's geography as a people who dwelt about the mouth of the Ganges and whose capital was Gangar. The name of the GANGARIDAI has nothing corresponding with it in Sanskrit, nor can it be, as Lassen supposed, a designation first invented by the Greeks, for Phageles used it in describing to Alexander the races that occupied the regions beyond the Hyphasis. According to St. Martin, their name is preserved in that of the Gongres of Esbahar, with whom were connected the Ganges of northwestern and the Gangrar of eastern Bengal. These designations he takes to be but variations of the name which was originally common to them all. Wilford, in his article on the chronology of the Hindus, Asiat. Rays. VP 269, says that the greatest part of Bengal was known in Sanskrit under the name of Gangaritsa, or country of Gankara, from which the Greeks made Gangaridas. But this view must be rejected on the same ground as Lassen's. The Gangaridae are mentioned by Virgil Jorg, Roman 3, L. 27. As their king, at the time when Megasthenes recorded the strength of the army which he maintained, was subject to Magadha, we may infer that Sandrikatos treated the various potentates who submitted to his arms as Alexander treated taxilaires and poros, permitting them to retain as his vassals the power and dignity which they had previously enjoyed. Note dd, the Prasioi. The Sanskrit word prakyas, plur, of Prakya, eastern, denoted the inhabitants of the East Country, that is, the country which lay to the east of the river Sarasvati, now the Sursudi, which flows in a southwestern direction from the mountains bounding the northeast part of the province of Delhi till it loses itself in the sands of the Great Desert. The Magadhas, it would seem, had before Alexander's advent to India extended their power as far as this river, and hence were called Prakyas by the people who lived to the west of it. They are called by Strabo, Arrian, and Pliny Prasioi Prasii, by Plutarch Prasioi, by Nicolaus Damask, Priasioi by Diodoros, Brersioi by Curtius, Pharisai, by Justin, Presides. Aelianos in general writes Prasioi like Plutarch, but in one passage where he quotes Megasthenes, he transcribes the name with perfect accuracy in the adjective form as Praxiakir. General Cunningham does not agree in referring the name to Prachia, as all the other modern writers do, but takes Prasii to be only the Greek form of Palasia or Parasia, a man of Palasa or Parasa, a name of Magadha of which Palibothra was the capital. This derivation, he says, is supported by the spelling of the name given by Curtius, who calls the people Pharisai, an almost exact transcript of Parasia, see his ancient geog. Of India, p. 454. His view, we think, is hardly destined to supplant the other. Ptolemy describes in his geography a small kingdom with 7 cities which he locates in the regions of the upper Ganges and calls Prasiakir. Kanauj is one of these cities, but Palibothra is not in the number, appearing elsewhere as the capital of the Mandalai. One is at a loss to understand what considerations could have led Ptolemy to push the Prasians so far from their proper seats and transfer their capital to another people. Note E, the Sibai. The Sanskrit word Sivi denotes a country, the inhabitants of which Sivias may be the Sibai of Curtius and Diodoros. The Sibai inhabited a district between the Hydaspes and the Indus, and their capital stood at a distance of about 30 miles from the former river, and, as appears from Diodoros, above its confluence with the Aixenares. As they were clad with the skins of wild beasts and were armed with clubs, they reminded the Greeks of Heracles, who was similarly dressed and armed, and thence arose the legend that the Sibai were the descendants of the followers of that wandering hero. The truth, however, is that the Sibai represent one of the chief aboriginal tribes of the regions of the Indus. The Sanskrit poems and the Puranic traditions give this great tribe its real name Sibai, and represent it as one of the important branches of the race which originally peopled all the northwestern region. According to Moorcroft, the inhabitants of the district of Bimber are called Chibs, while Baber in his memoirs had mentioned a people so named as belonging to the same parts. Arrian does not expressly mention Alexander's expedition against the Sibai in his history, but in his Indica, c. 5, he thus refers to them. So also when the Greeks came among the Sibai, an Indian tribe, and observed that they wore skins, they declared that the Sibai were descended from those who belonged to the expedition of Heracles and had been left behind. For besides being dressed in skins, the Sibai carry a cudgel and brand on their oxen the representation of a club. In the ordinary texts of Curtius, the Sibai appears as the Sobii, and in Justin as the Scyllae. They are mentioned in the history of Orosius, Roman 3. 19, along with a people called Gessani, who are evidently the people called by Diodoros the Agalassi. Note FF, the Agalatians. Curtius does not give the name of the people whom Alexander proceeded to attack after he had received the submission of the Sibai, but it is supplied by Diodoros, who calls them Agalasses. St. Martin says, Etude, p. 115, that they adjoined the eastern side of the Sibai and occupied the country below the junction of the Hydaspes and Aixenares. Though Agalassi is the most commonly received reading of their name, yet there are many variant readings of it, especially in the manuscripts and editions of Justin, where we find Aegisini, Hyacensini, Argisini, Agini, Asensoni, and Gessani. The last form occurs also in the history of Orosius, Roman 3. 19, where the people it designates are mentioned along with the Sibai. The original name to which these may be referred is probably Arjuniana. This name occurs between that of the Malava, Mal, and that of the Yodhas on the pillar at Allahabad, whereon Samudragupta, who reigned towards the end of the 4th century AD, inscribed the names of the countries and peoples included in his dominions. The Arjuniana are mentioned also by the Scholiast of Panini and in the geographical list which Wilford compiled from the Varaha Sanhita. Arrian in his Indica, c4, calls the people situated at the junction of the Hydaspes and Aixenares the Arispai Ibid. p. 116 and footnotes. Note GG, tides in Indian rivers. Several Indian rivers present the tidal phenomenon called the bore, the most celebrated being those of the Brahmaputra, the Ganges, the Narbada, and the Indus. The bore is sometimes many feet in height, and the noise it makes in contending against the descending stream frightful. The bore which rushes up the Huli has a speed of about 17 or 18 miles per hour. A vivid description of the tide or bore of the Narbada has been given by the author of the Periplus. India, he says, c. 45, has everywhere an abundance of rivers, and her seas ebb and flow with tides of extraordinary strength, which increase both at new and full moon, and for 3 days after each, but fall off intermediately. About Baragaza Barak, they are more violent than elsewhere, so that all of a sudden you see the depths laid bare and portions of the land turned into sea, and the sea where ships were sailing, but just before turned without warning into dry land. The rivers, again, on the access of flood tide rushing into their channels with the whole body of the sea, are driven upwards against their natural course for a great many miles with a force that is irresistible. In c46, after explaining how dangerous these tides are to ships navigating the Narbada, he thus proceeds. But at new moons, especially when they occur in conjunction with a night tide, the flood sets in with such extraordinary violence that on its beginning to advance, even though the sea be calm, its roar is heard by those living near the river's mouth, sounding like the tumult of battle heard in the distance, and soon after the sea with its hissing waves bursts over the bare shoals. Note HH, Indian philosophers. Arrian has given the account here promised of the Indian sages, whom he calls sophists, in the 11th chapter of his Indica. They formed the highest and most honored of the 7 castes into which, he says, Indian society was divided. His account is, however, very meager compared with that which Strabo, quoting from the same authority, Megasthenes, has given in the 15th book of his geography. We may subjoin a notice of the more important points. The philosophers were of 2 kinds, the Brahmins and the Garmins, Esekutramanas, i.e. Buddhist ascetics. The Brahmins were held in greater repute, as they agreed more exactly in their opinions. They lived in a grove outside the city, lay upon pallets of straw and on skins, abstained from animal food and sexual intercourse. After living 37 years in this manner, each individual retired to his own possessions, led a life of greater freedom, and married as many wives as he pleased. They discoursed much upon death, which they held to be for philosophers a birth into a real and happy life. They maintained that nothing which happens to a man is bad or good, opinions being merely dreams. On many points their notions coincided with those of the Greeks. They said, for instance, that the world was created and liable to destruction, that it was of a spheroidal figure, and that its creator governed it and was diffused through all its parts. They invented fables also, after the manner of Plato, on the immortality of the soul, punishments in Hades, and similar topics. Of the Esekutramanas, the most honorable were the Hylobioi. These, as their name imports, lived in woods, where they subsisted on leaves and wild fruits. They were clothed with garments made of the bark of trees, and abstained from commerce with women and from wine. The kings held communication with them by messengers, and through them worshipped the divinity. Next in honor to the Hylobioi were the physicians, who cured diseases by diet rather than by medicinal remedies, which were chiefly unguents and cataplasms. See Roman 15, I-50, 860. Arrian, in the opening chapters of the 7th book of his Anabasis, gives an account of Alexander's dealings with the gymnosophists of Taxila, which agrees in substance with that given by Strabo, Roman 15. I-61-65, based on the authority both of Aristobulus and Onesicritus, the latter of whom was sent by Alexander to converse with the gymnosophists. For the details, see Biog. Appendix SV. Kalanos. Note II, Sadi Diod, Note 12. But Diodoros, in a subsequent part of his history, Roman 19. 33 relates that the law had been enacted because of the great prevalence of the practice of wives poisoning their husbands. In C34, he states that the two widows of Curtius, an Indian general who fell in the great battle in Gabionaire between Eumenes and Antigonos, contended for the honor of being burned on the funeral pile of their husband, and that the younger was selected for the distinction, because the elder, being at the time with child, was precluded by law from immolating herself. Strabo says, Roman 15. I-62, that Aristobulus and other writers make mention of Indian wives burning themselves voluntarily with their husbands. From this it would appear that this cruel practice, known as sati, Sansk. Sati, a devoted wife, which was suppressed by the humanity of the Indian government in the days of Lord Bentinck, was one of high antiquity, but Mr. R.C. Dutt, in his able and learned work on civilization in ancient India, assigns a much later date to its origin. He says, volume Roman 3, 199, that the barbarous rite was introduced centuries after Manu, whose institutes, he thinks, were compiled within a century or two before or after the Christian era. In a subsequent passage, p. 332, he states that sati was originally a Scythian custom, and was probably introduced into India by the Scythian invaders who poured into India in the Buddhist age, from 242 BC to 500 AD, and formed ruling Hindu races later on. There can be no doubt that sati was a Scythian practice. Their kings were entombed with sacrifices both of beasts and of human beings of both sexes, as we see from what Diodoros relates in the 71st chapter of his 4th book. Still, the statement of Diodoros shows that several centuries before the Scythian invasions of India took place, sati was an established institution among a race of the purest Aryan descent, such as were the Katyans, a people whose name shows they were Kshatriyas. The Hindus themselves believe that the custom was of the very highest antiquity, and that a text of the Rig Veda sanctioned its observance. It has been discovered, however, that the text in question has been falsified and mistranslated, and that in point of fact no mention is found of the custom in Sanskrit literature till the Puranic period, the beginning of which Mr. Dutt assigns to the 6th century of our era. Note KK, Ancient Indian Coins. The following remarks on the ancient coinage of India are extracted from two papers contributed by Mr. W. Theobald to the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, NOS. Roman 3 and Roman 4. Of 1890, under the title notes on some of the symbols found on the punch-marked coins of Hindustan. The punch-marked coins, he says, though presenting neither kings' names, dates, nor inscriptions of any sort, are nevertheless very interesting, not only from their being the earliest money coined in India and of a purely indigenous character, but from their being stamped with a number of symbols, some of which we can with the utmost confidence declare to have originated in distant lands and in the remotest antiquity. The punch used to produce these coins differed from the ordinary dies, which subsequently came into use, in that they covered only one of the many symbols usually seen on their pieces. Some of these coins were round and others of a rectangular form. The great bulk of these coins is silver, but some copper and others gold. Some coins are formed of a copper blank thickly covered with silver before receiving the impression of the punches, and this contemporary sophistication of the currency is found to occur subsequently in various Indian coinages, in the Greco-Bactrian of the Panjab, the Hindu kings of Kabul, etc. Mr. Theobald thinks we may regard these pieces as a portion of those very coins, or identical in all respects, which the Brahmin Chanakya, the advisor of Chandragupta, with the view of raising resources, converted by recoining each Kahapana into 8 and amassed 80 kodis of Kahapanas, or Karshapanas. Mr. Theobald holds that the square coins, both silver and copper, struck by the Greeks for their Indian possessions belong to no Greek national type whatever, but are obviously a novelty adopted in imitation of an indigenous currency already firmly established in the country. He adduces by way of proof the testimony of Curtius, where he states that Taxels offered Alexander 80 talents of coined silver, signati argenti. What other, he asks, except these punch-marked coins, could these pieces of coined silver have been? The name, he then adds, by which these coins are spoken of in the Buddhist sutras about 200 BC was Purana equals old, whence General Cunningham argues that the word old, as applied to the indigenous Karsha, was used to distinguish it from the new and more recent issues of the Greeks. Mr. Vincent A. Smith writes to the same effect. He considers the artistic coins to be of Greek origin, but holds that the idea of coining money and the simple mechanical processes for rude coins were not borrowed from the Greeks. It is, he thinks, impossible to prove that any given piece is older than Alexander, though some primitive coins may be older. The oldest Indian coins to which a date can be assigned are, in his opinion, those issued by Sophates, the contemporary of Alexander. The general adoption of Greek or Greco-Roman types of coinage he assigns to the 1st century as a result of the Indo-Scythian invasions. Roman coins, it is well known, are found in all parts of India. In Indian writings, the Roman denarius appears in the form denara, and the Greek drachmer, which was about equivalent in value to the denarius, in the form drama. The subject of the Indo-Greek coinage is discussed in A.V. Salit's Die Nachfolger Alexanders. Note LL, an Asoka inscription. Transliteration. Uika Shavabhu, Shyama Shm a Ch a Liy a letter 141 Madhavati, Iy a letter 141 Vumu. Dev a circumflex, N a letter 141 Piesha yi Dh, a letter 141 M, a Vij a Y, E, Shichapuna lad Dev a circumflex, N a letter 141 Pi. Cha. Shavshu chaHu a Shashu Pi Yajanashechu Ada Adios Nama Yonalaja P a L, a letter 141 Chatina. A letter 141 Tiyogena circumflex Chatali, 4 Lajan Chalame Nama a letter 141 Tekine Nama Maka Nama Alakyashudel Nama. NICH a letter 141, Chodapi letter 141 Diya circumflex, Avem T a letter 141 B, a P, a letter 141 NIY, a circumflex Hevemva Hevemva. Hidalaja. Visavagionic a letter 141 BJSA Chunabhik N a BH, a P, a letter 141 T, ISHU Bojapitnik Yashu. Adhapuladeshu Shavada DEVA circumflex, N a letter 141, Piasha DH, a letter 141 letter 141, a M a circumflex, NUSH a THI, a NUV a T, a letter 141 TI. Translation. The following is considered of the highest importance by the God-beloved, namely conquest by law. This conquest, however, is made by the God-beloved as well here, in his own kingdom, as among all his neighbors, even as far as 600 yajanas leagues, where the king of the Yonas, Greeks, Antiocha by name, dwells. And beyond this Antiocha where the 4 kings, Tiramya by name, a letter 141 Tikin by name, Maka by name, Alakasudara by name, dwell farther away in the south, where the Chodas and Pandyas dwell as far as Tambapanini, Ceylon, where the Hita king dwells. Among the Visas, the Vadris, Phrygies, the Yonas, Greeks, the Camboyas, Cabulis, in Nabhaka of the Nabhitis, among the Bojas, the Pitanikas, the Andras, and the Pulatas, Pulindas, the teaching of the law of the God-beloved is universally followed. This remarkable edict is found inscribed at 4 different places, Shabazgarhi in Yusufzai, Mansara in Hazara of the Panjab, Khalsi above Dehradun, and Gurnar in Kathiawar. In the first 2 places the character employed is the Kharoshtri, that is, the Bactrian Pali, and in the other 2 the Indian Pali. It is the Khalsi inscription which is copied in the illustration. By the God-beloved, Piesha or Piyadasi is meant Asoka himself. The Grecian kings named in the inscription have already been identified, p. 52, with the exception of Alakyashudale, who is taken to be Alexander, king of Eperos. V. Senart's Les Inscriptions de Piedasi and Epigraphia Indica, Volume Roman II.